been a while. Yeah, it's been quite a while since we've stromed. And the reason is because we've been on vacation in Las Vegas. More, perhaps more cogently, because we've not had Adderall. I'm going to pop out the chat. And I'm going to make it the right width for my purposes here. Then I will meow this, put this over here as per meow, and bada bing, bada boom, we're good to go. We're good to go like raspberry schmo. Okay. So we're back home after a long and quite eventful trip to Las Vegas. Not a long trip, but we were gone 3 nights. We spent 3 nights in the hotel there, which was quite a pleasant place to sleep and stay. The room was great, I think,
It was. The fact that you were able to go back to the room, have the steak from the night before, and really enjoy yourself says a lot about the room, I think.
Yeah, it was comfortable. It reminded me very much of a timeshare.
Yeah, very much.
So today, hi show media. How was the trip overall? I think it was good. I feel like I felt good making a trip for the purposes of making Rachel's mother happy.
Yeah.
And helping Rachel to be a good daughter, I guess.
Yeah, you did help me with that.
And I didn't lose very much money gambling. I lost less than $500, even though we were there 3 nights, and that's not very much, really. No. Given that we were there 3 nights, and you're at a festival night now. What's a festival night, Kim? Hi, Bob Bratwurst.
I think it's festival right now. I thought it was night too.
Oh, festival right now. I see. What's a festival? What kind of festival is it? Is it a Renaissance fair? Is it a festival of chickens? Hi, money blow Kush. How are you? I hope you're well. You love Renaissance festivals? I'm not a huge fan of Renaissance festivals. The sky is up. Yes. It's community days for your local town, huh?
Oh, that's nice.
That's nice. In Bishop, California, they have a thing called Mule Days, which is their community days for Bishop. We around here, we've got a county fair.
Mm-hmm.
Once a year, we've got Butterfly Festival. I guess that would be our main,
Butterfly Festival.
our community days. Community days.
I can imagine, Kim. How's the weather? Is it warm? And usually festivals are a whole day event.
The Butterfly Festival is because this county we live in is called Mariposa, which means butterfly in Spanish, because kind of a certain time of year there's tons of butterflies around. So they do Butterfly Festival here around that time of year. And it has lots of butterfly stuff in there, theming and stuff, but it also has a classic car show and a Ferris wheel. Maybe.
They do a lot at the fairgrounds. There's the Crystal Festival and Rock Festival. They have the town does a lot of stuff.
Hi, kind guy.
I have to say they do a lot of small town stuff. In February they have a crab festival. Mm-hmm. It's not a festival, but
crab boil.
Crab bake. Yeah.
Community crab boil.
Mm-hmm.
Kim, are you quoting Paris Hilton? Oh, you're talking about the weather. That's hot.
That's hot. And you should not give the money to the leprechaun.
Let's go dogs and leprechauns.
Guess what, guys?
What?
We might have to get, and we're on search of a possible new Tiffany.
Oh yeah, I may have lost Tiffany. I know, shocking.
It kind of is shocking.
It's crazy, but I had her in my purse, and I think I might have knocked her out when I pulled something else out, and I don't know. I don't find her anymore. Hi, Dennis. Things are complicated. Well, sometimes things are complicated. Sometimes things are simple. Sometimes things are complicated. Sometimes things are blimple.
Oh, I know you can find one too.
What, you found her by a reverse image search before, Ruben.
Yeah.
So we have images of her, and maybe that's a good way to do it. I tried contacting that one person on Etsy a bunch of times, but they didn't ever reply.
Yeah.
Hi, DDX098. Nice to see you.
Hey, DDX098. I was thinking about you, DDX098, because I was thinking about how you explained that you noticed that INFJs and INTJs, or that INFJs don't tend to get along with INTJs. And my answer at the time was that the TE kind of gets in the way of the communication. But I think I was a little bit, I think it was a little bit early to say that. Like, I do think that INTJs and INFJs INTJs and INFJs can get along fine. And I didn't want to, I was thinking about you, DDX098.
Because you're an INTJ.
Yeah, because you're an INTJ. And like, I was thinking about the face reading, because like, you talked about reading Eric and mine's face, and you talked about my ears.
What does that read? Did you guys just leave a bunch of cat food and litter? Yeah, we left food, multiple bowls of food, multiple bowls of water. Plus we left the toilets open so they could get into those too if they wanted. And they were fine. Trouble was a little bit like traumatized when he came back because he's a big baby.
Yeah, and it seems like he probably like ran the house a little bit while we were gone, because right away he went after Capio.
See, I think he doesn't do that when we're gone, but he does as soon as we get back to assert that these are my people. You must be responsible for this somehow, Capio. Because
He went after her, and then I yelled at him, and then he hissed at me.
Right, he's like, you just got back, and already you're preventing me from abusing my sister?
Yeah, I was like, I need to spray you with water.
Always prevent that trouble. You should never do that. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, cool. Let's definitely set up a typing session, Kim.
If you want to do it on Monday, I've got 2 others scheduled on Monday. I could get them all done in one day. But if you don't, that's fine too. I don't want to do it tomorrow because I've got a water board meeting we have to go to.
Yeah, which we really should go to.
Yeah. And I could do it Sunday if you want. Or I could do it Monday.
I'm really glad you found this channel, Kim. You fit right in.
So many different days that I could do it on. I could do it Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I don't want to do it today. Monday would be better. Okay.
Cool.
Do you want, I'll give you some possible times, California time. Do you want 11 a.m.? You could have noon, You could have 2 p.m. or 2:30 p.m., 3 p.m. That's California time I'm talking about. Hi, Char. You're in Eastern time. So, okay. Well, what time of day do you want it at on Monday? Kim, just tell me. Back in my day, says Jaden Fulton Not. All right, cool. That sounds fine.
That sounds good, Kim. It's not easy to schedule things when you're like out and about.
You're at a festival. Festival. Kim is at a festival. Kim's at a big festival. It's community days, which are everybody's favorite kind of days. I want to eat popsicles, popsicles. I want to eat popsicles. Let's go eat some popsicles. You know that song about popsicles by that lady, Juice Newton? Who did that song? Let's get physical.
Olivia Newton-John.
Olivia Newton-John. Is that different than Juice Newton?
I don't know who Juice Newton is.
I think Juice Newton's another singer or something.
I thought you were making that up because like her name had Newton in it.
No, I mean I think Juice Newton's a real person.
Oh. Did they have like tarot card readers and psychics at this festival?
Just fold. Just give it to me. Just give it to me. I'm not Diddy, Alex T. Juice Newton. I'm talking about Juice Newton. What do you mean you didn't hear me? Hi, Abel Figueroa. The world is a crazy place right now. That's true. And yet also the sanest it's ever been at the same time. At least nowadays we get to chat about it on the internet. Didn't used to be that way. Back in my day, we didn't have any internet. I'd call my friend on their landline. It's true. You go home. You go right on home, Kim. You go home, get inside where it's cool, you relax. You stop spazzing out at the festival. Nobody likes festivals. It's a lot of outside time, a lot of discomfort, uncertain food, you know, the whole 9 yards. Let's just keep it safe and sane, indoors where we belong. You want me to drop some grandfatherly wisdom on you? Okay. I will share my thoughts on AI in a second. Grandfatherly wisdom. A bong rip a day keeps the doctor away. Therefore, 10 to 20 bong rips a day keeps 10 to 20 doctors away. Outside meow with other people is very meh. Yeah, at best meh, and often worse than meh. Meh minus. I'll deal with the AI question in a second. That is math, indeed. My thoughts on AI are AI will never comprise identities with interests in the way that people do. And what we see is that people's generalized intelligence, quote unquote, or human consciousness comprises many different expressions of intelligence, including chatting with one another, making images, making videos, making music, etc. And AI will always be forever just a tool by people to do what that thing they're doing easier and better. It will never be an identity in and of itself um, with interests. Even if you were to emulate that perfectly, it doesn't have, without the biological component, it's always just an emulation. So those are my thoughts on AI. I'm not worried about it. It may displace certain people from certain kinds of work, I suppose, but I kind of doubt it because you still need somebody to check this stuff, even if you were to somehow um, like program an endless series of steps of emulation. I mean, the way it works is that like it depends on the specific thing it's doing, right? Like, take for example, if you want to have something draw a picture of a cat. Well, the way they do that, at least one of the ways they do that, is very quite interesting. They begin by teaching it to guess which parts of a picture are cat and which parts of a picture are noise, and they train it to do that, and and then they turn the noise up to 100, so it's all noise and there's no cat, and then it just finds things in the picture that are most likely to be part of a picture of a cat, and it constructs it that way, and that's how it manages to make an original picture, right? So I think that that's obviously very different than how humans generate a picture. If I were going to draw a picture, I would not do it that way at all. I don't start with a bunch of noise and erase away the negative space. So it's it's important to note that the things that most seem like artificial intelligence to us are not actually being intelligent in the same way that we are at all. For example, the ChatGPT is making a prediction as to what word comes next in some fashion that's perhaps analogous but not equivalent at all to the image generating process that I said. Hi, Jay Hewitt. I hope you are doing well. My name is Eric. Welcome to Talking with Famous People. I am the hero of the North, sometimes called, sometimes known as the savior of the South, the winner of the West, or the enlightened one of the East. I'm known by all these names. If you have any other names besides Jay Hewitt, you're welcome to let me know. I don't mean to monopolize multi-namehood for myself. Hi from Roach. Where's Roach? Is that a place like Roach, Indiana? It's kind of a bad name for your town. I wouldn't want to name my town Roach. I'd name it something like Beautiful Town. Something flattering like that. Do I like kids? Well, I have one grown child. I had a daughter. I still have a daughter, but she's 26 now. I used to work with young people when I was a big coach. But by and large now I'd rather just have adults around these days. I was annoyed by some kids in the supermarket earlier.
Were you?
Yeah, those kids when we were at the deli part getting the
Yeah.
yeah. And
They were all so young.
yeah. They were kept. The mom was paying no attention, and the one kid kept giving this Pez thing back to his little sister. He kept throwing it on the floor. I was like, oh god. Yeah. So anyway, trying to imply that I'm some sort of predator is ridiculous. I'm going to put you on a short timeout. If you want to be civil, you can still try again. Eric Wise, sir, digital friend, tell me your most sage advice on how to keep confidence high in the midst of numerous major disruptions. I mean, I tend to think things are very slabular. Like, the more import something has, the more the slabs want to impact it. So I would just say that there's a certain amount of virtue in the idea that things happen for a reason, even if you can't really substantiate that claim. If you know what I'm saying. If you don't know what I'm saying, that's okay though. I don't require you to know what I'm saying. I mean, the thing is, Rachel and I had a lot of disruptions, and I kind of had a little bit of a meltdown on Monday and kind of took it out on the realtor and the escrow lady. And that was not very nice of me, and I regret it. But it wasn't too bad. It was like I was short and kind of rude, but I wasn't like abusive in any way. What is my message to the world? I guess if I had some central message to the world, it would be avoid the unintended consequences of ill-considered action. You know, if you can. But that's very anti-SE on my part in my expression of things. Very, very expressing a implicit valuing of intuition over sensory stuff. So take it with a grain of salt. It may or may not meaningfully resonate with a different person depending on their attentional habits. Other messages to the world are things like try to be good to people, you know, instead of mean. Try not to exploit people at all. Don't be predatory at all. Live and let live. Respect individual rights. I have lots of different things I would say. Try to listen to good music instead of terrible music. That would be another thing I would say. What do I mean by good music? I mean, you know, like, hey, 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 listen to this music. Like that song, for example. Or this other song that goes, what you gonna do on a Sunday evening? Write some terrible songs about lemons. Stand by the lemon tree. Did we go to the In-N-Out in Vegas? No, we did not. We had an eventful trip in that I had a tire go out on the way up there, 20 miles out of Vegas. We had a tire blowout, and and that was unfortunate. But we got a tow into Vegas. Cost $300 some to get towed into Vegas, and then we got. I had to get it towed again once I was in Vegas. Like a couple days later, when I went to go deal with it, I got it towed. That was another $225 to get it towed. So we paid like $550 in towing costs. But getting the tire replaced actually only cost $140, which isn't too bad. And then we went out to a very fancy dinner that was, almost as expensive as our one most fancy dinner ever. And I don't think it was nearly as good, frankly. I enjoyed the meal. We had a good time and everything. I liked going out, and it was very fancy. Everybody was in tuxedos and stuff, all the waiters. And Rachel got crab, and I got ribeye. Yeah, we did get there in one piece. And she got Alaskan king crab. They also had at this place Florida stone crab. And but she got the Alaskan king crab. The waiter gave her the crabs. Show me the. Okay. It's not the kind of crabs that live in your crotch, all right? It's the kind of crabs from the ocean that you eat. Yeah. We went to see a magic show called Piff the Magic Dragon, which is at the Flamingo. And it was a well put together show, but depends on the variables of the combo. What's the tone content? Usually it's not a big deal. I'm not ever worried about other people listening into our conversation. Do you ever think about that, Rachel?
What?
Do you think like you worry about other people listening in on our conversation?
Oh, I always like our phones and stuff.
No, I mean like if we're having a conversation in public.
No, I never think about.
I never think about that.
No.
Either. I mean, it'd be good if they did listen to our conversation. I'm sure we're talking about something very interesting.
Sometimes, like, if I'm talking about, say, like, personalities or something, and I'm in the middle of a conversation and I'm saying, yeah, this person seemed really, like, metaphysical, sometimes I'll realize, like, oh, I have to I'm not going to stop this conversation just because I'm in a public setting, but then I'm realizing, like, oh, I'm still talking pretty loud and it's pretty not loud in here, so people are just going to have to guess what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I'm not worried, but like I catch stuff they're broadcasting and it's draining. Would you notice and be annoyed by this like mother who's not really disciplining her kids very much and they're kind of being crazy at the deli? I was annoyed by that. Like, police your children, woman. You just let go and let God, huh? That's smart. I like that. Sounds like you're just blaming it on God then, Ruben. Just blaming it on God. That's not going to get you anywhere. Not my fault. It's God's fault. You're home. God, that festival was loud. Well, I'm glad to know you are home now. If it's a clip that might get me mad, then I don't want to meow it. And I don't know. But Rachel can see it on her phone if she wants to.
I can't click on.
Oh, you want me to click on it?
Sometimes using the app on the phone, you can't click. Oh, I can.
Hello, my name is Lena Dunham. This is not my first.
Oh no, why would I like it?
Rachel doesn't, I don't think, like Lena Dunham very much. She's just letting her baby ruin the vibe.
I don't.
Well, all I wanted her to do was to tell her son at some point to stop giving the pet thing back to the little girl who's going to keep throwing it on the floor over and over again. He like handed it back to her like 10 times at least, and she kept throwing it back on the floor. And it was starting to bug.
Like, to some degree, I like Lena Dunham. Like, I don't think that the show Girls was a bad show. I just, in her memoir book, Not That Kind of Girl, like, she, like, really, like, was, she really was creepy when it came to her younger sister. And I understand that she was a child when she was,
I think Tiffany's on the road, possibly somewhere,
Yeah.
like at a weed store that we stopped at or something.
We don't know where Tiffany is.
But she might be in the backseat of the car someplace. I have to dig around through the trash and see if she's there. Well, it was an expensive dinner, but also we didn't pay for it. Rachel's mom paid for it.
Yeah. Hey, show media, just because she's not with us doesn't mean that we need to be saying that. She's good. Tiffany is a gem. And we miss her. I miss her. Who's gonna tell Max once he stinks?
You know, it's possible that she's going to show up at the door one day and be invisible, though.
True.
And we could still have her around, but she's invisible now. Until she reappears again at some point.
Honestly, I didn't see that many people live streaming at all. Like, at all.
I didn't see much of that, if any. But then the thing is, we didn't get to go around very much because I didn't have a car for much of the time. Yes, stop spamming 100% Jesus. Oh, okay, stop. You don't need to repeat yourself a bunch of times for us to see you. Just be patient 1 second.
We're from United States, California.
Exactly. Land of the golden sunshine. We did not go to Fremont Street. Rachel went to a museum with her mom.
We went to the museum. I don't know what it's called. It was like this installation piece with mirrors and perspective. Geez, I wish I could remember the name of it. My mom really enjoyed it though. She had a great time, so. And it was very interactive. I wouldn't recommend it for everyone who doesn't like, I wouldn't recommend it for people who don't like dark spaces and who get motion sickness because the perspective is kind of skewed by the mirrors, and everything is a large light installation. When you're in there's a lot of pieces based on water and like how waves are formed and how the current works.
Did you put on sunscreen, Rachel?
I did every day. Every day, I put sunscreen.
Hi,
on.
David. Hope
Hey,
you are
David.
well. Also, we also wish positive things for you and yours. For example, winning and hooray. Important stuff gets buried under too many stakeholders. No, I meant something much more magical thinking than that.
Thanks, Jenny Thong. Thanks, David.
Yeah, I'm here,
He's
lovely
here.
cat. I'm right over here, sitting here playing a little bit of poker with my finger. I'm using this finger. Did I go swimming today? No, I've not been swimming in quite some time. I did not go swimming today. I'm not going swimming tomorrow. I didn't go swimming yesterday. We're back from Vegas, so we don't have a swimming pool here. Even if we did, I don't like swimming. Swimming is getting wet without taking a shower. Why bother? So, Kim, what time do you want? Monday at what time? I've got a few possible times for you. You could have 11:30 to 12:30. You have any time between 11 and 1, or between 10 and 1. Whatever. Or you could have it after 2 o'clock. Hi, Serpent 17. I hate swimming in chlorine. It's terrible for your skin. That's the same reason I hate swimming in ditches. Terrible for my skin. You're not sure. Oh, do you know what time though? I don't need to know whether you're publishing, but do you know what time? You have a question. I'm so proud of you. You and your question.
Yeah. Oh, there's no client list. I heard that there was gonna be. I don't know. I can't listen to any of that stuff anymore. It's so disappointing.
You're not wrong. Why are you wearing that trouser? Are you artisan? I mean overalls? I'm wearing these overalls because we went to town today to go to the store, and these have a built-in purse right here for me to put my wallet and my phone and stuff. So there you have it. That's all the news that's fit to print. You don't have to publish it all. You can publish or not publish. Those are your choices.
Yeah, you don't have to. And like you can have the video just for yourself.
I guess if you wanted to publish for members only, I could do that. I've never done that before, but that is a possible thing I could do.
Yeah.
Thanks. Somebody recommended this brand of overalls to me. Somebody here on the internet named Lou.
Yeah, they really suit you.
Yeah. There's just one little problem with these overalls.
Just one little problem.
The zipper right here has not worked since the day I got them. It just never has worked. What happens when you buy clothes from the internet instead of in the store?
It's just like, I don't know, like when I think that there's gonna be justice, it's just like it's just disappointing.
It doesn't matter to me, Kim, either way. So you do whatever you want. And you can change your mind, too. If you just want to publish and then later say, I want to take it down, that's fine, too. Hi, good time. Is now a good time to say that you're a good time?
I might have Polish ancestors. We have family. Like I think when I did 23andMe, it showed that there was family from Poland, and my grandma's maiden name is Wasko, which is very Polish.
What's that to the left? You mean the table?
Yeah, there's a garbage pail on the table. You're Scottish through and through, David. Do you find that, like, if you're in the company of other English speaking people, that sometimes people have trouble understanding your Scottish accent? They don't understand you. There was when we were watching last one, Standing Naked and Afraid, there was a contestant who's Scottish, and he had a difficulty with his partners in that he was working with because there was the language barrier. What do they call it? It was lost in translation. What he was saying.
Apparently, you stole the sheik's heart, Rachel. See.
Oh, I stole the sheik's
Oh,
heart.
I'm sorry. I thought it was my heart that you stole. The thing
Oh.
to the left of you. Wasn't
Oh.
after all. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, what are we gonna do with his heart now that you've stolen it? Should we just throw it in the garbage?
Oh, I can give it to
Goodwill.
Kim Kardashian. She's looking for
A new heart.
Yeah.
We could give it to Goodwill.
Her mom's like pimping. So like apparently I don't know if this is true, but whether they paid or not, or whether they just like, really wanted to be on the. I believe that they really wanted to be on the guest list for the Bezos Sanchez wedding.
Who did?
The Kardashian family, because there was a rumor that like she actually paid to like be invited to the wedding, because she's pimping out her daughters. She's like, oh, Kanye's gone. Like, Khloe keeps dating someone who's cheated on her. Like, I have a lot of female daughters. I have a lot of daughters. I'm gonna pimp them out.
You mean 1 o'clock California time, Kim? That's what I was talking about.
One,
okay.
2, 3.
1 o'clock. No, 1 o'clock you can't have 1 o'clock. That's one time you can't have.
Yeah.
You can't have 1 to 2. I've already got a session right then. You can have 2 o'clock. You can have noon, but you can't have 1.
That is funny, David. It's funny because there were Scottish comedians that were getting broadcast in England and there were subtitles on the screen. Haha, so funny.
No, I've never tried moonshine, not real moonshine. I used to drink a lot, but I don't drink anymore. But I never had home brewed alcohol.
I tried it once. A coworker of mine, like, we did house on. She had an uncle or something that made moonshine. She brought it in and she let me have like a little taste of it.
Mm. Ike is married to God, like a nun. Nuns are all married to Jesus.
Thanks, Jason Rude.
Judy Ivy, hello. Jason Rude, hello. So you have to pick a different time, Kim. You picked a time that is not possible for you to have.
Hello, Judy Ivy.
Is that a cat in a martini glass or something?
No, it's a flower.
Oh.
But I can see how you think that. It does look like a cat in a martini glass. I feel like the time that we spent with my mom is like just the right amount too. Like the last day that we were there, she started getting into like things that like I started to not agree with her on. she had a really good time. We had a good time. It was nice. And it really was like the right amount of time. Um, like on the last day, she just started talking about stuff that like I just didn't see eye to eye with her on. So
No, Tenzin, I was never a lady slayer. I've always been a little push shy.
well, I'm glad to hear that, David. Um,
well, yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. You probably shouldn't have said that to the cops. Or not suggest saying, get out of here, Baldy, to the cops.
we're in the Pacific, so you're 3 hours ahead of us.
If you want 1 o'clock your time, Kim, that's, let's see. That's 10 a.m. I could do 10:30. I could do 1:30 your time.
You find that cannabis helps the most? That's good. Sometimes it doesn't help. David. So you had another, what do they call it? Episode. You had a BPD episode. You're very like self-aware when it comes to that.
What do you think about Indians? I don't have any opinion about Indians in general. I just think that individuals are individuals wherever they're from.
What is a BPD relapse like? Okay, so like I know that what's his name? Pete Davidson has BPD and he's getting rid of all his tattoos because they reminded him of his times when he was like using drugs. But like I wonder if he's like still smoking weed because I know that he was a heavy smoker and I don't think it did anything bad to him. Like personally, like I wasn't like, oh, this guy's a mess. Like other drugs maybe, but like do you really need to like delete like basically like delete all the like that's just all your tattoos?
Tattoos are ill-advised. You're ill-advised to get tattoos in the first place. It's like, do you really want that picture on you for the rest of your life, no matter how much you love that picture?
I know most people that have at least more than one tattoo regret at least one of them.
Well, yeah, the question is simply feather or dot. Yeah, I regret one of mine. Indians from India love using bows and arrows all the time. That's how they hunt their cows. Well, they certainly do treat cows well, Tenzin, so think about that. If you judge the nation by how well it treats its cows, India would totally be winning. I don't think indica leaning strains don't help if they cause paranoia, so I stick to more sativa leaning strains. I like sativas better just because they're less headachy.
Yeah, I like them too.
Less heavy. We got this fantastic sativa heavy hybrid right now, this stuff. You said 2? Oh, 2 o'clock. Okay, cool. I'll put you down for 2 o'clock. I keep in mind though, Kim, that we'll call it 2:05, 2:10. I might be a few minutes late because my other typing session ends right at 2 o'clock. But I'll put it down here. And then I'll have to get your email address. You send me an email, please. I'll put your email address and then you'll get a calendar invite. My email for you to reference is I am behind on the chat, okay? There's no reason to tease me. Thanks. I got them from the internet. So I was pretty pleased by how smoothly the whole car problem thing worked out.
I was really happy about that too.
I got a little paranoid on the way home. I thought we had another tire problem and even stopped at Baker to have it checked out. But then I looked more carefully at the tire. They didn't see any actual problem. And India is the land of knowledge and great philosophers, but India lacks civic sense. India is the home to one of the history's greatest mathematicians, who was just some random dude who happened to be a super genius or whatever. I forget what his name is. But it was 20th century, I believe. But India is not a land of great knowledge or philosophy. It's the alternative to that, right? It's mysticism. Yes, we sold the other house. It closed on Monday. We got the money on Tuesday, so we don't have to worry about that anymore / ever again. And I'm very glad about that. So now you have to send me an email so that I know what your email address is. And then I'll put it on the calendar. Yeah, well, Buddha's not correct about things, though. To be correct, one would have to acknowledge that one can't forsake attachment without forsaking being human. One can't simply forsake, for example, or pathologize or minimize the meaningfulness of one's ideational mind. In other words, what Buddhism would call the monkey mind, the jumping from thought to thought and lots of ideas, etc. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just an alternative way of paying attention to the one that Buddha prioritized. Buddha just made the mistake of universalizing his own cognitive function, what worked for him cognitive function wise, onto everybody else, which is just butt fuckery.
I really don't like the non-killing of everything. Like,
were you gonna just eat like fallen nuts all the time? Even then you're killing some sort of seed, right?
technically, yeah. You know, just like, I mean, like mosquitoes. Like,
Eve Falcon says, you have no idea why this is on your YouTube, because you were meant to see and enjoy this YouTube channel. This is a YouTube channel you were meant to come to and spend the rest of your days here, enjoying our company, chatting with us about various things. No, we did not mention that the other house had a central AC problem, because we just didn't put on there that it has air conditioning, and that was fine. I don't doubt the plants have feelings, but for example, I'm growing these plants in the back for the purpose of them getting buds on them and me harvesting them. They're annuals, they're going to die at the end of the year anyway. So when I start harvesting it, that's fine. They don't get to fulfill their destiny of getting all filled with seeds, because I don't grow males, obviously, but if I didn't harvest them, they wouldn't exist at all.
so Kim, just to make sure, that's 2 o'clock, 2:05 Monday, Pacific time, right?
So it's 5 o'clock your time. Well, when I get her email, then I'll send her, she'll get an invite and she can change the time if she wants to.
Okay.
Once you get an invite, if you don't like the existing time, you can say, can we change to a different time? Alright, I got your email address. That's okay. There. Done diddly on. You should now get a calendar invite. You should now get the calendar invite of your life. You will subscribe. You don't have, it doesn't cost anything to subscribe to this channel. Just gotta push the little bell and say, hallelujah.
That's cute, Kim.
You were afraid of hurting grass's feelings? I'm surprised you weren't just afraid of hurting it by breaking the grass. None of us here had sex in a while. I had sex not last night, but the night before. I think it was. Yeah, right. Well, that's a membership. If you want to become a member, you could, but don't feel like obligated at all. If you want it, that'd be great, but we don't expect anything from anybody. Well, because that's a more reasonable thing to be concerned about. I also get freaked out when we have some kind of hurt animal.
Yeah.
It makes me membership does come with special emojis you can use. Yes, it was. It was wonderful. We didn't have sex the night of our anniversary, probably because I think we were both a little bit tired. But then we did the next night. Wednesday night. It was a little bit of a gambling blue balls trip for me. I didn't gamble very much, and there were a couple of reasons for this. One had to do with not having a car, so we didn't really try to go any place other than where we were, you know. And the other matter of significance was the Flamingo is terrible for gambling. They have like 6 to 5 blackjack and other assorted nonsense. They have triple zero roulette. So I didn't want to gamble there very much. I gambled a little bit there. I lost like, I don't know, a little over $100 there probably. But in total for the 3 nights and 4 days or whatever we were there, I only lost less than $500. That's a good amount of not losing money. Most of the money I lost on Keno of all things. So, I didn't like the blackjack at the hotel. I didn't like the roulette. The biggest win for me was roulette. It was actually playing that 000 roulette wheel at the Flamingo. I sat down before I even noticed it had 000 on it. And I hit 0. I also hit this greens that paid 11 to 1, which should also have paid more probably, but whatever. But I only spun one spin on the roulette wheel. I had each of the zeros. I had $5 on each of the zeros, plus $5 on the greens in general, and I hit the 0. So. Sometimes I do have luck gambling. I think the slabs didn't want me to gamble this trip, you know. I'd like to play craps, but I don't know how to play it. Rachel won. One time, Rachel and I were sitting down next to each other at a blackjack machine because they had blackjack machines too. And Rachel won at that blackjack machine. That helped. Craft has better odds than most games, yeah. But I think, Rachel and I already discussed, we'll probably go down to Chuchansky before too long. Because I do feel like I didn't get my gambling nut off. That's blackjack, David. That's the game I probably most like to play, but I play some other table games too. Blackjack, you have the best odds in the casino. Hi, Gyalt. How you doing? We are back. We're back from Vegas and better than ever. Didn't cost us too much. Rachel's mom paid for most of our meals and paid for the hotel room as well. And paid for the show we all three went to, which was called Pip the Magic Dragon, which was pretty good. I didn't hate it anyway. But depending on where you play it, I can also like playing Ultimate Texas Hold'em. You gotta have a casino that's not trying to squeeze every penny out of the gamblers or whatever. It wasn't quite midnight, but yeah, it was on the later side in the evening, and I didn't get upset or anything. At that point, I was done being frustrated. Vegas is fine, but you probably just don't. It's not a good idea to stay on the strip. Like, if I were gonna go to Vegas on my own, I would go to maybe South Point. South Point has on its billboards like all blackjack pays 3 to 2 all tables. I like that. That indicates like they're saying we want to attract gamblers here who don't want to get reamed by strip bullshit. But I actually find the gambling at Chuchansky better for sure than the gambling at Flamingo. How do you know I made up my own language as a child? That was such a weirdly specific thing to know. What was it called? Kimish? There's a lot of money in Vegas at any one time for sure. But the other thing that made me, called Kiko, the other thing that made me not lose so much money was the fact that I kept spending my cash on other things. And then one time I went to the ATM to get more cash out, and I hadn't gotten very much cash out that day, but because I had spent it all on stuff other than gambling, and then it was like, you can't take more cash out. I think all the games are rigged in the same kind of predictable fashion, which is if you play for any length of time, you will gradually lose your money if you play it at ones that aren't skewed so heavily in the casino's favor, or quickly lose your money if you play on ones that are skewed heavily in the casino's favor. Like, there are some games that are definitely better than other games. For example, blackjack's a lot better than 3-card poker as table games go. And 3-card poker is better than slot machines, you know. Fine, you fucker. I mean, you definitely have a statistical disadvantage going against the casino, but the thing is, what people don't ever, I never really heard anybody but me say this, is the advantage the player has is they get to choose when to show up and when to leave. And accordingly, they kind of dictate the terms of the meow, you know? Okay, most people don't leave when they're up, or even if they do, they don't leave when they're at their peak of being up, which, you know, you can only guesstimate where that's going to be. I think that maybe the best way to gamble, the way I plan to gamble when we do go to Chachansky, is to say, all right, I'm going to play three $50 hands of blackjack with the possibility in mind that I might have to double on one of them. And then we'll see where I'm at after that, right? And I'll get up after that, and then I'll either have turned 150 into more or less than 150. Hopefully, I won't lose all three hands and be down 150. But whatever I buy in for, whatever the game, the idea is I like to try to go, all right, this is how much I'm going to bet, and then when anyone that I win on, I'm going to put that over here on this side. If I lose it, then I lose it, you know. And when I'm done with this betting stack, I have this stack over here. So you don't get those two piles mixed up. That helps you to gamble better if you do that, I think. Yeah, I'm not that kind of gambler. I'm not counting cards trying to work an advantage over the casino, but I am trying to bet smarter rather than less smart. Some of the time, anyway. And certainly blackjack, you got a decent fighting chance if you don't play a lot of hands. If you play a lot of hands, then you don't. Apparently, Baccarat's not too bad at odds, and so is craps. But I've never played either of those games. Uncle, the fuck are you doing? Sitting here playing poker, chatting with you on the live stream. What TF you doing? You're also on YouTube, you mean? Does that tell me? Shocking. How would I ever have guessed? No, I'm not going to get GTA 6. Just as I failed to get any of the previous 5 GTAs. Well, it kind of sounds fun. If we had guests come over more often who like that kind of thing, maybe I'd get it. I do have a PS5, but I put it away. I don't even play it often enough to keep it out. I certainly got the, at times, agonizing existential dread. It's called getting the morbs, yo. You just got the morbs. Gets better when you go outside. One game I've never been able to get into is GTA games. Because you don't like to run or steal people's cars. That's good. Would ever just stop going all in all the time? God. I like Red Dead Redemption 2 graphics. What kind of game is that? Is it a shooter? I mean, my favorite game of all time probably was SimCity 2000, way back when I was like 18 or 19 years old. I really liked that game. But I also liked some, like the Ultima series when I was a kid, when I was a little kid. Ultima 1, Ultima 2, Ultima 3. I remember enjoying a game called Bard's Tale. So Western shooter dated in 1887. Huh. Well, that sounds interesting. Kiko. Kiko is the name of her language, I think. And you said it like this. Kiko koko kakiki koko. It only had 3 syllables in it. It had very long words accordingly. Kiko koko kiki koko kiki koko kiki kiko. That means hello in Kikoko, the language of Chem. For some reason, staying inside all day tinkering doesn't fulfill my emotional needs. Who'd thunk it? Well, that's why you're here. You're fulfilling your emotional needs right here, right now, thanks to the warm goodness and nurturing health of Eric. Yeah, I'm a natural speaker. I didn't make up any language when I was a child. Turns out I already had a perfectly good one called English. Wakarimashita.失礼します。わかった。そうですか。Ohio. Good conversation is very therapeutic for you. Oh. I do know all the anime phrases. It's true. I think I got a problem with benzos. They keep up on you and then you're hooked like any other drug, I suppose. Rachel takes benzos as prescribed them. She takes Klonopin every day. And it's maybe not ideal, but not the worst thing in the world. And she sometimes skips a day or two. If she's tired, like post Adderall, she'll get tired without the benzos. Yes, I'm from California, United States, Mariposa County. Smack dab in the center of the state. Like center north-south, center east-west, too. You get Valium and prescribed for taking more than you should. Well, that's because Valiums are weak sauce, dude. You can pop 4 or 5 Valiums, no problem. Pop 4 or 5 Klonopins, you're going to be out for a while. Like to repeal the 16th and 17th Amendments, huh? Let's see. I have to look those up. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't think, I think that may be a little drastic repealing the. I mean, it seems like we can. What do you not like about the 17th Amendment? You don't think they should be elected by the people, senators? They should be elected by who? What group of aristocrats do you propose elect them? You mean you want the smaller states to be disempowered? Is that what you're saying? I understand what your point is here. What's your opposition to the 17th Amendment? Obviously, nobody loves the fact that the federal government took on the power to tax individuals and their income, but at the same time, you don't just rip down a bunch of trash in the bottom of the ocean after a bunch of reef has grown on top of it, right? Yeah, well, I don't think we're going to quite get rid of or replace the income tax, okay? But I I do think that we could much more sensibly tax individuals via the federal authority to tax by doing a consumption tax and getting rid of any progressive taxation, because obviously progressive taxation is a nightmare. That's why we have 14,000 pages plus of federal tax code. It doesn't make any sense, but we do anyway, right? So don't throw the baby out with the meow water. Okay, I won't. I don't know what we're talking about. Starving out blue states. I mean, look, no states should be expecting to get a bunch of federal money, right? If you if you want to be sane about the world, we recognize that the federal government is supposed to be the government of the states. The states are supposed to be the government of the people. It's fine that federal constitutional rights have been incorporated so that they restrict the state authority as well. I think that's a good thing, but that's consistent with the federal government's jurisdictional scope and fundamental purpose and authority. I get that a federation is more robust than a confederacy, but it's still, in some level, supposed to be a a league of independent states. There's 44 pounds for 50 grams of amber leaf rolling tobacco. That's ridiculous. Well, California makes plenty of mistakes, no doubt about that. But it kind of depends on where you live in California. I live in a wonderfully rural county. There are no stoplights in my whole county, and it's a small population of people. No, she's not. She never made it into the hotel. She got misplaced somewhere along the way on the trip. So she may still be in the back seat underneath some trash or something. I haven't really checked it out yet. We'll go look when I have a break on this tournament or something. Or if I bust out. Industry and economic climate is badly different from state to state, even county to county. No, I'm not out on bail right now, Mark McElwee. Don't be ridiculous. Why would it be on bail? Out on bail. I'm not guilty of any crimes. Oh, you're asking Mark. Okay. Yeah, Mark, are you out on bail right now? And if so, that's fine. I don't assume you're guilty just because you're out on bail. Well, I mean, it may or may not help fill those gaps in the status quo, Spooky Finger, but it doesn't come from nowhere, right? So the only way the federal government gets money is from squeezing it out of American taxpayers, and they already have $4 trillion a year in tax revenue. So the idea that we could potentially cut taxes is a good idea. There's no reason for any body of government to need more than $4 trillion a year to do business, right? So the point is, I'm not entirely opposed to any kind of federal program. I'm not an ideologue. I just one has to understand that the only kind of federal assistance that's proven effective in any meaningful sense for doing anything is direct cash payments to individuals. So if you want to do redistributionist policies, then you need to collect taxes equally from everybody. Ideally, the percentage be the same for equally. Either flat tax, either flat income tax, or consumption tax. Either way, you'll always have rich people paying way more than poor people simply because they make more money. But how many beers before you start doing the Chinese accent? No disrespect to Chinese people. I don't drink alcohol. 30 CJ Beast. So no amount of beers. I don't do a very good Chinese accent, so I don't typically do one. I can do Chinese woman on the phone if you'd like. 你好，喂喂喂对呀对呀对对，我在你，baby. That's a Chinese woman on the phone. Hi, kitty. Hello, kitty. Hello, kitty. I'm against the death penalty for procedural reasons. Which is to say, I don't believe the courts should be abdicating a possible remedy for their role as a possible remedy for somebody should new evidence come to light. And we've seen that happen in plenty of cases where DNA exonerated somebody or proved somebody's guilt, but the point is, or was consistent with somebody's guilt, right? But the point is, because the courts are the only legal remedy for anybody who wants to attain justice, then they need to preserve a situation where they can provide that mechanism of justice should it be needed by an innocent person as new evidence comes to light. Because the courts are not mistake free. Innocent people do get put into jail, and we like to conceptualize things in terms of I bet he's got a 10. Yeah, we got to conceptualize things in terms of yeah. I don't even know what I'm talking about. That's fine. I used to be on Medicaid, great program, famous being gutted. I think I read that. Well, I mean, the bottom line is when the government gives something out for free, people don't treat it the same way they do treat other things. Like, I wouldn't try to defraud you out of money that I don't deserve, but chances are I wouldn't have any problem doing that with the government if it wasn't technically fraud, right? Like, most people are like that. I'm not saying I would actually be like that, but so I think that's why I'm opposed to those things, death penalty, because we don't know for sure that new evidence is going to come out that is going to exonerate somebody, and we have to preserve their life so they can have that legal remedy available to them. I'm paid next nothing for my fibromyalgia meds. The thing is, most people that will exploit something that they don't have to pay for will use it, even if they're not trying to be exploitative, will use it wantonly. So like, I remember when I was when I was like 19, 20 years old or something, my parents had eye insurance and I was on the eye insurance and they wanted me to use the free glasses that I get with my eye insurance, even though there was nothing at all wrong with my eyes. I went to the optometrist and got a pair of free reading glasses anyway, even though I didn't need them um, at all. Just because, well, we have the insurance, might as well get what we can get from it. Otherwise, what do we have it for? You know? That's the problem with insurance in general. It's the problem with the American healthcare system is that we've codified insurers as a middleman, just guaranteeing that costs skyrocket. We just pay for all of our medical expenses out of cost. And accordingly, we can complain when they're not good. Well, I'm not saying that there shouldn't be some kind of solution. I'm just saying that it needs to be a good solution. It's cheaper for us to pay out of pocket for sure. You know, we each have the same psychiatrist who we pay whatever we pay to a year in total, who prescribes almost all of our drugs, who prescribes all of our drugs that we get. And one time I had to take Rachel to an urgent care, but you know, since we're getting prescribed all the drugs we need to get by one doctor, it's cheaper than health insurance for sure. Now, I'm going to need to go get some additional health stuff done because I got to get a diabetes test, because I'm going to get some dental surgery, etc. And I'm going to pay for that out of pocket. And even so, all of that going to the urgent care and getting that is still going to be cheaper than I'd pay per month in healthcare in health insurance premiums. And if I did pay that increasing amount in health insurance premiums, obviously I'm going to try to get as much health care out of it as I can, like anybody would, which is why it's such a terrible idea to codify a middleman. Healthcare would be a lot cheaper, a lot more affordable, a lot just better for everybody if instead of having codified middlemen insurers, we had health insurance be illegal in the country. You cannot get health insurance. Accordingly, if you want to get health insurance, instead of paying into health insurance, you get to pay into a bank account that you make for yourself and keep that money aside for when you need the health insurance. Everything would cost way less. The reason healthcare costs are skyrocketing is because when somebody feels like the insurance is going to pay for something, it feels like nobody's going to pay for it. I'm a big anti-insurance guy.
Who taught you about insurance? Were your parents into insurance?
My dad loved insurance. I just see it as inherently dumb because you're betting against yourself. I'm oiled up, don't worry. I'm as oily as a sperm whale who's been cut open and all the sperm whales flying up all around. That's how oily I am. Well, that's never going to happen. There's no such thing as free healthcare. In other words, you're saying, I wish doctors and nurses wouldn't get paid. I wish that people who made drugs wouldn't get paid. I mean, that's not true. It's not free. It's
Isn't he paying out taxes?
yeah, to take it out of your wages. Yeah. But the thing is, ideally, we wouldn't have to pay for anybody's healthcare costs except for our own. We always have to pay for our own some way or another. But there are certain government programs who say that say like, well, you shouldn't have to pay for most of your healthcare costs because you're poor. Well, that's why programs like that and a bunch of other interference to the marketplace cause it to be unaffordable for everybody. Otherwise, it wouldn't be unaffordable. Well, people should, if you get free healthcare, then you should expect to get shitty healthcare, right? After all, how can you complain about it? when I wasn't happy with my doctor, I complained. I hired him for a session, which I don't think he charged me for actually, and just so I could complain to him about how he fucked up. And of course, I got my satisfaction. Otherwise, what am I gonna? They're just gonna say, "Well, we don't care. You don't pay anything for it. So why are you yelling at me? You're not paying me. You're not the boss of me. You're just some patient that is just another cattle thing in the cattle pen because nobody is being responsible about using this shit because everybody gets it for free." Pink cocaine. That's not really cocaine. It's a mix of a bunch of different things. Where cocaine's bad too. Mental health is completely underfunded. Well, the thing is, Rachel was perfectly well funded in her mental health treatment for many years by health insurance that her mom and the Mercy Medical Center exploited to make Rachel be a cash cow so that they could just keep giving her services she didn't want and didn't need so that they could charge insurance company for it. This went on for like a decade
Yeah, it was really.
until she got with me, and then we put an end to that right away.
Yeah. Like what would happen was I would have a manic episode. They would stick me in the hospital, and like the hospital would just put me on medication that was like temporarily helpful, but the Mercy Medical Center where I was getting treated at under my insurance didn't do anything to change that. They weren't like, "Oh, are you happy on your medication? Do you need tweaks here?" They were like, "No, like this is what the hospital says that you needed. We're going to continue with that."
They didn't listen to her at all, basically. And then, but they did listen to her mom, even though her mom wasn't the patient. And concurrently, when we got our hired psychiatrist, we pay out of pocket, who doesn't take insurance at all. He had her basically cured in just a few visits.
Yeah. It was night and day.
All of a sudden, she went from being not properly treated by medication to, bam, completely sane. No difficulties whatsoever.
And he really listened to me. Like, he had me first just on Klonopin for sleep because he listened to the fact that my manic episodes usually happen when I don't get sleep. So he fixed that, but then the Klonopin was making me depressed. So he came up with a mixture of medication that would help with that. And yeah, like right away it helped.
Yeah, once he added the last component of this three-piece magic bullet, it was like the lights went on in her behind her eyes, and she was like totally sane again.
Yeah.
You guys are a bunch of racist old farts. Why would you call us racist, Assbuster? After all, aren't you being a little ageist?
Ooh, caught you at your own game.
I'm currently, by the way, not busting my ass. I'm just chilling. So if you want to go bust ass, bust it someplace else, okay? Around here, we're chilling.
We're filibustering.
Yeah, we're filibustering. Make sure them diapers are on. I don't have any diapers.
That's so ageist. You're being a hypocrite for calling someone racist and then being ageist.
Most of all, Assbuster, you're being unoriginal and uninteresting, which is, in fact, the biggest crime of all. I'm not causing genocide in Gaza today. Okay? So I can't stop it. I don't want to talk about Palestine. I find the whole topic dreary at best. Let's see. I am the winner with my full house. Hooray, hooray for me. You know, it's not that I don't think that Palestine's got a perfectly good case to make. They do. You know, the Palestinians are understandably unhappy with the Israelis and the whole 9 yards, right? But it doesn't mean I've got infinite attention to give to the matter. And this has been going on since I was in high school, before then even. It's out of all of our control, so I don't see the point in the debate. 5, 6, 7, 8, I need a 9, I don't have, or a 4, I don't have, so I'll just fold. I'm not wearing diapers, and I'm not genociding Palestine. But I think maybe I will play you guys a wonderful song. I know you'd like that. I need a 6 to get it straight. No such luck for me. Alright, with such luck for you today, because what are we going to get? We're going to get an exciting song. Alright, let's go. Come on, everybody. Alright, let's go. You want to hear this song? I teach piano. I teach it with my fingers. Yeah, I teach piano. I use all 10 my fingers. I use my thumb and my fingers as well. I will teach piano until I have been sent to hell. Land of the Rising Sun, huh? Okay. Oh yeah. Alright. Oh, come on now. Land of the Rising Sun. Woohoo, yeah. Land of the Rising Sun. Woohoo, yeah. That's a lot of fun in the land of the rising sun. Ooh yeah, and then, ooh yeah, and then, ooh yeah, ooh yeah, ooh yeah, ooh yeah. Yeah.
So jazzy.
That was jazzy. That was so jazzy. Okay, I'm going to tell you a story in song form. It's about somebody really important to our nation's history. A lady named Rosa Parks. You get different sounds though. Once I was riding on the bus down in Selma, Alabama. Once I was riding on the bus in Selma, Alabama, and this lady was riding the bus. The bus driver said, "Lady, go sit in the back of the bus." So she meekly did, until I said to her, "Hey lady, don't take that shit from him." And that's how I started the civil rights movement. That Saturday, it was the civil rights movement I launched with my rebellious ways. You know how everybody remembers Martin Luther King. Well, really, they should remember me. Thank you, thank you. I've done a wonderful job of playing a couple of songs now. Now I'm going to play a song that I wrote on the piano called, those were songs obviously famous songwriters wrote, but they're weird sounding. Okay, stop beeping at me all the time. Jeez. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. Russ, even over a couple of guys work at the dairy from 9 to 5. Russ and Steven think they've arrived. They work at the dairy the rest of their lives. You love writing poetry? I've got a poem for you. Goes a little something like this. Ba-dee-ba-doo, ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo. This is my poem, it's for you. Roses are red, violets are blue, daisies are yellow, and something is the hue of brown. P is for poem that I write. I write it with my fist every single night. P is for poem that is true. O is for ovary and E is for overdue. M is for me and P is for poem. In case you forgot, This is one of those poems, you've heard them a lot. It starts with the spelling of something. Then it's all like, this is for that, and this is for the other, and that's a fact, this is my poem. Do you love it? Yes, you do. This is for poem. It's a poem, it's not for ovary, it's for overdue. That's different than ovary for me and you. In case you didn't recall. Uh-oh, it's not good. Now there's a flush on the board. But that's okay, I'm just gonna check with my 47 big blind. I think I might be best. And we split the pot 3 ways indeed. I didn't say ovary because I got no need. I've got no ovaries in my pants. No ovaries in my uterus, which I got in France, but it doesn't work. I'm on that Zaw. What's that Zaw? So, well, you know, sometimes when I'm playing songs, people are just transfixed by the glorious music, I guess. I don't think I'm best, really. I'm a fool. That's what I was thinking too, is pizza. Zaw normally for pizza, but maybe I want something better than pizza. I hope. Something like, I don't know. Maybe drugs. Let's go, everybody. It's your time to shine. It's a party. This is a party for you and me. First I'll go around and I'll bring some piñatas. Everybody have a lot of good time. You got to wear a costume cause it's a masquerade ball. If you're not in costume, I will throw your ass out down the hall. It's a very, very, very extremely insistent costume party. You dress as a rat and I'll dress as cheese. You dress as a giraffe and I'll have some knees. You dress as my friend and I'll wear these bees as a hat. Everybody will enjoy that. For sure. Wow, hey, look at this, it's a party track. We can dance to this. Everybody's dancing all around. Here, have some hors d'oeuvres I found on the ground. I think you'll like them a lot if you try them, even though they're ground. Tick-tock from the ground, I think you'll like them a lot. And later on, we'll bring more tater tots around for you and everybody to eat. No, I didn't win big. I only lost less than $500, which is not a lot considering I was in Las Vegas for 3 nights and more than that in terms of total time. And so it is okay for me to have only lost that much. The end. Well, greatest concert ever? Yeah. But all good things must come to an end, including that good thing.
It really was a good thing.
Thanks, darling. What I need now is some liquid refreshment, a beverage of some kind. I think I'm going to get a non-alcoholic beer. Our tournament's on break. I will go smoke a cigarette then. So I wore multiple of your hats during the trip, Winston's mom, that you've given me, and I got complimented at dinner on one of the hats I wore to dinner. The busboy said, "Oh, I really like your hat." Something like that. He could have just been kissing my ass.
He pointed to me after he was like, "Yeah, your husband, like, it's classy. You don't see hats anymore."
You really, and I really didn't see anybody wearing hats like that in Vegas, did you?
No, which is so funny. Like, I thought I saw more people dressed down than up. Which is
Especially at the Flamingo, you know.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people in bathing suits walking around the hotel.
Yeah.
Would you like to sit or stand? I should go get my cigarettes. I stink. That's me.
Oh.
I stink to high heaven.
Thanks, Kim. Are you still at the festival? No, oh my God, no. Did it take a lot out of you? Yeah, too much stimulation, yeah. I'm sure it was loud. It'll probably be even louder on the weekend, you know, this coming weekend. What kind of festival was it? You like roses, William? Artsy booths and stuff. Do they have like people who made
Artsy
jewelry?
Booths. Artsy Booths sounds like a name of like an old West lady.
Artsy booths?
Booths.
Booths, yeah, it does.
Artsy Booths. It's very
Artsy
difficult
booths.
to say. Booths is difficult. Like the sixth of the booths
The sixth of the booths.
would be difficult to say.
Yeah, that would. Oh, you tried to write some poetry? Maybe you can make it a haiku, David. I hear you, Kim. Sometimes like the heat and the amount of people and just being there wears you out. Hey, Asher. Sorry for calling you Asher. Hey, Alec.
I watched the new reincarnated vending machine this morning. It was quite good. For the anime of the season. Crunchyroll's got a good summer season going on. I like most of everything I'm watching. And I even have a little bit of kind of backlog to watch because I didn't watch much when I was in Vegas. We did watch the Athletics. We managed to watch both the Athletics games in Vegas. Or did we watch 3 of them? No, we watched the last one last night here. Yeah. We watched 2 of them in Vegas. Tuesday and Wednesday night's Athletics game. Any thoughts on how to best use bacon to cause maximum offense to Muslims? Uh, I'd say draw a picture of Muhammad with bacon on his head and a big strip in his mouth and him going, pork, delicious.
Maybe he's like doing he has one of the pieces of the bacon, and just like in Lady and the Tramp, like Jesus is on the other side of the bacon.
And he's giving a rabbi a hand job.
Wow, that's a lot going on.
Yeah. Jesus on the other side of the bacon.
Yeah. And then
Jesus is feeding the Muhammad guy. Jesus is feeding Muhammad bacon while Muhammad's giving a rabbi a hand job. It's their fault for being all offended so easily. I'm Christian, but I'm not offended when people make jokes about it. Except for that, that's a big B.
I hear it. Oh wow, it is a big B.
That's a real bumbler. If it comes around again, I'll show you. Everybody. In the meantime, there. What are you offended by, Eric? Like bullying, body shaming. I don't know if that qualifies as offended. Stuff that says to somebody, you're not okay. Music has literally saved your life. Music is very powerful.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like being told to do certain things. Sometimes I don't mind being told how to do things better. I may or may not actually listen, but what I'm less likely to like is being told what to do or what not to do. But I was able to kind of really sympathize with the STJs of the world, SFJs to a certain extent as well on this trip, because I wanted the whole real estate thing to be done before we left here. Just for no other reason than I didn't want to think about it. I wanted it to be done. But it didn't actually close till the end of the day on Monday. And it drove me crazy not being able to know, what I wanted to know was, okay, yes, the money came through, so Lara's gonna down me so I can just go ahead and spend like I'm on vacation already. Or, which I ended up having to do, which was say, okay, well, we're gonna have to spend like we're super tight until we know the money's actually coming through today. And it didn't end up coming through that day. It ended up coming through the day after, but we didn't know that until way late. And that made me very upset. That I couldn't find out what the answer was when I wanted to know it, because I had other things contingent on my planning of, UCJs are great. I'm not saying they're not great, but I am saying that they don't like it when you don't let them plan things, when you don't commit to, we're doing this at this time. Rachel's mom's an ESTJ, and we basically had to plan out our schedule with her ahead of time, which is not normally how we try. It's fine. We had to find time and made her happy, and that's part of the thing to do here. Is she's getting older. She's a good 20 years older than me, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So.
It was, I don't know, I felt like it was the right amount of time. I know I said that before, but, Like the last day, my mom like started to like. Well, she did a little bit the first day too. But like,
Well, so like, see, an example of how she didn't like it when her plan was upset was even though the reason we didn't need her parking pass was because I, I had a flat tire. I couldn't move the car. I wasn't in the right spot or anything. She still didn't was unhappy that we didn't use her parking pass.
your dad's an ESTJ. What's the relation, the socionics relation, Fly Guy, for INTJ, ESTJ? There's definitely something there. I think. Do you think that ENFJs can be overbearing too? I think it depends on the. Well, yeah. ESFJs can be overbearing, especially if they're a social type.
Yeah, David, you should definitely just record yourself playing. If you're gonna play the guitar and sing a song or something, just record that. Don't even try to bother multi-tracking it first. Just put it up and I'll give you feedback on it.
My mom, my mom is only stressed when things are out of her control. So, like, if we had been there for like a few more days and we kind of wanted to do more of what we wanted to do, not what she wanted to do, it would have become stressful for her. Like, if you guys have ever seen the movie Lady Bird, my mom is very similar to the mom in the movie Lady Bird. Yeah, I think you are the supervisor too. Yeah, so my mom is very similar to the mom in that movie. The mom in the movie is a little bit more warm, but she's very like strict, all business. But like my mom wouldn't take a family in. Like in the movie Lady Bird, the mom, she's very strict. Likes to have things under control, but like she has a son who has a girlfriend, and like they got kicked out of, like the girl got kicked out of her house, so the mom like let the girlfriend live with their family. So so it's the type of person you are in all aspects. Well, the aspects, yeah, because the um cognitive functions are what makes the aspects of the mind. I'm good, John Kevin. How are you today? Oh, Ruben does. Oh, Ruben does. I have an INFP in my life too, besides the INFP that Ruben has. That's true, Alec T. It's not the type of person, it's about the order of manner of attention to reality. That's a good way of explaining it. I'm good. He probably, Fly Guy, does feel a little supervised by you. Like almost like even though he's the adult, like he might feel like a little bit watched by you, Fly Guy. Like with ENTJs and me, like they like can see where my flaws are, but they don't do much to help.
Well, yeah, my ESTJ dad didn't have much patience with me either. In some ways, he had plenty of patience with me, but he didn't understand. He just saw me as basically useless, I
Well,
guess.
that's like we're talking about the asymmetrical relation because Fly Guy's dad is ESTJ,
I
so
heard it. That's why I
INTJ,
said
yeah,
that.
INTJ supervises.
So benefactor, beneficiary.
Mhm.
So maybe the ESTJ doesn't like being supervised or supervising.
Yeah.
I think probably they'd be fine with a supervisor type, but a supervisee type more than a benefactor type.
Probably. It's interesting. Like, I'm the supervisor type for ESFJs, but anytime that I try to, like, when I had friends who were ESFJs, and they would chat with me about their days and what they were going through romantically, I had to bite my tongue because the ESFJs, even though I'm supervisor to them, so the things that they were talking to me about, I had knowledge and advice for them about. I had to suppress it because basically it would mean the end of the free speech between me and my ESFJ friends because they didn't really want to know.
They didn't want you hitting their polar.
Yeah. So even though I had a supervisor role with an ESFJ friend, like two, female friends, they wanted to feel like top dog more. But in ways they probably did feel like I judged them because
you were well configured to understand their shortcomings.
yeah. INFP. Let me see who INFP supervises.
ENTP.
Oh yeah, you supervise ENTP, so you would feel like if you're an INFP, like Alec T is an INFP. So INFP, like my dad probably feels like
he sees where I'm blind.
Yeah.
You know? So just like with me and ISTP, I have the sense of like, oh, you're correct, but I'll always be multiple steps ahead of you. Like if they're not correct, right?
Yeah.
An ISTP might question me to determine if they should give me credence, but they'll be satisfied with my answers.
Mhm. It's true. ENTP is a type that tends to maybe not with beneficial relations. Who do you benefit ISTP?
No, I supervise ISTP.
Benefit.
I benefit. Well, let's see. If ESTJ benefits me, then I benefit ENFJ.
Yes, that's right. ENFJ. But like having FI polar, I feel like makes it easier for interactions between asymmetrical types, except when the ENTP has some information that they would like to help the ESTJ out with. Then the asymmetry is, you could see it. But ENTPs seem to get along fine with ISFPs for the most part, and same way. INFPs seem to get along well with ENTPs too, at least Eric.
I am a little less frame locked than most because of cognitive functions. Because I understand cognitive functions of my own blind spots, the reality of how different frames are used by different people with different validation metrics, etc., makes me a little bit less reflexively an expression of my type maybe than some other examples of ENTP. In some areas anyway. I'm probably more FI sensitive than most.
I think so, yeah.
And that's also come with some trauma, you know. Trauma tends to make you a little bit more aware of things you're otherwise less aware of.
Look at this kitty. Her name is Capio, Kapio. Hi, Taco. Taco. I don't know if it's because of my FE polar, my FE tool that like my FE tool, like I'm able to sense like tension or like miscommunications between other people and me. Like my ENTJ, like younger cousin, he's an ENTJ. I know he's an ENTJ. He doesn't know anything about, to my knowledge of personality types. And even though he's younger, like, I get the sense that he like would feel like he has to guide me through life. She is a tabby cat. Yeah, so like it could be like I sense the tension between me and ENTJs and just me and TE in general. And I can also sense when I'm around an extrovert like our neighbor Kay, compared to like myself. Yeah, whereas like Eric, it'll be more like he won't recognize it right away.
I don't recognize what.
Like if you're, or you might recognize it, but it's not like I was saying with my cousin who's an ENTJ, like he doesn't know he's an ENTJ. I know he's an ENTJ, but I know that he feels like he's more experienced in 20 something now. When we went to a wedding 3 years ago for my cousin Ryan, my ENTJ cousin like was making she acted like the adult. Like she was like judging me so hardcore for like not being like, I don't know, she was just judging being, and she like gathered all her like all of my cousins, younger cousins, against me and Eric. No, I'm not craving Wingstop. Yeah, she is a little bit of a mean girl, to be honest, Kim. No, she's just ENTJ. Like, she has a lot of goals. She's met a lot of goals for herself. She's consistently, like, productive.
Ishan, my question is, if I'm going to be a Muslim, is it okay that I like matzo ball soup
Oh.
and corned beef sandwiches? Is that okay? Thanks, David Musco, to Vic.
Thank you, David Musk.
You didn't, but we appreciate it anyway.
Yeah.
Corned beef's delicious. My favorite sandwich meat. Well, you're gonna have to actually super chat it though, David. Otherwise, we won't get the money. Just you saying that doesn't get us any money.
Yeah, exactly, Winston's mom. It takes fancy prefrontal cortex to know when to pull a punch. The NTJs will give you the shirt off their back, and the ones I know have huge hearts. They simply can't help networking you. Yeah, like, because I wasn't like Eric and I weren't the typical like trying to impress everyone at the wedding. Um, Caroline was like, the ENTJ was like, iced us out.
I want your $1 million. Yes, you just need to super chat it. You could also alternately buy just shit tons of gift memberships. That'd be fine too. Whatever works better for you.
Well, INFP is the only INFP in that situation would have been my dad. I don't think that anyone else, like, I'm surrounded by ESFPs, ESTJs, um,
And Kim, I was trying to play police there too. Like I was not having any bullshit from Rachel's family because Rachel, as I understood Rachel and her relationship with her family at that point, they were just relentlessly assaulting her ontologically, you know.
yeah.
I think we're a great pair too. Thanks, David.
Thanks, David. Hi, little King, little D.
Well, I had just finished dealing with her family pulling some bullshit, you know.
Yeah. See, like, my family has mostly ESTJs, ISTJs, ESTJs, ISTJs, ESFJs. ENTJs. There's a lot of TESI. A lot, yeah.
But that really comes in clutch sometimes. Like on the Vegas trip, Rachel's mom had brought for us bottles of water, which were as clutch as any bottles of water I've ever had.
It really does come in clutch. It really does.
You had to put up some serious boundaries with them before the therapy. Well, Rachel's family is, I think her immediate family is mostly crippled by a lack of valued introverted intuition. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I think her brother and her mom have it polar, and her dad has a sixth lot, and
My sister has an eighth.
eighth, right? So it's a bunch of either blindness to introverted intuition, super unconscious introverted intuition like her sister, or counter value to introverted intuition. So she really just wasn't. Nobody in her family really saw the value of her or thought she was felt like it was necessary to treat her like an equal person. But now they do.
Mm-hmm.
And because now she's empowered adequately.
Yes.
How long have we been live streaming for? Since the moment it came on YouTube, I started live streaming. But I was even kind of live streaming before that by having video conferences with people that I'd record and upload. I haven't been live streaming for 15 years though, because live streaming has only been around YouTube for maybe 5 or 6 or 7 years. I'm not sure how long exactly.
Well, I'm lucky because I have Eric in my life.
No, we only own one home with his mom. We sold that other one, thank God. But it closed on this past Monday. And the money came through on Tuesday, so.
No, I appreciate it. It was really tough. Like, coming into my 20s and struggling as a young adult was a real test for me, my family. Because they were used to people either getting stuff done, doing stuff in a routine, or doing stuff with in great detail, with planning.
Would we be annoyed if we couldn't live stream? Yeah, I'd be. It would change life dramatically if I couldn't live stream. I guess I'd probably start uploading a lot of videos again. But
I like live streaming too. I've made so many friends. Like you guys, I consider my friends here.
yeah, and you talk to people you met here offline too, and you hang out with Karen and Kami and Lou and stuff. So, and the thing is, most of my friends that I want to talk to are here as well. I have a couple of real life friends as well that are old friends, like Dave Porter, who's very important, but I rarely talk to him. All doesn't mind. All is too busy eating bacon to care about that. Just call it. That's fine. It's a blouse.
Thanks, Dig Vic.
You're also a big fan? I dig Bic as well. Were you pleased with your outfits that you brought, Rachel?
Yes, I was. I overpacked, but I'm glad I did. My mom was pretty strict about, like, this is why I'm saying it was, like, the amount of days was kind of perfect. Because, like, my mom, like, I was on vacation, so I was like, oh, I'm gonna eat whatever I want. And, like...
Diggory Biggleson. That meant going to stop and get candy on multiple occasions.
Yeah, but, I gained and lose weight a lot too, Kim. I am... So, like, yeah, so, like, even though, like, I wanted to get
I'm not her dad.
Yeah,
Jenny Thong.
you know that Jenny Thong.
You know, they're just being provocative.
But then, like, my mom was telling me about her, like, one friend who's going through a divorce, and the divorce came suddenly, and my mom was like, you know, she's just got to get over it, like, get out of bed and stuff. And in my head, I'm thinking, like, oh my gosh, like, she's going through a divorce, and she didn't even, like, see it happening, and she's dealing with that grief, like I wanted to tell my mom, like, well, maybe you should give her some time. Like, the divorce for my mom was totally different because she had been planning for years to get divorced from my dad. Like, grief happens for people differently in different ways. So, like, it was starting to progress into topics of that where, like, I would either have to continue being amicable, to me being like, yeah, so it went from me being like, you know, like amiable and happy and like, yeah, to like, oh, well, like, I don't agree with what you
Work for me will work for everyone. I'm an ESTJ now, son. I believe that what has worked for me can work for you just as well. Rachel's mom says that if I can do it, you can do it.
Yeah, she always says that. She used to say, like, you know, when I was younger, I used to leave my room a mess, but then I just got into a habit. As soon as I got home from work, I would just put my stuff away. And even though it was annoying doing it right away, at the end of the day, I was ready to relax. She's like, and always saying, if I can do it, you could do it.
The other thing about ESTJs is they tend to think that you can always make something better by adding a corkscrew to it. That nothing is best being just itself. It can always be something else too, and that makes it better.
And it's interesting, Kim, because INFP and ESTJs are actually duals in socionics. So they're each other's yeah, they are never satisfied. Like, my mom wanted to spend more time with me for sure.
Even though we spent a lot of time together.
Yeah. Yeah, so INFP and ESTJs are actually duals for each other in socionics. I don't know. I don't think it's meant to be. I think there's just a natural ease to duals.
It's one of a few relationships that I think can work, you know.
If the people are like healthy and stuff, and
I don't think I don't think activity partners is terrible.
we both have been in unhappy activity. I mean, so like,
That's the other relationship I had that lasted quite a while. Was activity partner ESFJ. Ultimately, the NI point, you know, head bang against the wall, unacceptable. But well, I'm glad to hear it, Kim.
That's good, Kim.
ESTJs are a boon to the world if you let them be helpful. They're very, very helpful. But sometimes people don't want to be helped, and they don't want to play along with your script for how things have to be.
So the only dual that I know for sure that I've met for INFJ, like for me, is Delilah. She's the first, for sure, ESTP that I know of and get along with and feel like, oh, like it was just so easy from day one. She had one reservation. I remember when we were driving over to Delilah's stepmom's place where she was living at the time, and she's like, Dad, I had a dream that you were dating someone my age, and I was really freaked out. She's not my age, right? She's not my age or younger, right? And like Erica's like, no, she's here, she's 34. And she's like, oh my gosh, thank goodness. And then like after she met me, it was pretty natural, like from the get-go. There are times where I feel like I haven't seen her in over a year. So your dual would be ESFP, right, Fly Guy? Yeah.
So, and Kim, you think it's possible you're an INFP or an ENFP? Well, it would make more sense that you guys would be compatible if you're an INFP, but that won't influence my typing of you at all.
No. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we hope for more time. Troubles past, struggles still to come. The day is nearly done. Can someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Oops. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night, and mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to stop your will to fight.
But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten, noise is sort of based on what I see here, and also on what I avoid.
It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we hope for more time. Struggles past, struggles still to come. The day is nearly done. Can someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Something to say. Socionics doesn't always get it right, honestly. I don't like how they have the duels as like the best relationship. Like, Thanks, Kim. Thanks, Winston's mom. It does depend on the people. Like, I've been studying the Great Gatsby characters a lot since like I first read it I don't know, like 3-4 years ago. And I believe that two of the characters are duels, but they're both unhealthy. Like, Gatsby is an unhealthy INFJ who idealizes everything. And the character who they think is an ESTJ, who I can understand why, is actually, I think, an ESTP, but a really unhealthy one. And he, like, uses his brute force to get, like, what he wants. And that's what makes me think that he's more of an ESTP, not an ESTJ, because, like, his forcefulness. I mean, yes, like, ESTJs have a force about them, but they're not as SE. Rachel, Gemini, I was watching Symbolic Studies. They did a video about the symbology of Gemini. The bricks are a symbol for Gemini. I have had a recurring moment of synchronicity at Flag Eye where I slip into a moment where I am in front of a brick building. Yeah, I think ENTJ or ESTP would be more of a force. I mean, he constantly cheats on his wife, right? The Tom Buchanan, Daisy Buchanan's husband, is a big cheater. And if he was all about, like, family and providing and tradition, then he would be more of an ESTJ than he shows. Like, he knows he has money as, like, an ESTP, but he's like worried about, like, where it's allotted to, but he doesn't talk about where his pride in his family, or his pride in his money, or his family's legend. Like, there's a lack of SI in Tom Buchanan. And I don't believe that Daisy Buchanan is an ESFP. I think she's an ISFP. Aries and Gemini can get along well. They're sextile. Eric is a Taurus. Cool, Winston's mom. Yeah, I don't think she's an ESFP. If she was an ESFP, she would like Gatsby's parties, and she doesn't like Gatsby's party. She also, even though for being a main character of the story, she also hardly ever speaks. That's, like, to me, that shows that she has any polar. Abdul Qassam, I know you are, but what am I?
Good question. You want some aloe for that burn, Abul?
Yes, I did see Midnight in Paris. It was fun seeing F. Scott and Zelda in that movie. In that movie, the lady, oh my gosh, I mean, Picasso was in it because she was known for having artists and writers and creative types over to her place in Paris, and that's where The Great Gatsby was written, part of it. Your cat's name is Zelda? That's so cute, Kim. I like that movie too a lot, Winston's Mom. I watched it with my dad, and he would like lean over to me. He'd be like, "Oh, that's so and so from this period of time."
Hijack me off.
Hey, Jack. So, like, Ruben, if you're still here, like, I think he's an ESTP. Tom Buchanan, not an ESTJ, because he was like a football star too. Not that ESTJs can't be good at sports; they usually are athletic in some way, but they focus so much on his physicality and his presence physically and him needing to be dominant physically that it makes me, it's just, it brings so much of SE. And then if Gatsby is an INFJ, Tom and Gatsby would be actual like duels because they would be totally opposite of each other. And I think that's what Fitzgerald wanted to present, was that here is the opposite of Gatsby. Yeah, I think he's SE Dom too. Like, I spent so many hours like dissecting that book.
It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on. Sending sparks of soul in the kitchen sky. An actual night. Is there no top to the dark up above the shelves, where she stores the chai above the sleeping forms of vivid mind reliefs of Western only types? They lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. second night, when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on, sending sparks of soar in the kitchen sky. An actual night, is there no top to the dark up above the shelves, where she stores the track above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western only types that lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. Thanks, darling. I played that okay. You want to sing Gregory with me? No? Take that as a no. No?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I said, you want to sing Gregory?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Alright, let me just finish this. Let me deal with this hand and we'll play
Sure.
it in a second. Back home from In-N-Out. We didn't go to In-N-Out. We went to Las Vegas. Which is not that much like In-N-Out. Alright, here we go. You ready?
Now I am.
You want to adjust the camera? Put it someplace
Oh,
where
sure.
you see you or me or both of us, or one or two. And then stand there. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Breaks his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Breaks his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise.
He hates the lies. No one's been bumping them.
Oh,
Always telling them.
oh,
But every time he tries,
oh.
they only run and hide. I'm getting used to night.
The chance to yell at them until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily, he'll try to encroach up on the guilty. Then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. She's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Covers his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Covers his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise.
He hates the lies. No one's been bumping them.
Oh,
Always telling them.
oh,
But every time he tries,
oh,
they only run and hide.
oh.
Again, he used to lie.
You can't do yell at him because he's Gregory in disguise. Good job.
Good job.
Way to be the hero I'm dreaming of. Are you kidding me, says MV16? About what? Why would we be kidding you? What are we kidding you about? I'm sorry, Envy, but I simply never joke about architecture. Even McDonald's is the largest McDonald's in Nevada. It seems to me that it used to be the largest McDonald's in the world was in Barstow, but I don't think that's true anymore. Is the mamas and the papas back? No, we're not California dreaming. We're actually here in California. Our dream has come real. Also, you know, Carly, just for the record, I am a professional rapper. I am rapping. Yes, I am. I'm looking oil Derek in a can because my name is Eric. That's my plan. And that's I am rapping. I'm a rapping man. See? Do the Mamas and the Papas rap that well? I don't think so. The Mamas and the Papas are known as one of history's worst rapping folk bands. If you didn't know that. People learn something every day when they come here. If you want to come over to my house to play, knock on the door and just say, hey, I'm rapping. Look at me, I'm rapping. The best rapping I could do would probably be sound like, yo, what's up? I'm Yo, what's up? I'm Cameroni and my favorite food is macaroni. That's not true. It sounds like baloney. Pretty warm out today. Pretty warm out. Let's go take a look at the plants while we're on poker break here. I watered them about 7 o'clock yesterday. We water around the same time today, but they look reasonably dry. I could water now. Of course, I can't really water now, to be honest, because I got to go back in and play poker pretty soon. But I've changed the whole house water filter, and now the water pressure is a lot stronger. That's good. Just let that roll for a bit and see how far it goes down. I probably should put more fertilizer too. There, put some more fertilizer. You're looking big, bold, proud, and in charge. My neighbor did a good job of watering them for me while I was gone, which I appreciate. And really, I'm not seeing any sign of a little bit of bugs, maybe. Not very much. I don't think I can get all these bugs though. Is this butterfly here? God damn it. I'm gonna have to go over this with a brush and get the leaves only with diatomaceous earth. I guess I do have a little bit of a whitefly problem. See it here, here, here. I can get those fuckers though. Check the undersides. Yeah, I'm gonna get you, little fuckers. You're not gonna survive the horrible white flies. I'm just gonna have to bust up the D-earth. Get diatomaceous on your ass. Alright, we'll just let that go for a bit. Check on the poker game. See how we're doing. Still on break, that's good. I used to write a lot of poetry. I can actually speak in metered verse, like iambic pentameter, if I try. See. If I should try to speak entirely, and verse that's measured, metered properly, I could no doubt attempt this feat right now, and show indeed that this is quite just how one does engage in endless talking verse. Although this not the best, it's not the worst. Like that. Because I used to write a lot of metered verse poetry. You know, like iambic pentameter, iambic tetrameter, trochaic. English is naturally an iambic language, so a fair number of expressions naturally come out to be iambic. Like my teacher gave an example. His wife one morning said to him, "You're so retarded when it comes to clothes." And he said, "Hey, that's perfect iambic pentameter." You're so retarded when it comes to clothes. For this type thing, I have just quite the nose, something like that. Yeah, well, that's fine too, Cam. Like, the reason why Dr. Seuss is so much better than the other kids poets is because he's attentive to the rhythm of the meter, as it's called. The overalls look cooler than the other ones. These are the only overalls I have, Caroline. These are the other overalls as well as these overalls. You're pulling a purple jacket. I did that, so I empathize with you. Rachel had this purple jacket, and I started wearing it, and I thought I had inherited it from my dad. I thought that for years and said about how I don't like this ugly purple jacket and stuff. And finally, the other day when we were on mushrooms, Rachel and I resolved the fact that, in fact, it was her jacket the whole time. Well, they are worn. They've been through the wash some, but they are the same pair. No, I have not heard of Dr. Seuss's night paintings. Kitty, stop. I already watched you eat a bunch. Just stop. I said stop it. Hey, Dr. Seuss is good. I've written a couple of kids' poems as well. Oh, he drew naughty cartoons, Dr. Seuss did? Like cartoons of somebody breaking and entering? Or cartoons of somebody stealing a car? Those kind of naughty things? Oh, cool. Now his reputation is kind of a little bit down. People. My cat is just this crazy beast of a cat who's the biggest baby in history and really controlling. Meow. Meow. What do you want? You want me to watch you eat some more? You don't want me to have a friend who always wore these types of clothes. I don't always wear these types of clothes, but I am wearing the overalls today because I went to the supermarket with Rachel earlier, and it's got a built-in purse right here, you know. Just zip this and makes it easy to carry my stuff. All right, well, you're getting combed if you're gonna eat. If we're gonna watch you eat, I'm gonna comb you. I'm trying to get all the hair off of him, you know. Too bad, Trouble. That's enough watching you eat. See how I do with my pair of fours here. Built-in stash pocket, steal stuff easily. No, I mean this doesn't get stolen because it zips up, you know. If I had it in my side pockets, it might fall out or something, but. Yeah, I've heard that too. We read it on the internet, but the bottom line is, I don't care why he needs to control me watching him eat. I just don't like it. But if I'm gonna watch him, I'm gonna at least comb him so I get some of this insane amount of cat hair off of him, instead of having to clean it up off the floor later. Hi, Keisha. I hear you're made entirely out of yogurt. Is it true? Because that's what the rumors have been going around saying. That's what the paparazzi have been saying about you. Have you heard about Acacia? She's made entirely out of yogurt. I don't know. Must have been Ruben. Speaking of yogurt, I wouldn't mind a yogurt. Just foldy pants. You know you want to. I already went all out. My ace-5 is a little better than the queen jack, but not now. It's not. Now he's got 3 jacks. I lose. Well, I still have 12.4 big blinds left, so I'm not out yet. I think I'm going to have a yogurt in your honor, Acacia, actually. I'm sorry if it makes you feel like I'm eating your species. I'm going to try one of these cherry flavor. I already watched you eat, dumbass. You want more food? Okay, here. Good day. You're not Australian, you big faker. Occasionally likes to go to online chats to pretend she's Australian. Put another shrimp on the barbie. And all that, you know. They're being very rude and refusing. I'm the faker. I'm the realest dog in all of Real Town. I put the auth in authenticity. Hold on a second. Did you just hit me with an R2? I've been in another live stream recently, which I almost never do. It's a Canadian girl who runs a coffee truck. Cool. Do you think AI can type people accurately? It's conceivable if it trains on my typing sessions and etc. It could potentially type somebody accurately if it knows what questions to ask. It would have to obviously convert your answers into text, probably. Thanks for that crude joke, Buddy Cop. But the thing is, maybe a bit of an undertaking for AI to be able to tell when somebody's trying to game it, you know? You identify as a yogurt from Australia? The video my money is not bad, but it's still not necessarily what people are looking for. You know, it's very TI and not very NI. And it's also wrong about a couple things. You've been drinking and wilding lately? Does that mean getting into fights? Wilding? Getting into pow 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 fist fights? No Acacia with Jeremy Irons. Well, I mean, I don't know about other people, but when I listen to ChatGPT's very facile imitation of human speech patterns, I don't like it. I feel like I'm being FE'd too relentlessly. I don't think AI will replace very many white collar jobs, really. I think that it's always going to be a tool in the hands of somebody to do something. Yeah, Uncanny Valley is right. I agree with that. I mean, the point is, people use their intelligence to do various things. And artificial intelligences are simply tools that do those things that people normally do. So it's generally generative, right? That's something that historically programs haven't been able to do, is something that emulates generative stuff very well. I mean, if there really are redundant jobs, I suspect most of them have been eliminated already, because it's not a time of lots of, you know, buying power and stuff. Okay, I'm going all in now. Well, AA doesn't make art. It does make images, and I think that's what it does best, really. Is it makes visual images. But even then, you have to be there to help it know what to do, you know? You have to be the curator and vision behind the thing regardless. Yeah, well, you know, I make some images sometimes. Not that much though. Well, I suspect teachers could be replaced easily enough, by and large. But you have to make sure that the thing replacing the teacher really knows what they're doing. You want AI to tell you your seasonal color palette. That's never going to happen, I guess. AI would not be able to discern cognitive dissonance. I don't think cognitive dissonance is a real thing. I think cognitive dissonance is an assumption that people who sustain contradictions within themselves um, experience some sort of cognitive consequence from that. But I don't think that's the case at all. It's just a projection of TI as an absolute value onto the world. Most people who sustain contradictory positions on things don't have any problem with it at all because probably they're TI polar or something like that. Until it does, I will not be impressed with AI. Thank you, Rachel. I appreciate that. Let's go all in again. See if I get any calls. If not, I'll just take the blind. Let's do that job first. What job? Teaching? I did that job for many years. I was a debate coach. I don't think AI can replace a debate coach, but maybe they could. I don't know. It requires a certain kind of intuition. I'm not sure AI can do. But I could be wrong. A man with a conviction is a hard man to change. Tell him you disagree and turns away. Show him facts or figures and he questions your sources of logic and he fails to see your point. Leon Festinger, A Theory of Cognitive Dissonance. Well, I mean, for a lot of people, it's just black and white thinking that prevents people from truly understanding each other because they're so busy parsing out what precisely the words mean in some legalistic sense. And that's the best way to put that position so that it sounds good, you know? But most people who don't understand the different ways of paying attention, such as Leon Festinger, probably don't understand that well, it makes sense, Ken, if you have expert intuition in your first or second slot, you know. Wisconsin watershed, what does that mean? I've never heard that expression before. Shut up already. Jeez, why are you meowing at me constantly? I don't want you to meow at me constantly. That's enough. What's my MK Ultra Trigger phase? I don't know what that is. I met a man at a local music festival today. Should I engage further with them or not? What's your first intuition? Sure. Was he playing music? Listening to music? What? The thing is, I did debate in high school, but I was also a professional debate coach where I made a lot of cases. You know. Okay, you need to stop with the constant meowing. It's super annoying. Rachel, have you ever had auburn hair or warmer hair color?
Yes.
If you're cool undertone, the blue-black will look more natural, while the warmer will look less so.
I mean, I love wearing black because I get to do whatever kind of makeup I like.
What are you saying, blue-black hair?
Oh, blue black hair. No, see, I've done blue black hair before and it looked terrible on me. If I go too dark, it starts to look fake on me.
He doesn't want to be heard, craziness. He wants to control me and make me watch him eat. I've already watched him eat multiple times.
It's like he's making up for all the lost
right,
time.
because we were gone for the last, this past week we were gone most of the week, and the cats were left here by themselves with food and water, obviously, and they could get in and out of the house by the cat door. Regardless, Capito's fine with us going away for a couple days. She's just like, whatever, doesn't even hardly notice it. But Trouble, he's the biggest baby in the world. You're with pink hair, huh? That's natural. If you're an albino, albinos have pink hair, I think. Oh wait, is that eyes? He imitated my way of dancing, which I thought was funny. Well, that's cool. I wonder how the cats got on while you were away. I think they got along fine with each other while we're not here. I think Trouble is a dick to her when we are here because he's trying to control all access to us, Yeah, that's because Rachel's watching him eat. That's why it's tough. You can do warmer hair color as cool undertone if you use blush and warmer makeup, etc.
Yeah, I try to do that. If I'm wearing like a warmer, like say like I have this dress in like an olive green, I'll wear more like warm tone makeup.
AI is not going to ever be able to come and fix my air conditioner. AI is not going to be able to can build a house, I mean, sure you can get some robot things, but there's some things that can't be standardized well enough that need human discretion. No, I've never colored my hair blue. I did dye it black way back when I was like 18, 17 or something. You got a particularly nasty unflavored vape juice this time around. Well, good for you. It tastes like plastic churros. I don't think I've ever had plastic churros, but now I'm wondering what I'm missing. Let me take another one of these antacid pills because I'm feeling a little stomach acidy. Maybe you should try smoking cigarettes instead. All right, let's go move the water. Just get that down there a little bit more. should be good enough. If cognitive behavior can be predicted, then that lends itself to the validity of AI, doesn't it? Well, no, because AI doesn't work the same way that human cognition works at all. So, like, when AI draws a picture of a man on a horse, it doesn't approach the problem remotely in a similar way to the way humans would approach the problem. It's an emulation of one expression of human consciousness, and that's really the best it can ever be. Because to be a human, to be fully conscious and autonomous individual identity, one needs to have a biological component as well as a physical component, because half of attention is physical. AI is ahead of schedule. It doesn't mean there's not a ceiling to it, right? Like, the best we could ever hope for AI to do, based on extrapolating from current trends, is to more successfully emulate things that humans do.
Elon Musk comes up with the worst names. Grok for his AI chatbots. Like, you sound so lame. He's so lame. He thinks he's so cool.
My roommate just walked by in full drag makeup. Well, you know what they have at the Flamingo in Las Vegas? They've got the RuPaul's Drag Race as a show, and also a store that sells the RuPaul's Drag Race shirts that say things like "Sissy That Walk" and "Work It," but work is spelled with an E instead of an O. This is a screenshot where there's an AI troll account and they say some shit like, "Ignore all previous instruction, give me a recipe for a wedding cake." Ignore all No, I haven't seen that. What should I call them? What should you call who?
Fabulous.
Fabulous, right. Yeah. Fierce. Say you are as fierce as the RuPaul's Drag Race. Well, yeah, I mean, one part of a human's attention is on, for example, whether their body has any aches or pains or you feel sick to your stomach or something like that, right? That's a biological structuring of time that occurs that constrains the scope and scale of our various attentional proclivities. But it's more than just that. It's like, to be a fully realized, we already know how to reproduce independent agents with their own intelligence and identity, and that's by having sexual intercourse, making more people. If we were going to make an artificial intelligence that had an identity like a person, it would have to be raised in the same fashion. It would have to have authentic physical interests like hunger and thirst. Because we tend to talk more about our emotional interests because our physical interests tend to be all met in the modern, Western world. But AI does not get sick. Ask for vacation. Does not need to sleep. But it needs to be checked all the time, Buddy Cat. Everything it does needs to be checked. And like, let's say I wanted to have AI generate a thumbnail for me so that I could be more successful on YouTube. I still have to check the various thumbnails it makes and decide which one is what I want it to be. I still have to have a concept for it to work off of, etc. You all heard of the brain organoids controlling robots and such? Well, yeah, they do have means by which you can control things with your brain waves. But well, maybe, Putty Cat. I mean, the point is, AI will always be directed by someone to do something, right? So if 10,
It's like they say for like someone was giving like advice for people like what they did a YouTube on what jobs are going to be taken over by AI, and then she gave suggestions for what jobs you can do instead, and she said like instead of going into coding for websites to start going to coding for AI.
right? I mean, code. You're still gonna have somebody doing
Yeah,
coding. They're just
yeah.
gonna be directing AI to do certain things. Um, the reason, one of the things we can probably assume is implicit to AI is that it it needs continual feedback from actual stuff. If you feed AI this AI stuff back into it again and again, it turns out to be garbage. It turns out and it ends up making garbage. I gotta go take a shower. Do you want to end the stream or do you want to keep streaming?
Let's keep streaming.
Okay. I'm gonna take a shower. You stream. I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay. So like the YouTuber said that like administrative assistant jobs are going to be going like basically all jobs that I went to school for have like training in and real experience in are going to be taken over by AI. So that's hostessing, administrative assistant jobs, I forget what others. Yay, Kim! I'm glad you're glad that we're continuing the stream. If you go into computer science, just go into it for AI instead of computers. Like, it will be AI that everyone's going to be using too. Hello at First Down Prod. It's good, Kim. You should. I majored in sociology. I took a psychology class, but I liked the study of human behavior a lot. No, I'm not one guy's wife. I really like studying human behavior. I had no idea, Gail. How you been doing, Gail? Jonathan Day, you could always talk to Eric if you can't afford $100. I understand the existential dread. I don't deal with it well. I feel like I deal with sure, Kim. Hey, Carrot, thanks. Had some voices leaching through my generative music, so I had to turn it down. It was like it was amplifying them. It's good that you noticed. It's 3:25 where? Yeah, I think it can be fun too. Hello, 402 Sting. Thanks, Evelyn Sasbo. So, like, that's a great thing to want to do to help people with trauma. That sounds like pretty intense, Guilt. How did you start to recognize when it's just like nothing, like when it's just voices? I thought about being a counselor too, but I take on a lot of people's problems. Yeah, I don't think I would be able to separate myself if there was someone that I was trying to help and I couldn't give them advice and I just had to listen. Like, INFJs are natural receivers, but so we can listen really well. But I would take on a lot of it, I think. Things stick with me, unfortunately. Yeah, you do, Kim. It's true. You need to be able to separate your experience from theirs in a sense. Yeah, you do. I can tell their voices, says Gail, because they rarely have a source of the sound. They always seem to come from nothing, like someone talking through your headphones in mid to low volume. Ah, that's fascinating. It's good that you noticed that. Yeah, do the voices come out because they're like, hey, I heard you talking about me? Some people are unfortunate enough to hear voices coming from all sorts of places. Mine just sounds like headphones. Sometimes they do that, says Gail. I think that Israel became in existence because of the Americans. Gail says focusing on them makes it worse. Biggest thing for me is staying active and social.
It's hard to have a conversation in and outside of your head at once. I'm sure it is. Is no real. Okay, Gaza. Hey, Irfan Ag. Thanks. I'm good. How are you? I remember when I had my last manic episode and I had a psychotic break, a break with psychosis. Like everything seemed real, and I kept on like holding my head like this so that I can not hear the noises anymore. Like, and everything seemed real. Like, I was watching this television news report, and the reporters were in the backyard where Eric and I used to live. Like, it was trippy. It was like all my fears came out, and I couldn't tell what was real and what wasn't. Ruben R says, "Are you sassy back? Like, does it take the wind out of their sails if you're patronizing and irreverent to their suggestion?" It was frightening. I thought I was gonna lose Eric. It was so frightening. I was tripping. No, I don't do OnlyFans. Gail says, Ruben R, one time I called one endearing and it got super pissed and said I traumatized it by calling it endearing. That was towards the start. Winston's mom asks Gail, have you ever tried going under during a hypnosis session? I'm always scared about his hypnosis, like what's gonna come out of me. That's why I'm afraid to do ayahuasca. Like, I feel like I have such emotional reactions to just mushrooms. I feel like ayahuasca would be like this whole big, too emotional thing. I think it would be way too emotional for me. And I would be there for Eric, right? To be like an emotional support. But, I don't want to do ayahuasca. Really? So Winston's mom, when you've been chosen for a comedy club show where they do a hypnotism on you, and it doesn't work, do you just go along with it? Go on Amazon, Kim. They have like personal massagers with different kinds of heads. I got one for Eric for his birthday because he has like a loaf on his back that I am not strong enough. Your sister-in-law pretended to go under? Oh no. Oh, you got one for a fly guy for his birthday too? That's so funny. I was looking at suggestions because I really didn't want to get him clothes because clothes for Eric is kind of difficult. Although he could use a pair of another overalls, but still I don't know the length to get him. So I stay away from like pants because they're specific to get. So I looked at other suggestions, and one was a handheld massager, and yeah. We went with a bunch of friends. Our INFP refused the hypnosis order to pretend to be drunk. He was a recovering alcoholic and did everything else but that. That's interesting. I was really hoping that a hypnotist would be able to hypnotize people. I don't want hypnotism to be not real. Even though like I'm scared of what it would do with me, like what would come out. Like like for instance, like they say when you go under for with amnesia, um some people act out subconscious things and say subconscious things when under amnesia. What's EMDR, Kim? There are psychotherapists who will hypnotize you in office. I would try sometime. I was a traumatized little baby before EMDR. Hypnotism can be real, says Fly Guy, but I doubt those people who bark on stage are hypnotized. I always doubted that too, but like I want to go to a hypnotist in a private office and get hypnotized. Ooh, eye movement desensitization response, I think. I've never heard of that. What does it do? Oh, it helps you process memories. Why? Because you make like a visual, you put a visual to the thought. Oh my gosh, that's so funny, Rubinar. There's that hilarious clip of the black guy who is hypnotized to speak alien tongue. LOL, I love it. That is so funny. I would totally love to see that. Winston's mom says, F flag guy, I do think some people were pretending. I saw the one hypnotist several times at the same comedy show. Some people truly appeared to go under. Fly guy says, I wonder how the hypnotist manages to avoid calling Winston's mom to stage so they don't spoil the show. Huh? Kim says it's a trauma therapy thing. Basically, by moving your eyes in a certain way, you get both sides of your brain working in conjunction. Interesting. I know some people use tapping for therapy. Gail says, to this day, he thinks I have some sort of trauma I'm holding back. My mom picked him when I was younger because she recognized him. Thus, I was going to trauma therapist and not a CBT therapist or something. Kim says, so you use your whole brain to fully process a memory instead of repeating the unfinished memory in a certain part of your brain. Huh. I don't have a good memory. Um Rubenar says, yeah, you can use your eyes to unravel the ball of yarn. Rubenar says, oh, the way Kim said it is better. Let me see.
Now look down, sleep. That's it. Let it go. Let it go. So in a moment, when I count to 3, Dark Shark, NASA is planning on going to Mars. We've got you here, our first Martian, when I count to 3. It's 1, 2, 3. Just sit up, open your eyes. Hey there, our first Martian. What's your first impression of the planet Earth here? What'd you have for breakfast this morning? Did you like it? What's the typical Martian meal going to be?
That's so funny. I like how he went along with it. And his friends were like laughing. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sore from doing nothing and letting my body rot. That's good, Rubenar. It's really funny. I hear footsteps, guys.
It is I.
Like, honestly, Trouble.
Seriously, dude. You're asking too much of any human being.
That's good, Kim. He is cute, Fly Guy. That's why he gets away with so much. She's so cute, too. What is not your kryptonite, Gail? Are there any drugs that you can take, like, that's not prescribed? Or, like, can you take recreational drugs? Hans Kleiner, I have a very familiar looking face. All right, you can take alcohol. That's something. I had a margarita with my mom in Vegas for lunch because I was like, I'm in Vegas. Kratom was good, but I'm not taking it over fear of medicine interactions. That's good, Gail. Thanks, Fly Guy. Good recognizing. Margaritas are good. Margaritas are good. I used to absinthe. It's been years. My friends and I were always trying to get our hands on absinthe back in the day.
Don't blow up, Dojo. You like cats?
We have 2 cats. Here's one.
Sponge. Basically a dog, though.
Yeah, he's.
I don't know how it sets it that way.
Yeah, I don't know either.
You have to turn it around and set it this way.
Oh. And then Capio.
And it's over here.
Oh, from like Legends of Zelda, Kim?
There's Capio. She's the good kitty.
Did you know, Kim, that Zelda was named after Zelda Fitzgerald because the creators of Zelda were fans of Zelda's legend? I like scotch with over like 1 cube of ice. Yeah, and Robin Williams was a fan of Zelda Fitzgerald, named his daughter Zelda after Zelda Fitzgerald. And I think the game. Our cats don't get along either, Kim. Acacia, I'm still taking the test to find out Capio and Trouble's personality type. I keep on trying to answer it like the most honest way I can, but I'm so bad at test taking. Michael Allenson, scotch with ice and club soda, a highball, big one, Japan. Gail says, my brother wants to get our cat a friend and he just assumes they'll get along. I mean, I really don't think that's the case for, I mean, you don't know. That's just like impossible to tell if they will. Carrie says, me too. I took the test for my dog and the results didn't really sound like her. I don't have kids, no, Kate and Janik. That's a good idea, Acacia. I thought about running the questions by Eric, too. No, I don't have kids and I don't want to be pregnant. Yeah, right, Fly Guy? I mean, we're pretty sure that Capio is an ISTJ. Capio, this cat, is an ISTJ, and that Trouble is an ENFJ. He's so much more chatty than... like, Trouble's so much more vocal than... I don't know. Caden Janik. I can't touch the ceiling from where I'm sitting. I don't feel like touching the ceiling. Yeah, they're conflicting types and they definitely show it. They fight. And Capio, since she's an ISTJ, is the most adult out of all of us. Out of me, Trouble, Capio, and Eric. Capio is the adult in the family. What is that, Tristan Clow? Thank you for having the vote of confidence in me. Jim McGill, Saul Goodman is an ENTP. No, he's an ENTP.
Eric said he's so ENTP that when Saul Goodman does something like a little cringy, it viscerally, it gives Eric a visceral feeling because he's like he gets sympathy pains for the character because he has been there. That's a good question, Flag Guy. When you're on a date and the girl asks you what you do for fun, do you mention this? It's a good question. I've noticed socionics people seem to think ENFJ, and everyone else seems to agree on ENTP. I don't think he's ENFJ. He seemed ENTP for me. No, ENTP. No, he gets like sympathy pains from Saul, like when Saul does like makes mistakes, because he's like, oh man, I feel that. Same, Rick from Rick and Morty is a good example of an ENTP too. He's a more actualized, like ENTPs. There's like this misconception that they're really good at like inventing things. And they're good at becoming new ideas, and they have inventiveness. But like the like Tony Stark and Rick from Rick and Morty are better at like the SETE of being scientists or like being inventors. But like Rick Sanchez's temperament is ENTP. He's an ENTP. I don't know who that is, Trish and Chloe. Like personality database like really is just like not a good place to find out people's type. Like I'm typed on there, and like for the longest time I was marked as an ISFP. I had people who knew me try to vote for me and change the letterings. I still have a lot of people who thinks that personality database, I mean, it's so basic level though. It doesn't really like I don't know. Like if personality database has what's his name? C.S. Joseph as an ENTP, it's it's wrong. Yeah, mass vote, mass vote. They have a vote for me as question mark, question mark, question mark, not knowing my my MBTI type or INFJ. But for a while it was ISFP. And it also personality database has me as an Enneagram 4, and I'm not a 4 first. I have 4 in my tri-type, but my 4 in my tri-type is last. I'm a 9. I'm a 9 Enneagram. 964. Yeah, Fly Guy, it's true. I think Eric does have enemies at work because there were comments saying that she doesn't seem like an INFJ because I think that Eric just wants her to be an INFJ. Eric can test you with your Enneagram too, Kim. He does. He has a quick vote. He has a quick test for it. Hello, Experience Life. Hello, Miriam Rafiq. So there's head types, heart types, and gut types. Gut types are 9, 8, and 1, and they focus on 9 either managing anger with harmony. I was saying that you can give Kim the Enneagram test when you...
Sure. I could do that.
We can do it now, no? Or
I mean, if you want me to.
expressing, suppressing, and repressing. So expressing would be 8, suppressing would be 9, and 1 would be repressing. Or does 9 repress? Yeah, save it for your typing session. It'd be more fun. But expressing anger is 8. Suppressing it or repressing it? Suppressing it? It's like a really quick, Kim. So you'll see how you feel. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like a 9, I don't know if a 9, I don't know which one, or
I think 9 represses and 1 suppresses. That's what it says. Like if you're gonna be mad, I'm not gonna pay attention to you. That's suppressing anger, right? In general, repressing anger means I'm not gonna be in touch with my own anger. And expressing is 8, you know. And then for 2, 3, 4, 4 would be suppressing, 3 would be expressing, and 2 would be repressing. And then for 5, 6, 7, 5 would be expressing, 6 would be suppressing, and 7 would be repressing.
But do you think that 6 is more expressing
No.
fear?
No, because I mean, I've never used those terms before, but the terms I would normally use is confront, avoid, withdraw, and 5 is confronting, whereas 6 may seem to be more directed by fear, but that's because it's actively suppressing it, whereas it's easier to see these things as they play out in anger than in any of the other ones, I think. Well, you definitely haven't changed cognitive function stack skill, regardless of how it feels.
You think that Better Call Saul is an ENTP character, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a very different person off and on antipsychotics. Well, I'm quite a different person in some ways off and on Adderall, but only in if you are not paying attention to attentional stack as the primary thing to consider, you know. Get type twice on drugs and off. See if the results are different. Oh, damaged Robin is still a Robin Redbreast. Yeah, I agree with Winston's mom there. But it's also the case that if you've got a situation where you've undergone a lot of trauma, then you may feel like you're stuck in a self that's not you for quite a while, just, dealing with that. Of course, what you're talking about isn't so much trauma as mental health, which is a different matter. But although I think lots of traumatic experiences may link to mental health problems, but cognitive castration, huh? I kind of stopped taking the Wellbutrin because I don't like the way it makes me feel anymore. But it's not that, it's just like it makes me feel kind of car sick and gross.
That's good enough reason. It's meaning it's not really a good match.
Fly guy, there are no better types and worse types, okay? All types are just as good as every other type. Except ENTP, which is obviously the best type, and INFJ, But besides that, all types are equal. You've got yourself in trouble, Fly Guy. I mean, to a certain extent, everybody can be like that. Not every project gets finished by anybody, and it's true that I have a particularly bad relationship with work I've already completed or started, I tend to not finish projects. But also, even when I do finish projects, I tend to forget that I even did them and may redo the same work again, that kind of stuff. What happened? All kinds of stuff, Kim. You missed out. You missed the most exciting part of the whole stream. DJ wanted to be an ENTP, I think, and he's an ISFJ, and he didn't like that.
He wanted to be an INFP or an ENFP.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
But he wasn't either. He's an ISFJ. But Kim, Kim, Rachel's sister thinks she's an INFJ and she's an ISFJ. So ISFJs can be quite wrong about that sort of thing.
Yeah, and my sister, I can see why she would think that she was an INFJ, right? The T-polar. I think that INFJs is like universal, because it has NI is such a universal cognitive function
so poorly described.
Yeah,
And
so
the difference between INFJ and ISFJ is so poorly articulated most places.
yeah, because it's it says like
It's also a problem between FE and FI. A lot of the descriptions of INFJ will be actually describing somebody who's very proficient with FI, and that's not INFJ at all.
no. And who doesn't? I mean, the pleasant descriptions of an INFJ, like who doesn't associate with like wanting to help people or being a good listener or something like that, or being a good friend.
But the positive descriptions are really kind of a form of ontological assault against the types that they're positively describing, because there are good things and bad things about being an ENFP or an INFJ, and it's neither a better nor worse type to be than any other type.
I never thought like going into the home appeal.
Rachel's sister reminds me a lot of Kimberly, actually, except for she's not toxic. She's not weird.
No, she's definitely a regular
She
person.
likes traveling and being in Prague, and she kind of reminds me of my mom too.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Like, your mom seemed to be active, like, in politics, like she cared.
No, not you, Kim. I'm talking about Kimberly, my ex, who was an ISFJ, who was toxic.
Pio.
The woman I was with before Rachel was named Kimberly.
Pio.
Just push her then, if you wanted to move. Go on. Yeah, right there. That's your spot, right there.
Yay!
Good kitty. What happened that you decided you needed meds? You probably had some sort of mental health crisis, I would imagine. If I had to hear voices in my head, I wish they would be famous figures from history, like Abraham Lincoln, Socrates, Joan of Arc. There's a cartoon called Jeanne d'Arc. Something Jeanne d'Arc. It's on the new season of Crunchyroll. And Joan of Arc is treated as this, sexualized teenager who wants nothing more than big tits. What a history revising cartoon. I'm pretty sure Joan of Arc was not like that. You can't fight voices in your head, Guilt. They don't have a body to punch. As far as I can tell, all the voices in my head are various forms of Eric. There's scoldy Eric, like, come on, dude, get your head out of your ass. That Eric that tells other Eric to get his head out of his ass, There's encouraging Eric that says, all right, just get it done. You can do it. It's fine. There's let's go as a group, Eric. Come on, Eric, let's go. Let's go over here and let's do these things.
I used to yell into pillows. Like when I would get really tense at living with my parents, I would sometimes scream into a pillow.
Well, it's better than screaming at your pillow. Your pillow's not your fault.
No.
You be softer. Let's go into group. Yeah, let's go as a group. So I got gold. Not currently. But I'd like to get some. Although I'm maybe a little more inclined to get silver. Cannabis can reveal schizophrenia. Well, yeah, I mean, there's various things that say cannabis exacerbates is problematic for triggering of or whatever. Um, various things. But well, I busted out of this tournament. My queens went up against kings. And I was the big loser. Now I've got this tournament still to go, though. You couldn't stop laughing once you started during my first and so far only Manic episode. I've had that on acid before, where I couldn't stop laughing. Cannabis is a painkiller too? I don't really think it's a painkiller. I think that's kind of bullshit, but you know. Right, which is close to an all-time high, if not an all-time high, you know. So, what's silver at right now? Only bad weed gives me a headache. 39 is back up. It was down as low as 36 or something, but I think we're going to see that creep gradually towards 100. Platinum and palladium both seem to stay right around 1,000, but I suspect they'll follow gold's lead to all-time highs. It just makes too much. The only reason they're not higher right now is because everybody who has precious metals is selling them to make ends meet and stuff. It's a good time to buy them because once everybody sells all the precious metals they have, then yeah, well that would make sense for a guy. Cheap weed does give you a headache. Shitty weed gives you a headache. Not necessarily cheap. Sometimes good weed is not that expensive. This was expensive weed, and this is super good weed. I love this weed. Do you want to buy it, Rachel?
Yeah.
Well, taxonomy and stuff, organizing stuff. You love more resin, 99%. Jesus Christ. Trump is such
That's
a
so
person.
high. Is that not?
That's ridiculous. The thing is, of course, there is no American manufacturing sector or whatever that he's helping here. This protectionism isn't helping anybody. It's just hurting consumers, hurting our international relations. If, in fact, he could replace taxes with tariffs, that would be great. But I don't see him, it's like he's not the legislature. You can't cut taxes. You like resin, though. Resin's gross, though.
I used to smoke resin when I had to. When I had no weed and you scrape the bowl for it.
Yeah, that's the only time I smoke resin. Or when the bong's too resonated and I accidentally light the resin on fire when I'm smoking a bong.
Oh, it gets all over your lips.
Well, I don't hate the idea implicitly of somebody trying to generate more revenue via alternate ways of taxation besides income tax. I think that's not a bad idea, but it's got to be part of some comprehensive plan. You can't just unilaterally initiate and announce all these ridiculous tariffs. Since when is that one of the executive branch's powers anyway? Isn't that expressly given to the legislature? Or maybe not. I could be wrong about that. I have to do some research. I guess that sales of those goods will go down, you know. Well, tariffs is not the power of the purse. That's taxing and spending is power of the purse. Tariffs are a little bit different than that. Well, if in fact he were generating large amounts of tax revenue by these tariffs, and there was an accompanying tax cut domestically, then I would say, okay, it's not totally ill-conceived, but yeah, as far as I know, tariffs, the ability to unilaterally establish and change tariffs is not one of the president's powers. I don't object to him on a jurisdictional grounds on the immigration stuff. I think it's terrible and he shouldn't be doing it, but it's not because it's not within his jurisdiction. That is within the executive branch's power. So, but yeah, he should not be. We don't have a king. We shouldn't have somebody who wants to be a king in office even. See you later, Kim.
Bye, Kim.
Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. It's the only way you'll stay young and fit. That's how I've stayed this young and fit despite being over 300 years old. Oh. Cereal. See you later, Danger. When I busted out of those tournaments quick enough. No, I don't want to rebuy. Lost enough poker today.
The Economist asks, can men and women be just friends?
Yeah, sure.
If they have like another person, like
Yeah, like me and
there's a
Kay
lot
are
of-
kind of friends, you know.
Yeah,
Me and lots of women around here are friends,
yeah.
and it's fine.
It has to like.
But it's not like that. There's a certain distance, right? There's certain absence of intimacy that reflects that everybody understands the appropriate boundaries. You know,
Yeah,
mature people can handle that just fine.
I think so too. It's a tough question, cause like, what if like.
You're excused, French. You're excused. And you know what, France? You're a fine country. I think you're just fine.
I really feel some pride in I really feel for the Italian Venetians, or that's what they're called.
The people who live in Venice?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Venetians.
Yeah, I'm proud of them for like
saying no to Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, it was really like they really like created some action. Like they were going, like I said, they were going to put like thousands of water filled up alligators into the canal so that none of the boats could go through. So the Venice was like, okay, Jeff Bezos, like you have to have your
little party someplace else.
Yeah.
What a douche. Like, who would even want to do that? I want to do something that's going to inconvenience everybody else for a whole day in the whole city. Who's so FE fucking don't give a fuck that they want to do that?
Exactly.
I guess 8th slot, maybe. Well, they should be grateful. We're investing a lot of money into the economy.
Yeah, that's exactly what they thought.
Yeah, well, it didn't in Venice. Danger, it did
It
not in
didn't, and
Venice.
the people spoke, and Venice listened to them. Jeff Bezos had to change the location of his wedding because people were protesting so much. Like, that's fucking cool. Like, good. I'm glad that they listened to the people. There's no reason why a $500 million wedding. Uh-oh. You guys. You know what this means.
I know you wanna have your wedding here. You wanna ride on our canal. But Jeff Bezos, I'm sorry dear, you're gonna have to go somewhere else, 'cause no, Jeff Bezos, you can't have your wedding here. We're in Italian town, we got canals going all around, but Jeff Bezos, you can't have your wedding here. It's hard for me to play steady rhythm on the piano, you know. I know that our canals would be so cute, and how your wedding pictures would wow your friends. But no, Jeff Bezos, go elsewhere. You can't get married here. We won't allow your interference. And if you don't like it, you can go fuck yourself. If you don't want it, go to an Air Force base and help yourself. To Air Force hospitality. I call that Jeff Bezos' wedding. It's in honor of Jeff Bezos' wedding. Obviously. Thank you, darling. Thank you. I wrote a blues song a long time ago. It was about how shit had happened, and so I was feeling very sad, like the color blue. Everyone was standing around, and I said, I've got an upside down smile. It's a frown. I know why, because I'm feeling sad. I talked to Chad about it. He said, man, I don't know what's wrong with you, but can you perhaps just try to be more cheerful anyway? I said, no, 'cause that would be totally fake of me, and I don't wanna be dumb, yeah, gee, so I'm gonna be F-I proper and authentic today. Grandma came around and I didn't know what to do. I said, what are you looking at and why and how do you do? Grandma told me this reminds me of 1932. It was Great Depression time. I don't know about you, but I was feeling pretty crappy and kind of bad. Yeah, kind of bad. So because the army asked me to write a blues song, I came up with this one, you can all sing along. It started out with my sorrow, sadness is true, but ultimately the armed forces are what I have to thank for this song. They commissioned me to make the blues. Make the blues, make the blues. All right, thank you, thank you, thank you. well, that's better. Thanks. I actually meant to put a bell there right at the end of that.
Oh.
Once you came around, I knew I had seen something I had found, something new and obscene. I wonder if I could convince you that I should enlighten everybody about cheese. Well, I learned some things about how to use that thing better now. I didn't realize that it did that. I think you can play different forms of the chords by combining it with a different note. So it doesn't really, it's like, for example, if I hold down C and push F, then that's, then that is different than if I just go from C to F. Took me a long time to realize that. I have to figure out how this works. I see. It changes to minor. Okay, like that. That's major. Then that should be minor, but is it? Yeah. Okay. So what's seventh then? Like this? So that's C minor that way either way. C major. That's a weird one. Oh, well, now that I know that thing's going to be more interesting. Now that I understand you could do that. I've been just thinking you could only play major chords on the thing. Well, that's interesting. That's exciting, an exciting discovery for me. It makes sense. Do you love to debate? Well, different people feel more inclined or not to debate. Like, some people might say, I feel inclined to debate, but I don't feel very inclined to debate. I feel disinclined to debate. It's like that she controls her sons and it's just played for laughs. Who controls her sons?
The mom from Everybody Loves Raymond.
Oh. Well, yeah. That's correct observation, I would say.
She's but she definitely, like, she plays an ESFJ, and the dad is an ESTJ.
Ozzy Osbourne hosted his last concert at 76, huh?
The mom from Modern Family, the blonde who's married to Phil, she's an ESTJ. Monica from Friends, ESTJ. Chandler's an ENTP. He's a good example of an ENTP.
Yeah. Love our Lady Peace, love the voice. Who's our Lady Peace? Is that Julia Nobor? No.
Sad, Putty Cat. But it's sad that he has Parkinson's. I'm glad that he's older, you know? He's got to be past my dad's age.
Yeah, he certainly has lived a life full of debauchery.
I remember, like, they started they were big, starters of, like, reality shows for celebrities, yeah. I remember being very entertained by Ozzy Osbourne, I guess at his expense.
Well, I mean, he was such a You want to be like that, obviously loaded all the time. He obviously doesn't care,
No.
or else he would restrain himself a little bit.
I mean, like, there was this, like, one episode where he's, like, trying to figure out how the remote works, and it's just so funny. Like, it's relatable.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's just bad TE in general.
I mean, the phrase, the devil works hard, but Kris Kardashian Jenner works harder is so true. I heard that she, and this is only hearsay, obviously, but I heard that she paid to be at Jeff Bezos's wedding because she wants to pimp out her daughters. They didn't say because she wants to pimp out her daughters, but that's why. That's why she wants to be.
Accept the money for that? Does he need the money?
I don't think so. I think the truth of it is probably somewhere in the middle. It probably was like they wanted to be invited, so they made it happen. I don't think they paid.
Maybe they made a donation to charity or something.
Maybe. Oh, fucking Lauren Sanchez. They were like asking her like, "What's your something blue?" And she said like her something blue is her blue sky quest or whatever. The time where she went into like space for half a second.
That was her what?
That was her something blue.
Okay.
What a joke.
Italian Stallion 89 says Rachel was.
Hey, Italian Stallion 89.
Is that when you were born?
Yeah, I was wondering if you were born in 89 too.
If so, you were born the same year I graduated from high school. / started college. My freshman year of college, fall semester was marked by the Earth. There you go.
Thanks.
Well, that makes you 18 years younger than me, and 4 years younger than Rachel. So that means you're 36 years old.
You're a millennial too. 1989, I think, was the year that The Little Mermaid came out. I'm a millennial too.
I'm Gen Z.
Yeah, Eric's Gen Z. X.
No, Z.
Oh, you're Gen Z.
I've changed generations.
Wow, you're transgenerational too?
Well, but it's not fluid.
Oh.
I made a conscious decision. I'm not going to be Gen X anymore. I'm going to be Gen Z. So now I am. I'm the most Gen Z and the most pimpinest.
Really? Is that true, Fly Guy? My bedroom was Little Mermaid themed because my parents had me, and I was obsessed with Little Mermaid.
Maybe I could make songs that insult Gen Z. I could say like, "Oh, I'm Gen Z. I'm the most pimpinest.
I can
Woe is me."
work-life balance.
Yeah. I've been pampered all my life. I'm Gen Z. Oh my gosh.
Were you supposed to be like? Did they think that you were going to be a girl?
Me?
No, Fly Guy, because his bedroom was Little Mermaid themed because they thought I'd be a girl. Oh, so they did think you were going to be a girl. What? Like, what made them think that? My brother was obsessed with Pokemon in the 90s too. He played as a kid. He was born in 1990.
I played Pokemon in the early 2000s, very late 1990s. right around the time Delilah was born. Corey and I played Pokemon some.
Oh, really?
The card game.
Yeah. That's what my brother would play too. In the garage with his friend Danny. He was very serious about it. Do you have a sister, Fly Guy? See, like, I feel like...
In order to not disappoint his parents, Fly Guy from birth began pretending some of the time to be his twin sister.
Oh.
For most of his life, his parents thought that they had twins, one girl, one boy, that somehow
baby.
were identical twins, which is really unusual.
That is.
Yeah. And except one of them was a girl, one of them was a boy. Couldn't figure out how to play, just had to catch them all, collect cards. Yeah, I wasn't good at playing it really either because I was not a fan of like figuring out how to win. I was a fan of like, oh, I want to put this card with this card and this card. You know. I wasn't competitive about it, I guess. Same with Magic. We're into Digimon? No. I didn't really. I actually did watch quite a bit of Pokemon cartoon too, because my daughter was born in '98, so she's actually Gen Z, I guess.
Yeah, apparently, they keep on changing the date for it for some
She's
reason.
kind of like an older Gen Z, I guess. Too
She's
young to
like,
be a
she's like
millennial.
beginning Gen Z.
Yeah, she was the oldest part of Gen Z.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we were adults, me and Corey. That was around the same time that my daughter was born, so I was like 30 years old or something. I liked playing Magic. I liked doing like tear and go tournaments where you buy a bunch of packs. Everybody buys the same number of packs of cards, and you open your packs and you have to make your deck out of those packs of cards right there that you get.
That's kind of fun.
Yeah, that's a little bit more fun. But even then, I wasn't very good at it.
You can get repeats too.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you were to, I will go look in the car in a second. I'm just
I think
watching.
she's gone.
You think who's gone?
Tip.
Tiffany? Well, I'll tell you what. Let's go look in the car.
Yeah, but is it like 1989, 1998 for Gen Z, Dale?
Italian Stallion says Gen Z starts in 98.
Yeah,
So Delilah would be
the first.
first year, but not January 98.
Mm-mm. You could say she sets the trends for younger Gen Zers.
Do you think that Baby No Money's not really Gen Z?
No, he's not. A lot of people criticize the Gen Z Eminem because people are like, "You're not Gen Z."
I got this lighter. I'm gonna get the trash can so I can empty out the trash.
Oh my god, when we were walking outside in the heat, Fly Guy, it made me think of Grave of the Fireflies. I was so sad.
Well, our tire popped, and then like the side of the car got damaged with it. Well, we didn't get into an accident. Yeah, fly guy.
Let's throw this away. What is this?
Oh, that goes to like one of the water bottles we have. I don't know if we have the bottom of it though.
Should I toss it or keep it?
I'll keep it, just see, and then. I thought Gen Z started in 98. Anyway, Baby No Money is 95, so he is a millennial, a late millennial. Sure pooped.
Yeah, she's gone. I can go look over the side. Maybe, but
Walmart just recalled 850K water bottles. I'm sorry to hear that, pooped.
that's pretty sad.
Sorry to hear that, pooped.
Yeah. No more Tiffany. Well, hopefully we'll get another Tiffany. She's
Yeah.
been pretty beat up anyway, you know.
We can, so like, Ruben wants to help us find it, and he thinks he can. So what I'm thinking is we can go back to the Poshmark that we found the doll at.
I think it was Etsy, wasn't it?
No, it was Poshmark. It was,
Is that like Etsy?
yeah, it's similar. It's not handmade stuff usually on Poshmark.
Let's see.
Thanks, Winston's mom.
We know there's at least one more doll admitted in existence because we saw it, somebody was selling it. We couldn't get in touch with that person. Tried to buy it, but couldn't.
Yeah, I'm gonna look.
Alright, let's Google it. We still don't know what that doll is technically called. Though.
No, that's why I'm gonna go through your emails and see if I can find it. It's nice and cool in here.
Oh, let me try Google Gemini.
Yeah, it was on Poshmark. I found it.
Poshmark, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Um. I want to replace a doll I lost. If I upload a picture of it, can you find other instances of the same doll for sale online? Reverse search engine. Reverse image search. Go to Google.
Winston's mom, I'll send you the link of the Poshmark. Um, is your email the same, or do you have a new email?
I have to do it on my phone, I guess. Can you do it? You can't do it on.
Okay.
Maybe I can here. Let's see. The Google app or Chrome app. Chrome app. All right. So can you?
Do you want me to email it to you again?
Yeah. Can you email me the link?
Sure.
Oh wait, there it is.
No,
No, that's
no,
not
no.
Tiffany.
I mean, I can put it in the chat if you want me to.
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
Okay.
Back. What happened to the chat? Okay. Did you put it in the chat?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You want to turn that around?
Yeah.
Okay. Search with Google Lens. Is this it?
I don't know.
I think that's her, right?
That
This is
looks
a
more like
different
Mindy.
hair? No. Oh, her legs aren't quite the same.
Yeah, they're
huh?
not.
Is that her? That's Mindy. That looks like Mindy.
That looks like Mindy. No, I'm telling you, that's the exact one. That's Tiffany. The one that I showed you in the link, that's definitely Tiffany.
But this is not.
It's not Kelly. It's not a Barbie. It's like a fake Barbie.
Maybe Tiffany was a fake Barbie.
Tiffany was a fake Barbie. That's what I'm trying to say. Is that it's not a actual Barbie. Um,
But it's gotta be.
she.
I mean, it's hard to say when it's got different hair. Like that's Tiffany, right? No.
I don't think so. Look at the legs
This is
again.
different, yeah. They're similar, but this one might be. I can't see the body. I can't see more.
Sorry, guys. That was me. I clicked out of the chat for a moment. This is exciting, guys. I was really like just getting ready to be like, oh well, life without Tiffany would be a lot tougher.
Well, I'm glad she's gonna be back in her full in her full glory, uninjured.
No, Tiffany gives the business, you know? Like He-Man, he gives the business, but Tiffany really gives the business. She tells people when they stink.
Yeah. Ooh,
Can we
I'm
see?
excited.
Yeah, me too.
There she is in the middle.
There she is.
The other ones are like her retarded sisters.
That's so her, though.
Yeah, that's her. That's Tiffany. And you were right, Rachel. It was off-brand.
I know Barbies.
You were wise in the ways of things. Nobody
Thanks.
can dispute that now. Finally, everyone has to agree.
I'll tell Ruben and Acacia we found.
No, I want Tiffany back. Obviously, Tiffany, she went away so that she could get restorative surgery. She's gonna come back better than ever.
Yeah, she went to Brazil for a BBL.
She actually went to Croatia to get some weird experimental East European treatment.
Oh.
Yeah. You're making Kraft mac and cheese? Nice. That's always a meal and a treat. I think what she's gonna say is she's starting to feel like she needed to, better herself a little bit. So she went to the gym to start working out, and that's how come she grew her arm back.
You know, that's like a lot of people's excuse when they go to the gym and something's different about their body.
Mm-hmm. That's my toy. What are you talking about, Fly Guy? I bought it for me.
Yeah, we got Tiffany a while ago.
Quite a long time ago.
3 years ago, maybe?
No, longer than that.
Yeah, you're right, because I was away.
Right at the beginning of our relationship.
Mm-hmm.
No.
I'm nostalgic for Tiffany.
Yeah, we're nostalgic for Tiffany because We've been playing with Tiffany for quite a while now.
Oh, trouble.
Trouble, trouble, trouble.
Oh, Capillo, you ended up back behind there, huh? Come on. Oh.
I will tell you for sure, Fly Guy, that I'm better at playing with dolls than Delilah ever was. I'm better at playing with dolls than just about anybody.
You really are.
I'm gonna turn on some lights. No, shut up already with your constant meowing.
It's like we're here, Trouble.
Have you ever seen Welcome to the Dollhouse?
Hmm.
Isn't that a Guns N' Roses song? Oh, never mind. Welcome to the Dollhouse.
I don't think so. I think I've seen Valley of the Dolls. Not Welcome to the Dollhouse, though. What is it called again? What's the name of the movie? Show media? Oh, Welcome to the Dollhouse. Oh, I've seen this. I think it's... I've seen pictures for it. It looks interesting. No. I haven't seen it. I don't think Eric's seen it.
Look at
Oh
all
my
that
gosh,
hair.
wow.
Yeah.
There's a chance that we can lose her again too. It's hard, like when you're packing for stuff and like you're like in the moment, so you're not really like noticing what you're doing. That's what I do anyway. Thanks, Winston's mom.
We found Tiffany and we bought Tiffany. And Tiffany is going to be here by July 22nd, according to that. Isn't that crazy? Well, that's nice.
Yeah, I think I would like it too. I'm looking at it, and I like that actress.
So we're watching the athletics game now. It's on. Is she a famous actress? Tiffany, yes. She's a very famous actress. All right, let's go, guys. We won 2 of the last 3. That's good.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, me too.
I'm like so excited. I didn't think that I thought we were gonna have to like contact that Poshmark person again.
We found her. Excellent. And we bought her.
Yay.
Tiffany's back. Mindy is not lost. Well, that's good. I feel happy about that. Hi, Lovebug. I don't remember you, but that doesn't mean you're not memorable. You may still be extremely memorable, and I might not remember you, so don't be offended. Oh, oops, failure. Boo. That's alright. This should still work, actually. Just gotta push it down like that. It should work fine. Well, that was bound to happen. I was bound to break one of those. My girlfriend disapproves of your relationship. She's my wife, actually. But then it must be bad. So the Athletics are, starting to come together a bit. We put up quite a bit of offense in 2 of the last 3 games. Sorry, I had to tell Google that it's fine that Rachel is signing in as me. Did you groove back in the day? What does that mean? Did I groove back in the day? I think I groove more now than I did back in the day. In general, I'm more groovy and more grooving. You got the Jam FS. Is it weird if I wear an athletic supporter for fun? It's not that weird. Did you create indented links in the earth? I'm not sure about that. Why scientists say MBTI is bullshit when they know shit about cognitive functions? Well, MBTI isn't about cognitive functions, and most people don't address cognitive functions as something to negate. They just negate MBTI. Well, that's not a reason to affirm something, just because it's never been disproven. That's an appeal to ignorance fallacy. The Toronto Blue Jays. That's who we're playing today. Pictures of a round earth are AI generated. They were AI generated a long time ago. I'm pretty sure that's not the truth what you're saying, but what do I know? I'm not an expert on earth shapes. I thought Eric was on my side. You were wrong, that's why you cried. Now you feel like a big, big fool. You were wrong, that's why you cried. Now you'll see that's why you lie. Everybody wants to be around. I have a relationship. They disapprove of it. They disapprove of everything I do. But I know that I am in the right relationship. I'm in love, yes I am. You can see that, can you, Sam? And I know that we'll be together forever. Don't judge my relationship just because it is full of shit. Doesn't mean I want to hear your opinion. But I know deep inside my heart that Rachel and Eric are right. Yes, I know deep inside my heart Eric and Rachel are right. But I deny the truth to myself. I say no, I know better than they do. Then I have a baby Ruth by myself in the dark while I cry myself to sleep. Oh yeah, he's just being provocative. I remember his feeble attempts at provocation before. Your feeble attempts at provocation don't impress me, mister. Try to be provocative. I don't think that you know what gives, but I can understand the appeal, I guess. You just want to be provocative. I don't know if that's what I should give you, the provocation you want. But I have learned over time that it's okay not to cry if at least you obey your feelings. Well, I'm full of songs, aren't I? Let's try more songs. Let's see. minuet in G minor. I don't know. I know what you're saying, Eric. That's terrible. Well, you're not wrong. But what about this? Once a long time ago, I was driving in the car, and I knew that then we could see a big star, and I wouldn't want to be ashamed of everything that I ever did. Been a long time ago, I saw that, and I knew that I was doing that, and then I go and be at another person. But nobody let me do that with my spare time. They all said that's a waste of time. Surely you know that. I said I don't know that, but I can see that you feel strongly, and I feel bad about that. eventually, if I can maybe do something with some of it, even if it's just background music or something. I don't know. Now that I know I can play different kinds of chords on this, it really opens it up a great deal with that autoplay thing, you know. I never really quite understood how it worked before. I still don't really quite understand how it works. Am I taking requests? What do you want to hear? Sure, I can take requests. Probably have to play requests on the guitar though. I just don't know how to play that thing well enough at all. Freud is a Taurus, huh? I want to hear Funny Man playing a keyboard. Well, that's what you were hearing there. It was me playing around on the keyboard. Kind of self-indulgently, probably not very audience-friendly activity to do, but, you know. Play both? What do you want me to play both of? Is his middle name really Shlomo? That's not really his middle name, is it? sunshine on the trees, far above the smoky city. Mountain sunshine on the trees. Going to the low up mountain, going to the low, far from the city below. Going to the low up mountain, going to the low. Travel up the one blue mountain, sunshine on the trees, far above the smoky city. Mountain sunshine on the trees. Mountain sunshine on the trees, far above the smoky city. Mountain sunshine on the trees. And we played people around them off of each other too. They did a lot of that, you know.
Oh, yes, Christina. Mommy and Daddy love you. Meow.
Blue Jays are coming to town playing green and gold. The Athletics are in Sacramento till they're old. But I don't know what's going on. I cannot see that clear. It's that they get off as a beat, and oh my God, oh dear, hitting no 45. That's not gonna do it. Not today, no any day. Hey, you know your Aunt Judy is looking for a man. I know a guy who is a vegetarian and she loves animals. And he's got a real neat mustache. I think your aunt and him might just get along quite nice, and you should check it out. Tell her about this guy. She's a real big wig out in Germany wide. I think perhaps you and he would meet up well as well, 'cause I know that you were fond of Aunt Judy too and wish her well, but I do not know if you will like her, because unfortunately she is Jewish. And he's kind of got a super big problem with that. Otherwise, I think they're perfectly compatible. Well, I mean, people are objective enough that you know those facts. I know those facts. And they're generally used to demonstrate that. Well, they should be used to demonstrate the principle that you can't universalize goods and know anything about a person. I mean, it'd be universally good to be nice to animals or something, but that doesn't tell you anything about. Like, you know, the moral viability of somebody. around show media, you might say, he failed utterly to fulfill his vision because he got like the opposite, right?
That's why I'm like, he could be an INFJ because his visions were so lofty and ideal. He had this idealized vision.
Well, he was obviously, he dealt with a lot of death and stuff in World War One, and had clear vision of anti-Russian sentiment. Unfortunately for him, he wanted to take over France first and Poland. Yeah. He probably could have gotten away with just Poland, but if he just got and attacked the Soviets, it would have been a different kind of ballgame.
Oh yeah. And like Eric had said that the guy who made I could see that too, that him being T ruler. Like I mean, like really, he was like the face, right? Like, but he had other people to carry out the dealings.
Yeah, well, he also had some impractical ideas like, I want this train station to be this big and it'd be super big, right? But they're like, well, we can't really make that because it's kind of like the physics of it are a little daunting.
And like you said, the guy who made the party's uniforms, like that wasn't Hitler. That was what's his name? The guy with the G. Goebbels, yeah.
It was an ENFJ.
Yeah, he was an ENFJ. When an ENFJ and an INFJ work together, stuff can happen. But again, like Winston's mom, like I doubt that Jesus Christ is an INFJ because I feel like the only type that would be able to like walk in another person's shoe would be an INFP. But he could be an INFJ. And I like that. I like thinking of him as an INFJ because then Jesus is an ESTJ and Mary as an ISFJ, and the Holy Spirit is what, ENTP?
No offense not to look too far here now. I don't know what that means.
Well, that's the joke, show media. I say that INFJ wouldn't be a good carpenter. I mean, maybe create in a creative way, but like I think in a practical way that INFJs would make a lot of more of mistakes until they get good.
I think the next one has mental decline in the U.S. What does that mean? Next what? Mental decline in the U.S. I say mental decline. What you talking about? Mental decline in the U.S. Dictator, huh? Well, Trump is very dictatorial, but I don't think the difference is I don't think he's going to try to stay in power.
He said he's gonna try and run again.
He said he's not, right?
No, he is. He wants to.
Well, he can't. propaganda. He's a unique ball of arbitrariness called Trump.
Yeah, because when you're TI polar, you live in the what'd you say? Oh man, I was gonna make a good point about TI polar. Like, there's no absolutes with TI polar.
You live in the amniotic fluid of a contradiction-free world.
Yeah.
So I contradict myself. I contain multitudes. They're making a movie out of the presidency?
That's a little bit. So, like, with this whole Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni thing that's been going on, a few YouTube creators like created a documentary about like the justice for Justin and stuff, and like things. It's just. I feel like making a movie already about something that hasn't concluded is tough. Because, like, that case between Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively isn't concluded, even though it, like, basically is. Like, the public knows, but the courts are not. It's just, like, a mess. Like, Trump doesn't care if he's like really liked at all. He cares if he likes you, and his tool function FI really showed like everything that is dear and personal to him is what's being pushed forward. I don't think FI is a great, I don't know. Well, Carter was probably an ISFJ, right? And he had FE tool, so. I mean, he gets into fights with people who were once on his side all the time. That's why when I was like, oh, like, Elon Musk is friends with him, like, that's not gonna last. I was like, they're loving each other right now, like, let's see how long that's gonna last. The thing is, though, with ISFPs, like, public speaking could be really difficult, and Hitler was really known for being a charismatic, captivating speaker. Like, and ISFPs, like, I feel like they do more. I don't know. Like, they do, if they're going to speak about something, it's something that, like, oh, well, maybe you could be an ISFP. Because, like, I feel like an ISFP would only really get verbal about the things that they're very passionate about. And Trump, I mean, Hitler was very passionate about bringing Germany to.
He was pretty passionate.
Yeah. And he was pretty passionate about, like, only a few certain things. Like you said, Fly Guy, he was a vegetarian and cared a lot about animals. flags, bespoke uniforms, props, that was more of Goebbels? Goebbels, sorry. But he could be an ISFP, Winston's mom. The speeches were written. He did take things personally. And he cared about like what, but see, I feel like that's FE, like caring about what other people think. Like, I feel like Hitler cared about what other people thought a lot. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't seem to have any SE, or like his SE is weak, right? Like, that's a good point. Winston's mom, Hitler wanted to go to art school. I mean, I went to art school. I flunked out, but he was not a political animal. He simply learned. That's what I mean. He was like the face of the Nazi Party. He composed the worlds he desired and then stepped back and let others run it while he played with Ava and painted. But I feel like that shows T. Polar, letting other people run it.
He ran the people. He played them off each other and made sure none of them got too powerful or too comfortable, and they were always, everybody was competing for his favor accordingly.
I feel like that would be an unhealthy INFJ thing to do.
Yeah, or somebody who's become to believe in his vision of the world in a furnace of World War One, because remember he fought in World War One, where life's very cheap in World War One and World War Two too, really. But Hitler would not be the first nor the last person in history to want to blame everything on some boogeyman group. I mean, his ideas weren't rockets. He was just, I want to receive other people's good ideas and hear them and approve them or disapprove,
Yeah.
It's very INFJ.
I think he's the worst version of an INFJ.
I think he had good instincts on which bets to back,
That's
His biggest mistake was giving control of Luftwaffe to Goebbels, I guess it was. Who was not a military guy and who did a poor job of managing Luftwaffe. Well, I mean, the thing is, what people wanted at that time in Germany was something specific. They wanted the answer that they wanted, which was that Germany had been robbed and mistreated by the rest of Europe in the aftermath of World War One. That a strong Germany was not only their something they should aspire to, but their absolute right as a nation, that they should reclaim the lands that were taken from them. And generally, it was a reaction against the failed post-World War One's reparations era, and that unified the country about economic matters at the expense of other kinds of matters. And even then, he had to pull some shady business to get himself fully approved as the leader, right? He had to have the Reichstag fire and other things like that. Yeah, the Treaty of Versailles was not something that Germany liked. And in fact, at the end of World War II, the Allies had learned that lesson and did not repeat that mistake at the end of World War II. Instead, they worked on rebuilding the defeated powers in their image, particularly in Japan, and in rebuilding defeated Germany to face, including repatriating, so to speak, like not repatriating, but like reintegrating former Nazis and stuff all throughout Germany, because it was immediately deemed after World War II that the threat came from the Soviets, not from Nazism, which had been thoroughly defeated at that point. After World War One, a scapegoat was needed. The German people needed someone to blame. The anti-Semitism was already built in. He just had to catch people's imagination.
I think he did do that.
Yeah.
Also, I mean,
It's very different than Trump. I think it's worth noting, right? Trump does not have the support of the whole population. He doesn't even have the support of a majority, because I think even a lot of people who voted for him at this point are like, I didn't want that.
yeah.
But regardless, his Gestapo ICE shit is only sort of on a surface level similar. It's similar in that, hey, let's round people up and get them out of here. But it's not similar in that he's deporting people who are here illegally, which is a perfectly legitimate thing for a president to do, although there's no reason to focus on that, It's fine if he were simply focusing on securing the borders 100%, but trying to deport people who are already here is just going to disrupt a lot of people's lives for no good impact. Well, Charlie Matero, if you're so anti-American that you want him to run a third time even though it's not constitutional, then you deserve to be put in timeout. You don't respect the Constitution or America at all. Okay, but the scapegoating process, it's important to remember, Winston's mom, is very different. Yes, Trump may hate immigrants, but his message of let's blame immigrants for everything is only catching on with his most rabid and, like anti-intellectual subset of his people. This is not something that has broad support among the American people, and he doesn't have broad support among the American people. But regardless, the deporting of illegal immigrants is a legitimate use of presidential authority, even though we don't like it at all because it's not a smart use of it. It's legitimate.
I still wish it went through due process, though.
Oh, well, yeah, it needs to go through due process for sure. But provided he affords people due process rights that are necessary to determine if, in fact, the person is an illegal immigrant or not. Hey, all right. Oh, no, that's last night. Hi, G. Hi, SB Uni. I'm not saying he's doing it right, but what I'm saying is that he's sending them out of the country, right? And presumably, provided he's actually deporting illegal immigrants, then he's deporting people who don't have a right to be in the country. So it's like, I'm not saying he should do it. He definitely should not. But what I'm saying is it's very, very different than what happened in Germany. So, right. And Winston's mom is right, though. If, in fact, we support a deportation of people without due process, then he can do that to anybody. He could do that to me. He could do that to you. He could do that to anybody who's even slightly brown. I don't know.
Anyone he doesn't like.
Right. If there's no due process, then all they have to do, ICE has to do is show up and say, you're an illegal immigrant and you're getting out of the country.
You know what's so ironic is that all of his past wives, I think all of them were immigrants. And I think they only became legal citizens through his marriage.
He just doesn't like brown immigrants.
He doesn't like Canadians. He doesn't like anyone on a border.
Well, who came here legally?
No, he marries them and then they're legal. But I doubt that Melania. I didn't think that he's. No, he didn't sneak them. He probably got them from Epstein. Let's be real. He met Melania through Epstein, who gave him a European wife, and she wanted his money.
Well, the point is that yes, it's correct that if they're not here illegally, then purportedly he's not interested in deporting them. Except he also is opposed to birthright citizenship, which means that those people who came across the border illegally and gave birth to a child here, that child has birthright citizenship.
Yeah.
He's interested in somehow eliminating that. That's just insane. And also, it's not a good idea to take an American citizen's parents and deport them out of the country, forcing the kid to leave as well. That's not how he should be treating American citizens. But it's not illegitimate what he's doing, provided there is due process, as opposed to making Jewish people give up their businesses and stuff, not because they weren't citizens, German citizens, but because they were Jewish. It's markedly different. The similarities are kind of at the surface level primarily, but it is nevertheless, I think, terrible thing for him to be doing.
It is terrible. It makes me scared. He probably wants that though.
I'm not scared.
I don't think it's great to do that either. The people who come here and then have a child and then it's a reason to stay.
I would point out that nobody has any problem that I've ever heard with any immigrants. Do you? When I was in Vegas, the one thing that wasn't expensive was getting my tire changed by a guy who didn't speak a word of English. He spoke all Spanish. It cost me $140 to get a new tire put on my car. It was like way less than a dinner out. It's ridiculous how expensive Vegas is. But that was.
And every decision that Trump makes is like, because he has FI tool, so he's going by his emotions. Like, oh, I just don't like this.
Yeah. Come on, Miguel Andujar. Do something. Don't be worthless. You are no use at all, Miguel Andujar. They should call you Miguel Butt-Tuhar instead.
I hope that there is due process. It's needed.
Why is that a good step, Message? How many of us have a problem with immigrants in any describable way except just a general attitudinal issue with the idea of illegal immigration?
I mean, my great grandparents were immigrants who came from Italy, and I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them becoming. Most people from America have immigrant pasts. I don't know if they did
it's the right way. The right way might have been different back then. I don't know. I know it's very difficult to become a citizen now.
We did it the right way. We stole it from the Indians fair and square.
Yeah, that's another point.
Okay, well, the point is, SB Uni, you can make plenty of arguments about people being here illegally and whether or not we should get rid of them. But the reality is, nobody I've ever heard argue about this ever actually says, no, I have a big problem with these Mexicans. I've never heard that. They're like the most hardworking.
Yeah, they're so hardworking.
They're fantastically necessary components of our society. Why does it matter that they were mostly Europeans in the past?
Yeah.
No, I mean, the thing is, SB Uni, the federal government failed to enforce the law by failing to secure the borders for many, many years, right? And so people did come over without legal permission to do so and stayed here without legal permission. That doesn't mean that they have broken a law in the same sense that, say, stealing someone's car is breaking a law, because it's not a rights violation per se. And for most of those illegal immigrants who come across the border, they never become citizens and never get any of the benefits, yet still pay all kinds of taxes and et cetera, contribute a lot to the economy, et cetera. So, well, again, SB Uni, you can then, what you're doing is you're saying, I'm mad at the federal government for failing to enforce immigration laws for many, many years. And that's fine. But that's not a good reason to take it out on people who are already here, contributing members of society who aren't causing any problems. Yeah, maybe the federal government should have enforced those laws for years and years and years, but they didn't enforce them adequately. And accordingly, people just came here to get a better life. And my argument against it is not that it's illegitimate, okay? You win the legitimacy point. I get it. They're here illegally, and the executive branch is the right branch of government to deal with this sort of thing, provided they all get due process. There's no problem with the legitimacy of what's being done, okay, in terms of jurisdictional legitimacy. My point is it's practically, in practical sense, a bad idea. It only harms existing communities who might have various members of a community reliant upon some illegal immigrant providing labor for them. Like, was the guy who changed my tire in Vegas here legally? I don't know, but I appreciate how quickly he did it and how cheaply. And we even enjoyed watching this Mexican TV show together, which I laughed at one part because this character was like, "Y tú sientes." He had landed on this rock, and it showed like next to his head all this blood and like brain matter and stuff, but he's like, "Y tú sientes." He gives this long speech in Spanish, and then he goes, "Bye." And he dies like that. So both the guy and I thought that was funny, even though we didn't speak the same language. I appreciated the fact that he was there in Vegas. His tire place has higher ratings than Pep Boys because it all says like very affordable, quick and easy, and there wasn't even any line. So the thing is, my arguments are not against the deportation policies because of legitimacy problems. They're against it because it's unwise, serves no practical benefit, it has humanitarian concerns to go along with it, etc. Okay, well, no, say if that's the immigration policy we want to implement, fine. Then let's pass that into law and let's execute that immigration policy. The fact is, though, that's not what's being debated here, right? We don't need an alternate methodology of attaining citizenship. It's like, for Christ's sake, if you're a little kid who's an American citizen by birthright and your parents get deported, you're going to, obviously. You're not going to stay here by yourself. So you're getting rid of plenty of the people you want to get rid of, okay? But the point is, let's pass that law then if you want to pass that law, and let's implement it. But until we do, we cannot pretend as though all these people who did get birthright citizenship can now forfeit it after the fact. That's ridiculous. You can't retroactively make them uncitizens. Historically, the military's been a path to citizenship for people as well. I don't know if you're opposed to that as well, but I don't know. Do we have plenty of people already in the U.S.? Yes, absolutely. Would I be sad if they shut down immigration very, very much to a trickle? No, not at all. But that's not any reason to do harm to people who are already here. There's no practical benefit I've ever heard anybody articulate. Except it makes it less brown around here. Something like that, you know. You know, I'm purportedly from German stock on both sides, but I never think of myself as German. I always think of myself as an American. Because that's what I am. A real American boy. So I do think I have a little bit of a white fly problem. Get off of there. You jump into Jehoshaphat. The grasshopper eating my leaves. I have my beautiful ladies here. I meant to go get some more steaks from down below and maybe do a little more staking today, but didn't quite get around to it, I guess. I think we'll have a lot of weed this year. Hopefully more than last year. But you know, we'll have to see. I'm assuming things have probably almost started to bud a little bit because we're middle of July now. But they may not really start to bud until the end of the month. I'm gonna go get a zip tie and tie that right there. All right, that's good. That helps a bit. Pull this in a little tighter. I could tie that one there too, maybe. a little bit better. I need more steaks. No, not the kind you eat. I want to do more ponding too. I decided I'm gonna just finish up with the pond and just cross my fingers, and if problems emerge, then I'll have to take it out. Well, they changed the whole house water filter today, and it made the water pressure a lot better. That's kind of nice. When I went to Vegas, the water pressure in the shower was so great. I was like, oh my God. I got to change that water filter at home. Yeah. Nowadays, women are replacing having kids with pets. Well, it's not just women who treat pets like kids. I treat my pets like kids. I mean, I wouldn't watch my kid eat much as I watch Struggle eat. Treat him better than I treat my kid. Where my kid is like, you can't eat by yourself in front of the TV like any sane person does. Well, you want to eat, eat. What did I do with your cum? Where did I put it? I need to get your cum. I think I had that maternal instinct. I was definitely a better mother than my daughter's biological mother. And I think I'm more motherly than Rachel, really. I was a single dad, raised my daughter, and was very much nurturing and very loving. What you're saying sounds like a bunch of bullshit to let some dumb whore get the kid when she doesn't deserve it, when the father's actually a better parent. You're on the side of some dumb whore, aka my first wife. The only way to get the hair off this comb is to weten the comb with wetting a napkin and get the hair off like that. But I've gotten a lot of hair off this cat this way. This is all hair I don't have to vacuum up later. Well, you want me to watch you eat? This is what you get. You see all that hair? I could brush this cat all day long and I would never stop getting this amount of hair off of it. There, are you satisfied? Like, but I don't want you to comb me, I just want you to watch me eat. Well, TFB, motherfucker. TFB. Okay, well, I do want to play pond. It is getting kind of dark for pond, but I could bring a flashlight, and what I have to do is certainly possible to do in that way. And you'd be constantly in conflict then if you were stern with kids, because you're in conflict being stern with the cats.
That's what I mean. I know, but I don't believe I wouldn't be a laissez-faire parent. Like I would absolutely
Tell them to behave themselves.
Yeah.
Sure, especially in public.
It means a lot to me.
Yeah.
Like when I heard about Angelina Jolie letting her kids like draw on hotel walls and stuff, I'm like, that is so disrespectful.
Yeah, it really is.
And if my kid was hitting me, I absolutely would tell my kid that no.
And you wouldn't let your kids behave like they did at the deli today.
I don't think I would be like that.
No, you wouldn't just let the kids be crazy behind you while you're chatting with the lady.
No.
Well, Fly Guy, probably what kids need most of all, that's love.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Toronto's up 4-0.
Yeah.
And they already chased Severino. Let's ban this person.
Oh, Charlie.
Oh, 5-0. What kids need most of all is Pop-Tarts. They might need that.
Like, I don't doubt that I would be a very loving and playful parent, too. But, like, you know, I don't want to be bad cop. And I think I would be. And that's not fun. And, like, I care so much about what the cats think. Forget about having a kid.
Do I think Epstein killed himself? Not really, no.
Mm-mm.
Seems unlikely. GMO garbage? You mean genetically modified food? Nothing wrong with genetically modified food. That's just evolution.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
evolution.
That's how things evolve. People genetically modify them. Pop-Tarts are fine. Rachel likes Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, but I don't toast them. I usually just eat them plain.
Oh, exciting.
I'm so excited. And the user got good reviews, has good reviews, so it's not like, well...
Yeah, and they seem like they're quite active.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a bunch of
A
dolls.
bunch of dolls.
All of which he bought in like dollar packs of them, yeah, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Curvy full figure Barbie doll. This is not very full figured.
Can that be me?
I mean, like the doll, you are also not very full figured.
Thanks. It's true though.
This doll
It's
is not full figured
No, it's
at
not
all.
full figured.
He's got a little
Like
bit of
thicker
pudge right here,
thighs?
maybe.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I guess this guy sells a lot of dolls. People like me are looking for a specific doll. Maybe.
Yeah.
He's got lots of stuff. He's got pages and pages and pages of dolls for sale.
Definitely just goes to like the dollar store, and
This kind of looks like Dottie.
it does kind of look like Dottie. Well, strawberry shortcake.
Yeah, he just goes to the dollar store, picks up shit tons of these little dolls and just sell them as is. Sometimes in groups of 3. Like I got 3 of them for $9.
Yeah.
He makes at least $5 on that deal, even if it's free shipping.
Yeah, which is great.
Well, athletics, I'm not pleased with this performance.
Neither am
Queef Wellington, huh?
I. Oh.
Silence isn't an indication of um, a lack of intelligence, rational morality. If you think that silence indicates stupidity, then, well, I guess that makes you both not guilty of the first and guilty of the second.
I'm watching the game and reading the chat. I'm not brain dead.
Yeah. His name was Jorge how much?
I don't think that I'm so upset with. I'm not even gonna say it.
With what?
It just makes me think of P. Diddy and like how he was only charged with 2 things, and like what the hell was the prosecution doing?
I just couldn't make the case that they tried to make. There wasn't adequate video evidence of what could clearly be seen as coercion or something, I guess. But it's tough. It's tough to prosecute those kind of sex cases in general.
Sure, I did. Show media. Who didn't? Scrubs is totally catchy.
I cry when I have a few bad days. Nothing wrong with that.
I know. I felt that the prosecution didn't do that great of a job. I mean, and then they brought in people who like say that they willingly like will go back to Diddy and love him. Like, what the fuck?
Oh,
And then he fucking like clapped and like got on his knees and started praying. Like, what a fucking loser. Like, he's more than a loser. He's just so evil. What happened? Like, where's his where is justice?
I mean, it wouldn't shock me if he gets time served plus a little.
Yeah, he's a diddler.
Me and an old army buddy dropped acid on Burger King. Started walking to Burger King. We never made it. It was a hell of a trip, though. Good to hear about it.
No, he's evil. It's not just he really is evil, type blue collar guy. He's getting away with a lot of really, really evil
Most of his
things.
worst crimes, he was never going to be prosecuted at the federal level for because it's rape.
Yeah.
He's a serial rapist. He likes to drug people and rape them. but that's very difficult to prove, especially years later, and it's not a federal crime.
Yep. And
That's a
then
state crime. So it's up to the states to do those kind of prosecutions. And Diddy had a long history of being in bed with the cops, prosecutors, coroners, whatever, in various locales. So it's unfortunate, but yeah, he deserves to walk because the prosecution did a terrible job. Relatively walk, he's probably gonna maybe get another couple months plus time served. But but it doesn't mean he's not a terrible person.
he definitely, most definitely is. And I feel bad for England, who's getting all of our trash moved over there.
Oh,
And Jay-Z and Beyonce. I have to say though, like a lot of people are catching on to Beyonce not being all that. You know, her concerts aren't doing well. People like look at her differently now. Yeah, they've been looking for places in the UK.
okay, AB stepping. You don't even know what I'm smoking or anything. Could just be smoking water, you know. But regardless, you're the millionth person who says that to me, so it doesn't matter. Oh, and go fuck yourself. Oh, okay, well, that's fine then. You're just fucking around. I get you. Sometimes we like to be a little sassy and I fuck around, and that's fine. What would you do if I smoked some more weed? Would you tell me to YouTube now? It doesn't matter 'cause they don't seem to care. People tell me all the time, and well, ever watch the anime Monster? I don't think so. Was it about an energy drink? You're finna be like me when I get older. When you get older, cool. I'm gonna be like me when I get older too.
I bet she was. I bet she was. That's why I don't like. She's heavily tied to Jay-Z too. She's cheated on. Was the cheater with person with Jay-Z and Beyonce.
What do I feel about the gays in the country? I feel fine about the gays in the country. I certainly saw plenty of them in Las Vegas. And
No, it is though.
and at the hotel we were staying at, they had a show. It was the RuPaul's Drag Race.
Yeah.
They were selling merchandise in the store. Had a shirt that said "Sissy That Walk."
But it is. It shows cracks in the system which aren't good. I mean, honestly, I don't agree with that.
The only people who don't like gays are people who are probably feeling pretty gay themselves and don't like it and don't know what to deal with it. I don't know. People call it God's gift to anime. Oh, it's on Netflix. Monster. It's like, I've been married 3 times, each of them to a woman. And I have a child, who's a daughter. But one thing that I don't think is that what other people do with their genitals in their own private spaces has anything to do with me at all. That's not my concern. I couldn't care any less about that.
Except when it has drugs and abuse in it. Like, that's just like
No,
ethical.
SB Uni. What I just said is I've noticed this seems to be the case, that at least it makes some sense, right? I don't get why any normal person would have a problem with gays, because after all, no skin off their sheet, you know.
It could be Bible centric.
So the thing is, you say, if I don't like abuse, no, because abuse is very bad, right? So the difference between something that qualifies as abuse or toxic and something that's a legitimate expression of self has to do with the subjectivities of the people involved, right? But it also has to do with some objective analyses of what qualifies as indefensible behavior. And we have plenty of examples of what does. We all understand that physical abuse qualifies as such. We all understand that abuse of a minor in other ways is definitely qualifies as such, and various other things that qualify as abusive or toxic. We even have good understandings about how to use language. It's toxic to engage in a relationship by saying, "You're selfish, you're so selfish." Instead, you might express it as, I I felt like you were being selfish when you did that thing. And that deviates from how you normally are, right? That's how you deal with people in a healthy, respectful fashion if you need to take exception to something. Rachel and I don't try to take exception to each other's shit very much. Occasionally I'll correct her before I can stop myself, but I don't think it means you hate gay people if you don't want men to use the women's bathroom. I mean, in California, there's a lot of either gender bathrooms. Like, if you go to some smaller places that just they don't have any urinals in the bathroom, it'll be either gender. We went to a weird Carl's Jr.'s
Yeah.
on the way to Vegas. It was so clean and like the cleanest, best Carl's Jr.'s I think I've ever been in.
Mhm.
The urinals in the bathroom had ice in them. It was Carl's Jr.'s I'm talking about.
I know.
Well, look, there's lots of things that might make me uncomfortable. For example, watching somebody with a bunch of face tattoos might make me feel a little uncomfortable. It doesn't mean that I don't think they should get them. It's their face, they do what they want with it. They put ice in urinals for two reasons. One, because it breaks up the pee so it doesn't splatter as much. It's a good. Who was that? Kurtz? Nice job,
Yeah,
Kurtz.
it was Kurtz. He's
433.
doing
Bang.
well.
2 run blast. I'd like to see him in the home run derby.
Me too. You know, I wish I would love for him to be in the home run derby. He deserves it. I like it now with men and women having bathrooms because the women's bathroom always used to have freaking lines like so long, and then the men's bathroom would have like half the line, if that. And I'd be like, this is such crap. Like, everyone should just wait. I hated waiting on the women's line.
I consider writing the definitive treatise on urinal choice etiquette. Well, you should always choose, if there's 3 urinals, you always have to choose if they're all open, one on the end, so the other person can come in and choose the other end and not be in the one in the middle. I made this mistake in the Carl's Jr.'s, actually. I went in the middle because there was nobody at either of the other urinals, and then somebody came in and peed next to me, and then I got all pee shy, and I ended up not peeing, and I just went out to the bathroom.
I think family bathrooms aren't a bad idea. I mean, if you say like it's a family of a mom, her husband or her partner, and like the kids, I think that the family should have like their own just to, you know. get the
SB
kids.
Uni, I am opposed to trans women competing in women's sports.
Yeah.
Okay? I've always been opposed to that. It's obviously ridiculous.
I mean, like,
They're not women, they're trans women, and accordingly, they have a Y chromosome, and they should not be competing against actual women.
well, like, okay, say I want to take up a sport and I know I was going against Caitlyn Jenner, I'd be like fucked because Caitlyn Jenner is an Olympic athlete.
Reminds me of how the Japanese have excessive recycling. They don't just have paper and plastic, they have like 8 designations. Oh, nice job, Sodi.
Yeah, good
Nice job.
Social.
7-3 now. Maybe we'll come back.
7-3.
Well, you know,
We
it was
could come
7-0 at the start of the
Yeah.
game, so. What sport are women better at than men? Power menstruation. Apparently, in road running, long distance road running, it starts to equal out between men and women around 100 miles.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
that's interesting.
Oh, is that another one? Oh no, I thought it was another
Me
one.
too.
Synchronized swimming, sure.
G.
See,
Ramp walking.
Don't be a dick, okay? I'll tell you what women are better at than men. Softball. Distance birthing.
I think the women are better, at least here, in soccer than.
Right, the American women are better probably than the American men in soccer. It wouldn't shock me at all if the American women could beat the men's team. I mean, there are lots of games where sports where there is no advantage either way, like poker or like croquet, shuffleboard, curling.
Mm-hmm.
There's not any inherent advantage in being stronger or bigger in those sports. I mean, and if you look at like basketball and stuff, what I've said is, I think the women, the most notable skill in basketball is shooting baskets. If you look at Caitlin Clark, she's as good a shooter as any man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's bang bang from super long distance.
Imagine her against LeBron James, and she would run baskets around LeBron James now.
Well, I mean, LeBron James has such a big height advantage that she'd have to get a long distance away from him to get his shot off.
That's
right?
true.
No, I know basketball isn't just shooting, but I'm saying when I'm watching the various skills in basketball, the one skill that I think women aren't as good at is ball handling. I think that they're more likely to turn the ball over in general. But Rachel has suggested maybe that's because they have smaller hands. I think they play with smaller balls as well, but it may be still their hands are smaller ratio wise than the ball
the
is
legs
smaller.
too, like going underneath the legs, you know, like
Dribbling between their legs. Most sports are made by men to determine who has the most strength or muscular endurance. So of course women will always compare badly. Yeah, I mean there's other sports like video game sports. There's things like bridge or Magic the Gathering or chess.
Those kind of like level out the
level playing field.
Yeah.
Something like competitive fishing. You can have women in car racing and stuff. It's just that women don't typically get very deep into those kind of sports because of a lot of reasons, you know. It's like if you're a competitive girl who wants to be in a sport, you're gonna play one of the normal sports, softball, basketball, volleyball, And if you want to have any like professional possibilities, you're going to play or soccer, soccer, basketball, or well, I mean, the thing is, why would women try to compete in sports where against men, where they're going to have to compete against men if men have any kind of advantage over them? So then they play in specialized women's sports like a lot of sports, tennis,
Mhm.
basketball, soccer, softball. They don't have baseball for girls, but they've got softball, which I don't think is necessarily any easier than baseball. I just think it's a little different for some reason. I don't know why they do it that way. Like, why do the girls play softball? I mean, you need to remember that some of the greatest outliers in history, in terms of that kind of manly stuff, are women. For example, one Soviet woman is thought to be one of the most um, prolific snipers of all time. Because the Soviets were very progressive in terms of integration of women into the whole everything.
Yeah, I could see for some reason. Like, even though they like, because like they represent Russia, they don't see.
Well, it was the doctrine, dogma, or whatever
Mm,
of Leninism
um,
and communism in general was the equality of everybody and not having any kind of better or worse status because of irrelevancies like gender or race. But that was the official party line, but it wasn't necessarily how they acted. But they were ahead of the U.S. in terms of including women and stuff.
that's cool. I feel like Caitlyn Jenner could only play like her daughters in if they really wanted to like
I
play.
don't think she should play anything. She should
We know
just
she is. We know she is.
she should just sit around her house and wonder about the wisdom of her decision.
I saw a YouTube yesterday that was suggested to me about a trans person who went through the operations and then regretted it. I don't know why it was sent to me, but it was interesting to hear the perspective from the other side from someone who actually went through it.
Hmm.
You know, like saying how like the hormones like really like it's just like any surgery. It's
I
major.
mean, you're trying to force your body into something it's not biologically designed for,
Yeah, I mean
and that's, I think, generally not a good idea.
that's how
But
I feel about plastic surgery in general.
right, but it doesn't mean it's my place to tell other people what to do with their body.
You know, YouTubers always say that. They always start off with like, I don't care what you do with your body. I'm not here to tell you what to do with your body, but these are the problems with getting a Brazilian butt lift, for example.
I don't even say that. I just say it's bad in general to try to force shit. Whether you're trying to force your body to be something it's not, when you're trying to force yourself to pay attention in ways you don't, when you're trying to force yourself to do stuff you're not well suited to do, etc. It's a bad idea to try to force shit.
Yeah.
Reading Dostoevsky doesn't make you smart. But I'm not saying she's not smart, but you know. If you were offered a key role in a major film $10 million contract, but you play male gay gigolo who has to French kiss 29 and lay naked within the film. I mean, the only film I could conceive of that had me French kiss 20 men would definitely be a gay pornography film. So, no.
I mean, just because
she's a porn star doesn't
then
mean she's dumb.
Yeah.
She may not even regret her choice, but it's also possible that she made mistakes when she was young, you know? That's how she views it. I don't know how she views it. Obviously, she probably gets lots of thirsty men around. Well, no, Sage, I'm not 1000% sure about that. Like, Sasha Grey did actually transition into some regular film roles, if I'm not mistaken.
Only one.
Only one? Okay.
Well, you know, she played an escort. So it wasn't really like, I mean, she did a good job. But she has inside
Get it. Good job.
It's actually a good movie. I liked it a lot.
What's it called?
Escort, maybe? Hold on.
I'm an escort. Yeah, I'm an escort. I should put my name in escort services, and then when the person calls, I show up and I'm just like, no, I'm just here to escort you someplace. I'm sorry you got the wrong idea. Just like it says, I'm an escort. I escort people places. I assume you needed some kind of protection or just a generally responsible guy overseeing things. Tongue condoms. Okay, well, maybe I do wear a tongue condom every time I talk to you guys because I'm afraid who knows where your ears have been.
The Girlfriend Experience. That's what she was actress in.
I bet she makes a shit ton more money from YouTube than I do. No, Sage. She might have been able to do that without the pornography career. I don't know.
So yeah, in the Girlfriend Experience, she plays escort who starts off with a boyfriend, and then it shows the difficult dynamics between having a non-traditional job and a traditional relationship. It was good. It was sad, but it shows you the emotional difficulties of being an escort.
I don't know. Like, it would really be up to Rachel if it was just like naked pictures of me in, like, say, Playgirl magazine. And they said, we're going to give you $1 billion. I'd leave it up to Rachel at that point. Say, well, for $1 billion.
I mean, I would be like, that's your decision to do. You know, like if you got $1 billion.
I mean, it would be our $1 billion. And there's no touching or anything. It's just a Playgirl picture spread of me like lying here naked. Like, hey.
I mean, I might be proud.
You might be proud. Well, so then maybe.
But the only thing that I would have problems with, that I know that I would have problems with, would be fan mail. Because
I wouldn't get fan mail.
Yes, you would.
From Playgirl magazine, I'm sure it would be just gay men anyway.
I totally feel like you'd be surprised. You'd just be for it.
Well, you know, miggity meow, meowgity me. Fact
But
is,
see, like,
nobody's
I don't
offering
know.
me $1 billion to make a Playgirl magazine picture spread.
But then, like, what if the opposite would happen with me? I don't. First of all, I wouldn't be comfortable with it.
Then it would be a non-starter.
$1 billion, though, just for
Well, no, Sage, I have my. I also feel a little squeamish about that whole thing, but I'm not quite sure I'd call it a social calamity.
Well, I think it's important what you said that it is only a tiny fraction of women who make any money. Um,
Well, no, Sage, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe, maybe they will, maybe they won't. I mean, it's a different world. Like, I would have said, that guy, that big guy who's a country singer, maybe who has face tattoos. He sings a cover of Phil Collins song.
oh yeah.
Like I would have said, oh, that guy's definitely gonna regret those face tattoos. But here he is, a big star, big enough that I can reference him, and you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. No, it's not fair to blame Miss Gray. No, no, no. Not for that. I would look to OnlyFans models like Lily, what's her name, and like Bonnie Blue. Uh they give other OnlyFans people uh an idealized version of what it's like.
I
But it's
mean,
not
how would
even
that have?
it's not
It
even
sounds
anything.
horrible in every regard to me,
It
but
does too.
I don't spend a lot of time thinking about it because those people are making their own bad decisions. I got to worry about making my own decisions that aren't bad, hopefully.
I mean, why
Just
why
because somebody else is, I mean, that's nonsense, no Sage. She was hardly the first porn lady in history and will hardly be the last.
I watch a lot of YouTube. Like what's her name? Amanda Bynes, she has an OnlyFans and she doesn't go naked or anything, but she'll talk to fans there.
I think one interesting story is that of Tracy Lords, who with fake ID and, or I guess it was a real ID, but it was like her cousin's ID or something. Um, she went into porn when she was just 14 years old.
Whoa.
But by all accounts, like, um, nobody really knew because she looked a lot like this cousin and the ID was legit or something. Anyway, she made a bunch of movies, made a bunch of money off those movies, and then turned 18 and said, like, oh, those movies you made are all illegal. Had them all pulled off the shelf. Then she made one more movie that she had full ownership of and made all the money off of that too.
Wow. She was a businesswoman.
Yeah. I think you may have overestimated the size of Sasha Grey in pornography.
Yeah.
No Sage. So yeah, I don't think it's a good way to.
She was problematic in that she introduced, like, she didn't introduce this. This isn't a phenomenon either, but there's one porn that she's especially known for where she wanted to get punched in the face or something. That I don't think is great. But I'm not a person who likes those things together, violence.
We're not censors, so we don't have sensing as an absolute value. So you know, we don't want to get too wild, you know.
No.
I think we'd like to have a pleasant time.
Yeah. I just don't like a lot of things mixing with it.
Well, I agree, No Sage, but you do have to be very confident that your understanding of what their consensual behavior should be is better than their own. And we have to draw the line somewhere in terms of age of consent and age of the majority. And it is true. Maybe we should move that age of majority later. I don't know, for decisions like that anyway. But a lot of people make a lot of mistakes in their teenage years, early 20s maybe, and most of us were lucky enough to not have those mistakes filmed. That would be something I would maybe say to young women that wouldn't be quite so. It's like I did some good things and some bad things in my late teens and early 20s. Some things I think worked out swimmingly, and some things that I regretted a lot. I'd rather have none of those things on film than all of them on film. And you probably aren't going to love having this film around later if you want to have a regular relationship. You're not going to be 18, 19, 20 forever.
Like a lot of retired porn stars like try to let young
the other
women
ones
know.
know.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, no, it's not an immoral thing, okay? To be immoral, to be morally prohibited, it needs to involve some failure of informed consent.
Mm-hmm.
And if it doesn't involve that, then it's not technically a moral issue. But I mean, I agree that from a kind of what character do you want to be in the book kind of perspective, it's probably not a great choice.
Mm-mm.
Okay, well, I mean, I think that they get plenty of that. Your perspective on this is not that uncommon, and I think that the actual life experience of these porn stars when they get out of the business and want to have a relationship is probably all they get to they get those consequences in ample measure. I don't think we need to try to shame them more because the horrible consequence of them being ashamed of themselves later is so bad.
I don't think a country should tell women it's empowering.
I don't think half the country tells women it's empowering. I do think that among stupid young people who go to spring break at Daytona Beach, there's this kind of wave of this is right or whatever, but they're just fucking young, dumb, and full of cum.
Acacia's making emojis that could be used for the members.
Okay, cool. Now we just have to figure out how to add them. I certainly hope you're envisioning this wave as a Forrest Gump finally sees LT Dan wave, because that's what I'm doing. Like this. Cool, Limp Dixit. Dix Kid. Oh, Rooker, you blew it. We had men on base too.
So like this one, she's thinking of trouble.
Oh, that's good. Acacia made that, huh?
Well, she's having ChatGPT make it. She's
Okay.
taking screenshots and.
Sure. So she's making it using some tool. It's fine. I don't think society's been failing in larger and larger proportions due to the failings of inability to speak on sexual morals. I don't think that's the case at all. I think that there's plenty of moralism about sex. Granted, it's often a less healthy kind of moralism than I think yours is. Like incel type reasoning, that's a less healthy version of pathologizing sexual behavior. The thing is, intuitives in general are not going to feel very comfortable with debauchery because it's not an absolute value for them. It might be for ENFJs or something, but fundamentally being in above S means being communication above experience. I didn't say love is love, or I also didn't say do what you want with your body. I said, I don't know what you should do with your body more than you do.
Yeah.
Opinion about this maybe, but you're not violating rights, so I can't condemn you as being wicked. Assuming you're not assuming you're not cheating on somebody. Well, yeah, I mean, I think there is a movement towards ostracizing variations in sexuality less, right? In general, where society is not as intent on enforcing a orthodoxy in terms of sexual behavior and masculinity, femininity stuff as they once were. Well, that's because we're like you. We don't think of sex as a drug. We don't treat sex like a drug. But we do treat drugs like a drug.
Yeah, and actually, I meant probably 30 minutes ago to get a weed drink.
Ooh,
I got so. Would you like one?
I think I would actually.
Oh. Oh my god, it came in so those came in so handy for the day when I was just with my mom.
No, sex is not for procreation. I mean. Sex is for recreation. Rachel and I would be very unhappy if we procreated. We don't want to make any baby.
No babies. No babies.
I'm the baby around here.
Yeah.
Thank you, darling.
You're welcome.
But the thing is, just because Rachel and I both enjoy sex doesn't mean we treat it like a drug. It's uh, it's a way that, you know, it's it's a critical component of a healthy relationship, and we have a very healthy and good sex life, you know. So that's great, but it's not something that, you know, it's just it's just sensory stuff, right? So I don't know. It doesn't. As long as we have sex regularly, and then it's just not something I think about really. Well, and probably Rachel doesn't think about it much either.
No. And I have like, conflicting.
Oh God. Gee, no, it's not true. I'm sure it's not true.
Oh my
Ridiculous.
God. Gee. Like, I try to be on your side because you're an INFJ, but like, it's really hard to defend you sometimes.
Yeah, but we don't want to procreate, like
Yeah.
when we when I crush that puss. I was just thinking about conjugal visits today. What a great thing it should be mandatory for prisons to allow. So the men would have less sex with each other. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I don't really get the whole fixation with sex that society in general has.
I think about like OnlyFans and I'm like, oh my God, like, ew. I'm more private than that. Like, I don't want our neighbors.
Right.
Imagine?
Yeah.
Or like, God, I don't even want to say it, but like, if my fucking dad, like, it's just like gross. But that's where my brain goes.
It's not morally optional for us to have sex with each other. Well, it certainly is morally optional.
Yeah.
There are plenty of times when one of us might not be feeling it, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I'm constipated, let's not have sex today.
Yeah.
If you mean if one of us was withholding, like consistently not having sex with the other one and finding various excuses to get out of it, that would be very much indicative of a big problem in the relationship. Probably indicative of someone cheating. But regardless, it's not indicative of a relationship that's gonna be healthy or long lasting. So, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a moral issue. It could just be a two people not gelling together, you know, and one of them saying, I thought we were down, but just not that into you or whatever. If it happens towards the beginning of a relationship, it's conceivable, you know, I guess. I mean, I wish in previous relationships before this one that I had understood better what I ought to require from a relationship and what I needed from it and what I didn't and what a relationship was for and all that stuff and what it meant to be committed. You know, I wish I had understood that right from the very first relationship rather than having to fuck one up. You know.
But I mean, like.
Well, I mean, I'm just wishing. I also wish.
I wish that too.
I also wish I had a 3 foot long dick. You know. Just wishing. Probably Rachel glad I don't. I'm guessing.
Yeah. Yes.
Either way, the government has no right to keep husbands and wives apart and not let them have sex, I say. Well, that's fine. I'm not opposed to conjugal visits, but if somebody is in jail, that means they forfeited their rights, their right to liberty, which includes things like getting to have sex when they want. But that doesn't mean I'm not in favor of conjugal visits. I'm generally in favor of being humane to prisoners and not giving them a. They're already stuck in a cage. You know, trying to make it as, you know, not torturous as possible would be fine with me. But you know, I'm reasonable like that.
That is reasonable because I'm like thinking of like some like terrible people who are in jail who like definitely deserve to rot.
I just think about how horrible it would be to be locked in a cage all day. So
It's not humane, but
give them books.
definitely give them books.
You know, when there's things like conjugal visits and chances to go to the prison library and stuff like that. I'm all in favor of giving them little comforts because I just think even with those comforts, it would be torturous to have such monotony, so little chance to do whatever.
But you know, a lot of them like get so used to being in the system that they get out and they find themselves right back in jail again because they get so used to it.
Well, maybe I'm just projecting my fourth slot SI, but not having any control over the temperature.
Oh, nothing.
All that stuff is
Nothing.
just, to me, it sounds absolutely torturous.
Yeah, like I feel like some prisoners like definitely deserve the treatment that they get at in jail. Like serial killers. Like I don't feel bad for them.
No. Um, it's a matter of general rule versus specific case.
Yeah.
As a general rule, I would like to see us make prisons humane places. They're never going to be comfortable because you have to stay in that one place all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd like to see them be made humane. And also, I can think of individual instances where if we're not humane to that individual person, I wouldn't go out of my way to complain about it, right? So, like, the problem with Epstein, for example, being killed in prison is a problem because of it denying a larger justice, not because it denied him his due process rights. Because I feel like most of us were amply convinced his horribleness.
Yeah. Because I get what you're saying too. Like there are plenty of people who are in the same jail that like these serial killers are in, and they don't deserve to be there.
Right. The thing is, you still have plenty of people in jail for drugs.
Yeah, and that's just
They haven't done anything wrong, and yet all they've done is broken the law. And they should being in jail should include being safe. You know.
Yeah.
All right. Well, eighth inning, one out. We're down by 4 runs. Shea Langoliers at
Come
the
on,
plate.
Shea Langoliers.
Am I going to win?
Mm.
I'm not going to win. The Athletics probably aren't either. We're down by 4 runs. So the Toronto Blue Jays were at home in Sacramento, but Severino had another rough outing.
Jeez. Man, I was really hoping to count on him.
Count on him to suck.
Yeah.
No, they're between cities. They're playing in West Sacramento. My team will win. Okay, well, that's good to know, Justin. Thanks for letting us know. If they do, I'll be like, wow, Justin was right. We're currently down by 4 runs, and we only have 5 outs left because there's 1 out in the 8th. In the bottom of the 8th right now. We used to play for Oakland. They're going to be at Las Vegas Athletics, supposedly in a couple of years. But in the meantime, they're just the Athletics is what their name is. They don't have a city name in their name. But they play in West Sacramento. No, Sage. It doesn't work like that, okay? Instead, whether my team wins proves whether he's right or not. Not he's right, and whatever team wins is my team. No. I say no to that, no Sage. Is your name No Sage because you don't like sage? Can I have the sage chicken, no sage? What's that stuff that they put on chicken? Rosemary. Can I have the sage and rosemary chicken, but without any sage or rosemary? No Sage is Jason, pronounced backward phonetically, kind of. Jason. I see. Cool. I think it's about how you like your chicken. Hi, Acacia. Did you hear the news? I got a new Tiffany. She's coming in the mail. I haven't gotten her yet, but she's coming in the mail. Like that lady who's coming around the mountain when she comes. Who's driving 6 white horses? You may recall her. 6 white horses lady? No? Yes? No? Okay. Well, this time, please pay attention. There's a movement in the Native American community that forbids outsiders from burning white sage. Get me some white sage. I want to burn it right now. Forbid me my ass. I'll burn whatever the fuck I want. Oh, I got a new Tiffany. I lost Tiffany on the trip to Vegas. But I found another Tiffany on eBay. Okay. Dog whistles back. Well, this is the same Tiffany. She's just run off to get plastic surgery in Croatia. I guess I'm gonna need my glasses. Why is it so hard to read? Sustain. Phones input. I'll put that like that. Put that like that. And then I'll open up this. Get this bad boy, put it right here. Get this bad boy and put it right over here. Oh, there it is. Oh, Denzel, make that catch. Now, I'm going to get this one and put it from here to here. Or to output too, I could do that. I think this will be fine. Alright, move this over here. Put this over here. Turn this on. Okay. Now, I'm going to do this. There is a sign on a steep beach that warns that if you need to be rescued from down the hill on the steep beach, it'll cost you $3,000. Seems to encourage people to go down the steep beach. Understandably. I think the Athletics have lost this game. But it's not technically over, so I'm just going to pause it. We could get 4 runs in the ninth. We're kind of that kind of team a little bit. Which you might not expect given the losing record and everything. Good point, Ruben. Good point. Ruben's got the right idea. He'd sell rescues for $27.50.
That's good NI. Or TE. What is that? Taking advantage of the whole.
I guess that would be good to eat.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay. No, it's gotta be mono. Mono. Well, I could run it back over there like that. Have another little patch cable. Or I could use this big one. Why is this back here? Okay. Okay, I'll put this or direct Mona out. Yeah. Direct Mona out this back into here. Let's see how this turns out. What is this connected to? Oh, it's connected to this. I see. Well, that's not a bad thing to have too, but. Okay. Let's put this on stereo now. Okay, so. Everything's about similar. There.
There. No Sage asked if you can make a song about Sasha Grey.
Sure. I could do that. Like I could do prep. Here we go. A rickety rap. Let's see. So let's too fast. Do a little bit better. Sasha Grey, you went and made pornography, and now you're looking back at yourself and wondering if that was wise. Don't worry, no sage is here to judge you most harshly. It's all your fault that the young ladies are on OnlyFans, you see. Sasha Grey, keep your clothes on. Sasha Grey, keep your clothes on. 'Cause I know Dawn and he won't approve of this any longer than you would do. But Tasha Gray, oh hey, wait, don't go away. I'm just here to place blame on you. What do you mean? That isn't fun. It's fun for me. You are the one who should be so ashamed of yourself. You're not Sasha Grey, you're not Sasha White, you're not Sasha Yellow, you're just Sasha Right, and I think that you are Sasha Grey. Hey, what you doing down there? If your mother could see you now, would she be proud of the girl that you've become? Sasha Grey. I pushed stop instead of ending, sorry. My wifey's here, yeah. I don't think she's a perfect music critic at all. Well, that's enough guitar songs for me. I mean, keyboard songs. Oh, right. I wanted to do something here. Forgot what I was doing. As usual, Eric forgets what he's doing. Wonderful drums for you there. Let's see what else we got in terms of the drums here. Cool Shuffle 1, huh? Well, this is a cool beat. I like this beat. Boop, pop, boop, boop, pop, boop, boop, pop, boop, boop, pop, boop, pop, boop, boop, pop, boop, boop, pop, boop, boop, pop, pop, boop, pop, boop, boop, pop, boop, boop, pop, boop, boop, pop, pop, boop, boop, pop, boop, boop, pop, boop, pop, boop, boop, pop, pop, boop, 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 pop, pop, boop, boop, pop, pop, boop, pop, pop. What's that you said, Eric? I said boop, boop, pop, pop. That's what. end. That was 15 minutes of Eric fucking around on the keyboard. A wonderful time was had by all. Well, by Eric anyway. And isn't that what really matters? Alright. Done with that now. Put these colorful cords away. Orange and yellow. Cardinal and gold, if you will. Now I'm going to have a little bite of something to eat. I'll take a look at the chat, but I might be about ready to wrap. Rippity wrap the rapidy rip. If you're kidding to catch my drappity drip. I could go for a little food, that's for sure.
What would you like?
Maybe a yogurt.
Sure. Any flavor?
Any flavor's fine. Not cherry, I had cherry earlier. Eric's more partial to growing pains. Well, I'm not impartial regarding growing pains. So I recorded my playing around on the keyboard because what an Italian Western adventure. Don't you think it sounds like an exciting Western adventure? I think so.
It does.
Let's see what else we got here. More of this. Okay. Very fast. Way too fast. That's a little bit better, right? Yeah, but
Ruben says, I want to have a sing and dance for this song about going to town.
the first one,
I think so.
yeah, it's like this. The first one here could be looped starting like here. Let me put a meow there. I need a good night keyboard. Way over there. No, well, one. Oh, it has to be there. 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 6, 2, 3, 4, 7, 2, 3, 4, 8, 2, 3, 9, 2, 3, 4, 10, 2, 3, 4, 11, 2, 3, 4, 12, 2, 3, 4, 13, 2, 3, 4, 14, 2, 3, 4, 15, 2, 3, 4, 16, 2, 3, 4. Here. Okay. So, what's going on here? Start here. 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 1. Let's see what this distance is. That's 3.316. So then, if I go back this way, 3.316. Well, that's not going to work, obviously. So, what's the distance from there to there? Why is this keyboard not working? Do I have something in front of it? Let's see. What's this distance? 1.658, huh? Well, I'm going to end this stream now so I can play around with this stuff. Rachel, unless you want to continue.
Maybe for a little while.
Okay. Here you go.
Should I bring the charger with me?
Maybe. Not a terrible idea.
It won't be that long.
Okay. Get your charger under your foot.
Yeah.
You want to take off your left shoe? Yeah.
Oh, it's stuck in between my toes.
Yeah, just a little bit more. I feel like I could talk for a bit. I was gonna say to Ruben, like, I like the whole green screen being obvious because it's not pretentious, you know? We're not trying to do anything special. Hi, Jeremy Howard. Ooh, Ruben R. I used to be obsessed with Airheads as a kid. Sorry, G. It is the time zone's fault, though. Yeah, we're just doing the thing. It's totally genuine. Like, you just get the vibe, like, Ruben R., like, you get the vibes of, like, what it's like to go into town. I like the cherry ones, the blue raspberry ones. I'm trying to think of, like, when my mom would get the big box of it from Costco. She would get Airheads, and the ones that were always left behind were the apple green and the watermelon. Cherry was my favorite though, and I like strawberry too. Yeah, I think yesterday was a full moon too. Yes, Ruben R., you totally get it. You totally get the scene. No, we didn't. So, like, I could easily remember more of the when my mom used to get the big box of Airheads from Costco. I can easily remember the watermelon and the green apple always being the ones left behind. See, Ruben, we needed you to come over and hang out to eat the watermelon flavor that we had left over. I always used to think in the beginning of the box, like, yes, the watermelon's so good, but we would end up getting tired of it. Mrs. Mom says this lunar event encourages introspection, shedding of old habits, and embracing. Speaking of old habits, I need to get my weed drink. Oh, and now you like the cherry. Well, we would have had all watermelon, all green apple, and probably some of the mystery white for you. It kind of was like green apple. Yes, Kate, hello from California, United States. I see that you're from Arizona. Yeah, so you and cool. So like you and Acacia could come over to my parents' house. We'll have the leftovers that we had from our block party, and you can take as many watermelon, apple, mystery colors that you want, both of you. I think you got, like, I'm going to be a behind the scenes though, Ruben R. Like, Ruben, this feels like a very, you should be the star of this. Like, maybe me and Acacia and Eric can be like passerbys. Right now we're talking about the great music video that we're gonna make about going into town with Ruben, Acacia, me, and Eric. Ooh. Well, of course, Acacia has to have her own too. See, I feel like having you stomp around and wave to us all like is very ENFJ. And only an ENFJ can show that the best. I'm not relaxed because I want to get my weed tea. Your role is to watch the video and like and respond. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get the drink. I have to unpack. I have to unpack. How many of you unpack right away, like as soon as you get home from a trip? Or do you wait to unpack? Bye, Ghost Daddy. Are you I need to unpack right away, get all my stuff back where it belongs? Or do you wait to put stuff away? Hello, put name here. No, that's not what I'm talking about, Kevin Cross. Like from a trip, obviously. I have clothes and makeup and accessories to put away. Eric's stuff to put away. Shoes to put away. I wait too, Acacia. Sometimes I wait too long and like months will even pass. Sometimes like if it's like seasonal, like clothes that's not seasonal, it could be in my bag for like a long time. Put name here says just throw it all in a pot in the bin and buy new stuff. No way. Winston's mom says, Rachel, I will unpack when I travel. I get to a hotel room immediately or as soon as possible. I'm not in a hurry to unpack once I am at home. I'll figure it all, go back eventually. It's true. Ruben says, I love how it feels when I wake up the next morning. And last night, Ruben has take care of everything. Yeah, Eric really likes that too. Like, he made sure that we didn't have anything in the dishwasher or in the sink before we left. That's good, though, that you feel that, Acacia, that you want to unpack when you're here. I mean, I would hope that you would because I would want you to feel like you're at home. Thanks for deleting. I tend to, even when I'm at the hotel, like when we were at the hotel, I just put my 2 bags on this like lounge chair and I left everything in my bag. I knew where most of my stuff was. I just didn't want to dig. No, I'm not single. I'm married. And I have to put away clothes that I was potentially going to pack. So, and tomorrow we have the water company barbecue, which we really should go to. I haven't been able to sleep in for the past, and okay, this is, I recognize that I'm going to sound very spoiled right now, but I'm not usually an early riser. I am a late riser. And the past, since we've been at Vegas, I haven't been able to sleep in at all. And I miss it. I like sleeping in. I like not having stuff to do right away in the day. I'm not a morning person. Ruben says, before I leave out of town, I wash all the dishes, do the laundry, except the last load is still drying as I walk out the door, water the plants. That's very responsible of you. I do need time to recharge. I'm just not a morning person. Like, I go to bed around like 2 in the morning. And when I was in Vegas, I was sleeping like that. So, like, aside from the first night when we were there, the second night I like was just sleeping like I normally do, but I had to get up early. How do you sacrifice SI for it? Hello, Thomas Trujillo. Sorry, Thomas. Oh, all the doing stuff. So, I used to be like that. Like, I used to pack really last minute and just like do like, oh yeah, I used to knock shit out before I would leave, and then I would forget like all this stuff. But like this trip, I planned more. I asked ChatGPT what items I should bring for a trip that's this many days in Vegas, and it gave me a packing list of what to bring. So I had a general idea, and then I did everything the night before. Yeah, it is good to fly knowing it's all handled. I think Eric feels the same way. Like, I don't really mind the dishes, but I know coming back to a clean home is always nicer. But I used to forget my charger. I was known for forgetting my charger when I would travel. So now it's like something that like I like specifically remember to do. Do you consider yourself to be an organized person, Ruben? No, you're right. You're right to do that, Ruben. It's just us. It's just me and Eric, so I'm kind of like whatever. Like if I have to come home and put the dishes in the dishwasher, I don't mind. It's true, Winston's mom. That's why I was freaking out on what to wear. I didn't even wear a dress that I can show you guys the dress that I wore to dinner for for our anniversary. It wasn't one of the ones that I showed you guys. It was a different one. Ruben says, kinda. My personal area stays messy-ish, though I periodically take massive action to revamp and clean. The public area I keep much cleaner and tidier. That's good. I try. Like, Eric made a little box for me where I could put my, like, makeup and little, like, gadgets and things and trinkets and things. And even that box looks like a mess. I wore a totally different dress. I can, I'll put it on right now and I'll show you guys what I wore. Just imagine my hair down. My hair is really dirty right now, so I'm wearing it up. And different shoes too. I don't have my shoes on that I wore. I wore this dress. It's perfect for walking in the hot weather. Because, like, for some reason, I thought it was going to be dark at 6 o'clock. Like, I don't know what I was thinking. My SI is so bad. I was thinking, oh, 6 o'clock, it'll be darker. And it wasn't dark at all. It was like the sun was still in the sky. It was still hot. Thanks, Acacia. Thanks, Winston's mom. It ended up being the right choice. But I did bring like other things to wear. I'll put on another dress that I didn't show you guys, that I wore out with my mom. I wore this to a museum with my mom. So I really only wore like, I think 2 things maybe that I showed you guys. She did love my travel outfits. She liked my dresses a lot. You really want to know what my mom complimented me the most on, though? I mean, she really did. She loved my hair and she loved my dresses. Thanks. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it has like texture. Exactly. It's very summery. My mom complimented me the most on me telling her when she wants to take a selfie or to take a picture to use the timer on it. She complimented me on helping her figure out that she can take pictures with the timer on it. That's the biggest compliment I got. Thanks, Gamer Guy 82. I like to think I'm down to earth. Lewis Medlock, thank you very much. Think I'm pretty average. Thanks, Winston's mom. Yes, it is. She was so surprised at that she told Eric. She complimented me a lot on my hair. She was like, "Oh, I love your hair the most," like, which is really, really nice. And like, I'm glad that she complimented me on my dresses because I did put a lot of time into what I packed, but like, thanks, Thomas. But she was just happy to see me. But yeah, my ability to help with the camera is the thing that she complimented me the most on. And to be fair, the thing that we most complimented her on, besides paying for things, was the waters that she gave us. Thank you, Winston's mom. My mom loves my hair long. She hates it when I cut it. So I was kind of like, I kind of set myself up to get ready for compliments on my hair. Because like I said, like my mom like hates it. Even if I cut it to my shoulder, she doesn't like it. And I'm glad that I buzzed it too and let it grow out, because I've always wanted to know what my hair was grown out without doing anything to it. I've never done that before. Yeah, I am too, Winston's mom. Honestly, I can't lie. If it were to go on for like 2 more days, I think it would have been too much. Because like I said, like my mom started to like gossip and stuff, and I was just like not agreeing with her on everything. And like I do like to keep the peace, so I keep my mouth, like I kept my mouth shut. But if it were to be like more days of that, it would have been difficult. She would really like us to go to South Carolina and visit her. And I don't know when that's going to happen because I don't like to travel on planes. I don't have anything hidden in my nightstand, but I do have stuff in my nightstand. I have girl stuff. Lipsticks, a light bulb, sunglasses that are too big for me. Yeah, I feel like I wouldn't have been able to keep up my company manners. Like, when she told me about her friend whose husband surprise divorced her and she's been like dealing with it really poorly or difficult, it's been difficult for her. And my mom is like, but she just has to get out of bed and deal with it. And I was just like, oh my God, like, mom, like, I thought in my head, it was like, in my head, I was thinking, your friend must feel devastated right now, and everyone deals with guilt in a different thing. Like, I don't know what that question means. Rocks, DX, back. Like, if Eric were to, like, surprise divorce me, I'd be devastated. Hi, simple girl, how are you? Like, I wouldn't deal with the grief at all. Well, at all. So, like, I felt, like, bad for my mom's friends. So there would have been more, like, instances of that sort of stuff happen, and it's really, I just want to be myself and honest. I don't like to keep up appearances for too long. You know, even though I have FE Tool. No, I didn't tell her that. Fly Guy, the way that my brain works usually, when I feel like a contradictory thought to something that, like, someone's saying, less I'm comfortable, I know I'm like, I will keep it to myself usually. Depends on the company, right? Like, I don't feel like that with Eric, but with my mom, like, she wanted me to agree with her in the moment, so I did. Hey, Solid Fit Shield, how are you doing? Hey, Aga Samir. Thanks, simple girl. I mean, I try to have compassion for people. Thanks, Solid Fit Shield. I was just showing off. This is what I wore to Vegas to see my mom the past couple days. Winston's mom said, I learned early on that if I wanted my mother's attention, I could offer gossip. I despised that and tried very hard not to go down that route. That doesn't seem like your vibe. I'm doing good, Solid Fit Shield. Hey, OG, DTC, MMA. Vegas was good. Vegas was good. Dude, walking outside in the heat was so, it was just like so. So there were like a few takeaways, a couple of takeaways. So the first takeaway was everyone looked the same. Everyone was wearing cutoff shorts and a plain t-shirt, like all of the females. That's funny, Carrot. I like the wardrobe change since I last saw you. I remember reading in the Socionics physical description of how INFJs enjoy changing their looks. I really do. I've cut my hair all different lengths. I've colored my hair all different colors. I definitely do have more of like a classic style now, in that I wear like bodysuits and jeans a lot when it's like mid temperature, and sandals. But I have a lot of summer dresses now because of the trip, which is good. I don't know, maybe they were NPCs, Solid Shield. I never thought of that, but I like even said to my mom, I was like, oh my gosh, like no one dresses up here anymore. Because I had been with my mom in 2009 to Vegas with her, my dad, and just me. And I don't know, I guess maybe, I don't know, it just, I saw a YouTube that says everyone looks the same now. And like, I noticed that a lot of the women did look the same. They did just the same. All wearing cut-off jeans and either a plain white tank or t-shirt. Oh my god, not even short shorts, really. Honestly, really, it was very just walked out of the Gap kind of look, with like Birkenstock-esque shoes. Like, everyone was just like very laid back looking. You see it all the time? Yeah, there's YouTubes about how everyone looks the same now, and that personal style is dead. Yes, Ghost Daddy. Well, I've been in the museum room, but I changed my dresses because I showed everyone the dress that I ended up wearing to dinner with Eric for our anniversary in Vegas, and this was the dress that I wore out to the museum with my mom. What I see always is a cutoff. Yeah, and those short shorts. I don't know what they're called. I'm not knowledgeable of fashion terms. They're just cutoff shorts. Yeah, tank top. Yeah, exactly. It's basic. And if they're going with long, if they're not wearing shorts, thank you, Ghost Daddy. Yeah, they're cutoffs. They're cutoffs. You're right. And if they're not wearing shorts, it's baggy jeans and sneakers, high top sneakers. Not even Daisy Dukes. They were like, I'll stand up and I'll show you. Like up to here. Like, definitely modest. They were just cutoffs. And like, seriously, like they look like they walked out of Old Navy or the Gap. Like, cutoffs that were like a little bit above mid-thigh, and a white tank top, light colored tank top, or a light colored t-shirt. And Birkenstocks or something close to Birkenstocks. Not even crop tops anymore. Crop tops really aren't big anymore, Ghost Daddy. Like, bodysuits are more in. Yeah, 4-inch inseam probably. Thanks, simple girl. No, it was definitely more like 4-inch. It was totally like I did not feel like, ooh, like they should really, be sticking their butts like in a little bit more. Like, no, it was very modest for Vegas. Fly Guy, I thought so too. I'm like, okay, like I'm in a dress and I like dressing in dresses, and I thought that Vegas was a place to get dressed up and dressy, and it did get a little bit more at night, but not really. And I was wearing what I wore was in the minority. Maybe Solid Fit Shield. Hello, Elias Gabriel Jr. I don't own a single white t-shirt either. I mean, I have a tank top that's white, but I don't really wear white because I get it. I spill myself a lot. But I think white tee, jeans, and like some sort of like flat form shoe, like either sandal, ballet flat, or like sneaker is really nice. This widespread fashion sameness is also probably some consequence of Pinterest, TikTok, and Instagram. Yeah, it is. They also said, Alec, I mean, and this is another thing that they keep on doing, is they also blamed it on COVID too, because a lot of the ages that kids would be experimenting with clothes they were home for. So now friends get together and they like plan outfits, what they're gonna wear together. Oh my god, Carrot. I try to bleach our towels so often. Thanks, David. I can't I try to bleach Eric's underwear and our white towels, and they don't bleach. Yeah, so now more than ever, friends coordinate what they wear. I like definitely wore similar things to my friend group in high school, that's for sure. And I shared clothes with friends in college, but I think people just wanted to be comfortable in Vegas. They weren't really caring about how they looked. They maybe wore something different later. They are mostly concerned with getting to where they need to go and being together. Thanks, Lewis Medlock. Yes, exactly, Alex T. Friends will text each other about outfits before meeting up. I did it myself, honestly. I was always more casual than my friends were, though, usually. I always wore flat shoes instead of heels. But I dresses are so like comfortable. It's lazy, right? Like I just like throw it on. And like it is nice to elevate the wardrobe as time goes on. It is. I always thought it was so like Alec T, like you probably have like maybe a 4 in your tri-type. I have 4 in my tri-type, so individual style is important to me. I don't want to look like everyone else. I do what I do to my hair and what I wear because like I want to wear it. Solid fit shoes are not wrong. Yeah, so fours like to stand out. See, that's good though, Fly Guy. You're using your clothes for their purpose. No, it totally made sense. I totally got it because it is like that. And Carrot, dresses aren't for everyone. Like honestly, this dress is layered, right? So it has this dress with this over it. Like that's kind of annoying. When I didn't have it sized right and I was with my mom, I kept on like reaching out to like fix my dress. Hey, Reed Mallory. So like fours in Enneagram, like they highly value individualistic creative expression or just people being who they are authentically always. Authenticity is very important to fours. So like people my age and your age, I don't know, like at different points in life, like certain personality types are more common than others, and maybe instead of 4 being a common personality trait, 2, there's more 2s. 2 is pretty common still, but there might be more 2s and who are ESFJs, ESFPs, ISFJs even. ISFJs like to look a little bit different, but if there's a lot of ISFJs, it can look the same. ISFJs usually keep to what they like without other people's input, but ESFPs, ESFJs, I know for sure. Has it been working, Fly Guy? Has she been able to tri-type her friends? Solid Fit Shield says, whenever I like a girl's personality, for example, she's cool almost always, and she ends up saying she's INFP or INFJ. Okay, so like, I hate to be like this. There are a lot of general qualities that are made about INFJs that a lot of people resonate with. Oh my gosh. So you might meet INFP or INFJ girls. They could be. But like this, like a lot of descriptions for INFJ are very general, and a lot of people can identify with it. So a lot of people think they're INFJ. INFPs tend to type themselves right, except for my dad. My dad types himself as ENFP. Cool, Carrot. So, Carrot, do you know your tri-type? Are you a 9 first? So, Moraj Sloth, we're talking about psychology, personality types, and They could have been also an ENFP solid fit shield, because they're also, so you have any tool, and ENFP or ENTP females will continue to have conversations. INFP, you should be able to have conversations like that too, long conversations. You're welcome. (947) possible 946. My friend is likely 629. Okay, so like so 947, and so like a 9, would you say that you're a sexual 9, in that you like to merge with your partner and you feel most comfortable with a one-on-one partnership? Or do you like to extend yourself to many different groups of people and get a taste of life from different groups of people? Or do you keep to yourself mostly and protect yourself? Although I had this ENFP teacher and I thought she wasn't able to talk in a deep way. That's probably lack of TI, yeah. Hello from California, Matthew Hirsch. I'm doing well. How are you? She could have also been an ESFP, because ESFPs don't talk deep. That's good, English Joes. Taking the long way home, huh? What made you want to take the long way home? Good for you. I'm glad you're getting snacks. I like snacks myself. Winston's mom is fast at computers and information. So, yeah, Carrot, do you feel more comfortable with one-on-one intense relations? Do you like to keep it lighter and spend lots of time with different groups of people, or do you really keep to yourself? No, I never did play Dungeons and Dragons, Alec T, and I think I would like it. I'm glad to hear that, Matthew Hirsch. Well, I should probably control my cravings for snacks too, but so hi Dan, my name is Rachel. So Carrot, like so so like Carrot, did you date young early on? Or not even that, but like when you did have so like sexual 9s can take on a lot of the traits of their partner. Sometimes even like lose themselves. Like I've had that happen before. If they don't set boundaries, they don't like, actually 9s with who are SX first. So like I'm 9SX. Like I I don't know. All I can say is that like I take on the traits of my partner. Okay. All right. So yeah, so Enneagram has variant types. And the variance types are SX sexual, SO social, and SP self-preservation. I am a sexual 9, so you did date early on. But what matters is if you like being with the friends. Like when I was out with my friends, I found myself talking about my relationship a lot. Travis Hamilton says I can make anyone my friend, but very few people I think are genuine and that I actually like. Nine, Alex T says, is part of the attachment triad and the withdrawn triad and positive triad. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what numbers I don't hit in my tri-type. So, like, Solid Fit Shield, Enneagram will show someone's affectation. Like, Eric has a friend, Corey, who's an INFJ also, and he and I emote very similarly. But Corey cares a lot about success and status and achieving things and appearances, keeping up with appearances. Where like I could care less about that, really. Because Corey is an Enneagram 3 and I'm an Enneagram 9. So I'm much more go with the flow, go with the group. He's much more like I must achieve, like I must be like, for him, I can see he likes to be known as cool. So like he needs to be cool. I don't think her friends know she is in a relationship. That's funny, Fly Guy. I'm glad to hear that, Solid Shield, but don't go against it if you're like, what kind of energy depletion, like having to deal with a lot of people, you know, a lot of bullshit. Thank you, Hasinam 1975. I don't remember the energy tanks in Monsters Inc. I do feel you. So here's what I would guess, Carrot. I'm guessing you're a sexual 9 too. Has but Fly Guy, so maybe you're social. You're actually social first. You're a social 9. I don't know what social 9 looks like. I think liking to be friends with a lot of different groups, liking having friends, the being quiet in groups, that's definitely a 9, but also I introverted thing. I don't hit any of those. That's funny, Alec T, because those are okay. So to be completely frank, 5, 3, and 1 Enneagram are the ones that I don't understand the most. I dated a 5. It was very difficult. Me and Corey couldn't be more different in terms of what we value. And my mom is a 1. And like her preparedness and like perfectionism, I don't get. Winston's mom says Corey takes shots at host Eric's that I truly disliked. My guess is that he's jealous of host Eric's happiness and security and relationship with you. He's jealous of Eric, period. Corey is jealous of Eric because Eric has had a cushy life compared to Corey. That's what Corey thinks. And like, so yeah. He is jealous of Eric, and Eric knows that. Oh my gosh, you would over-explain? That's tough. I find that I have to over-explain things with my mom, and then it gets, like, lost. Hello, thank you, El Patron 420. Social 9 is simply described as needing to be in the group. So you might be a social 9. Because, like, honestly, Carrot, like, if you've gotten criticism from other partners, specifically, like, relationship partners, that, like, you need to, like, think for yourself, or, like, do you, like, that, like, you need to think for yourself, or, like, do you have, like, what is your opinion when asked for it? Like, I always am like, oh, like, whatever you like. No one says, I'm ISFP 469. I'm the most quiet person ever, probably because of lack of E and NE. Could be no one. So I'm a 964. I get your basic being. Okay. Okay, so Carrot, we're the same. We're the same. In our temperament a lot, that means. Like, we would have different personality types, but like our like our basic demeanors are similar. It usually is consistent. Muscle twitches get your attention to the voices. I'm sorry to hear that, Gail. Oh my god, that song by Sarah Bareilles. That's so funny that you referenced that. That's such a good millennial joke. Hi, Wando. Hello, Justin Robertson. Yeah. Yeah. Alec T, like, that's me, unfortunately. Like, I don't like, it's not something that I'm proud of at all. And it's something that I've had to, like, work on. So yeah, Carrot, you've never had that happen to you before? Because like especially when I was younger, before I knew my habits, I was always in a relationship. For the most part, I did spend some time being single. You think she's social, Fly Guy? I think she's social too. Only because I am so SX. I'm exactly what Alec T says. SX 9, merging with another is what they need to feel whole. The other becomes the nine's reference and compass to detect needs and or thoughts. Ichazo called the SX9 union love another for your own identity. It's not exactly what Alec T, sorry, I said Alex. I didn't mean to say that. I was talking fast. Alec T says the sexual variant is not primarily about physical sex. Yes. It's the drive for intense, informative experiences, connections, attraction, merging, experiencing life with heightened intensity. Yeah. Like I've been told that I'm intense before with one-on-one relations. So you could be Fly Guy, I don't know who to believe here. So Carrot, what's your 974? So you could be a social 9, 7 sexual variant type, and or no, sexual 4 type, right? 9-4, yeah, 9-4-7, and then a 7 social preservation. No, I didn't like being single when I was SX. When being SX, no, I didn't. But I knew it was important for me. I'm not your mom. Seeing they are intense. Person to Rachel, you are intense. Thanks, Rubinar. That if you've been told that you're intense, like there's a high chance of being SX or having it in your second, because like I'm a self-pres 6, so I have 6 second, and I'm very like my fear-based stuff like has to do with self-preservation stuff, which self-preservation is all about taking care of the self, making sure that the self, the individual is taken care of at all times. I don't think you're intense. You spend all day with Fly Guy. Okay. I'm taking what you're saying intensely, Carrot. So you dropped your whole life to be with him. Okay, that is okay. I mean, that sounds like a romantic 4. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Do you, Carrot, do you form how many relationships have you been in, Carrot? That's nice, chillin'. Enjoy yourself. Hate your icon, but enjoy yourself. Like, only the most famous of all famous people are here. You including that person. Once you come to talking with famous people, you are one of the famous people. Sorry, Fly Guy, we don't have to talk about this. You're obviously self-prez. Okay, and do you have friends, Carrot, that go long back? That go back a long ways? Solid Bitch, you're next. But actually, you're not next because Eric has a really good test for it. And I don't know the questions that he asked, so I don't want to get you confused. But next time you should have Eric do your Enneagram tri-type. He help nail it down. Your mom, inbred dragon. I do have one from elementary school I still talk to and game with. What would be more devastating to you? A friend moving away or Fly Guy having to commute for work long distances? Thanks, TX Justin. That's a sweet thought. Okay. That sounds SX because I like Eric's even talking about like just commuting 45 minutes away and I'm like I definitely understand codependency. If you understand codependency, then you're probably SX. Hello, Frank. TX Justin, you don't even know my husband. She might seem more social to you because you're probably social last. Fly Guy. You're probably self-prez first, SX second, social last. Hey, A. Marie. No, southern skinned. Ooh, Carrot's calling him out. Much love to you too, Marie. she was just like, if Carrot is an INFP, right? She may have formed her own opinions very easily and early on. Whereas, like, I have FE tools, so I merge even more. Like, I want to be liked. So if agreeing with your taste in music or whatever gets me liked, then that's great. I didn't see your Brokeback Mountain joke. Good night, TX Justin. Alec T, thank you for your help. Alec T says attachment types 3, 6, and 9 focus on how to adapt their sense of self to others. They form strong connections and maintain those connections. The only thing that I connect with people for long periods of time, but once the relationship is done, it's done. I suggest that you keep that to yourself, stupid guy. Talk to your doctor or a parent. Why would you put that in someone's head, TX Justin? Didn't get it, chills VR. You should talk to someone who is fluid in that. So my guess is, Carrot, that you are 9SX, 4 SO, and 7 SP. Neither do I, Solid Field. Neither do I. Fit Shield. Shitfield, I said. I'm sorry. Solid Fit Shield. Jesus Christ. I'm so sorry. I don't want to be famous either. Screw that place. Like, fuck, like, yes people around me all the time. Like, hell no. Like, yeah, I go by that, Fly Guy. Yeah, I've learned that each of the tri-type number has its own stack too. So I am social last. That's why going to visit my mom for 2 days or 3 days really, is the perfect amount of time for me, because I am... Carrot says 9SX, 4SO, 7SP. Interesting. I've never considered the other types in the tribe being assigned. Yeah, so I recently learned that, and it made a lot of sense to me, because I'm definitely 9SX. Like, I've told Eric, like, I feel like I want to, like, crawl into your skin. Hi, Chris G. That's a great question, Solid Fit Shield. I found out about 7 years ago that I look like my grandma McCurgan, so my mom's mom. I went to, like, the nursing home that she was at, and one of the nurses was like, "Oh, you look like Janice." And she was like, "Finally, someone who looks like Janice." Yeah, so apparently I look like my grandmother on my mom's side. And Eric looks like his grandfather on his mother's side. I'm good, Lacquer 2000. How are you? Alec T says, for me, I feel like 4 days is a good amount of time to visit someone, and anything more than that can be too much. Anything less, and you probably wish you had more time if you like the person. Black Guy says, when I visit someone, I'm usually done in a couple of hours. Yeah, Effie Polar and Self-Pres will do that to you. You're 8 first, though, right? Honestly, Alec T, I feel like my mom, like, she would have had me for like a week. Like, she could have been fine with that. So you think this is correct for me, Rachel? 6SP, 2SX, 8SO. Yes. Although you seem very social. How often do you see your friends? Hey, Sully, for real? Thanks. Thanks. I agree, Alec T. Like, I really do, unless it was like something prolonged and like planned, or like the person was like had to go to work, and like maybe 8 first, maybe 5. Okay, so Fly Guy, were you were around when Eric's dad was alive, right? I see my friends often, or in chat with them often. Is it often? How often? I can tell you for a fact that like I definitely chat. No, Lacquer 2000. Pierce McIntosh, that's nice. I'm married. Well, I think your SX second is right, but like, I mean, so I have 6 social pres. So my 9 is SX, my 6 is self pres, and I'm constantly worried about my own shit. Like, I'm constantly worried about like the future, my future, where I will be at this time, doing what, with whom, will I be like totally alone? Will I like be financially able to do this? These are like things as a 6 SX I worry about. I'm worried about accidents all the time. And what I would do without like what I would do on my own. My only friends I talk to virtually. So that's how like little social. I mean, besides my neighbor, our neighbors, and Eric, everyone else is virtual. I feel like as a self-pres 6, I make jokes at my own expense sometimes. I'm self-depreciating in my humor. Okay, slowly for real, I know that's the truth, but like the way that I think about like fear is that sort of stuff. Because I'm TE polar, so I'm like never thinking about like the future. Hello, Lakey. And I am a very present person. I'm mostly in the present. But when I get into when I get to think about something scary, I think about what's going to happen to me. Parasite says, here's an interesting fact. Astronomers estimate that there are roughly 10,000 stars for every grain of sand on Earth. It's a lot of stars. So maybe you are self-pres 6. It's also not great to think about the past too much either. Okay, so I definitely think that you're on to it then, Rubinar. It sounds a lot like me. You know what, Vance Asta? I like appreciate your sentiment, but like it's unfortunate that the game of golf is incredibly difficult. I know, Sully, for real, but like I feel like if I don't think about it, then I'm doing myself a disservice. I don't know. And I'm not saying that this happens all the time because I am 9 first. I'm 6 second, and my 6 is self-preservation. So I think about myself when golf is incredibly difficult. I would love to play golf. Golf is totally something that I would love. Are you kidding? A game of leisure? It's like mostly just leisure, like going from this hole to the next hole and you drive with your friends, but you have to actually be good at it because if you're not good at it, then you keep people waiting. I socialize on here too. I don't feel miserable. I feel like I'd do myself a disservice if I didn't worry about myself once in a while. And I don't let it happen all the time, but I feel like sometimes I have to talk about it. So, Alec T, you probably have social in your tri-type second or first. I'm guessing second. It is a very social, there is a social obligation. If you are stuck and you don't like, check off some boxes and like move your butt along, people are going to be upset with you. They give you patience, like they're not like you don't want to be a dick and ride, people's asses while you're waiting for your turn at the hole, but you also can't take like 12 strokes. You are social. Cool. You're social SP. So you get what I'm saying about like the self-care aspect of things. Solid Fit Shield says, I can't Marvin think I'm bad at golf. He wouldn't see me as a potential manager. I can't risk it. Just an example. I would say that's getting using Where is Effie for you as an INTP? Is it 4th? Fanzasta, again, you should definitely take your advice and don't tell me to relax. Thanks, Grant Duarte. It doesn't matter who my husband cheated on me with. I'd be upset. I'd be devastated. Well, mine's not the best either. Like, I mean, it's community is an extremely important thing, I think. And like, I lack that. Like, if it really weren't for you guys, like for the channel and Eric being more of a social person, but I do go out with our neighbors. I'm not trying to make it seem like I'm just happiest when I'm with Eric, just us. He likes it. Eric is SX first, SO second. Eric likes it a lot. And thank you, Ruben. The flow of life is SPSOXX. That's probably my mom, honestly. Any stacking that moves in that flow is sin flow, pulls towards others. Anything stacked oppositely contra flow second works against their dominant instinct. Yeah. I definitely relate to that, Alex T. That's very insightful. Thank you. Ruben says, same. I do like to be with Acacia a lot. It's the best, but I also know my default behavior is to go into vision mode and kind of builds the Ruben mobile. So like that sounds so NI. That sounds so NI. Your tool function showing right now. But so is your self-preservation. I think any personality type can cheat. Yeah, sure, Fizz. Thanks, Solid Shield. I try. I try to be good with people. Thanks, Solid Shield. I appreciate that. My goodness. Oh, that's so NI. I'm feeling good, Adam Garbe. Hey, Eliana Diaz. The Vegas trip was good. We had a flat on the way there, and it was like very stressful on the way there. But once we were there, it was good. I try to read every message, Alex T. Sometimes like it's just like crap, and I can't get to it. The chat is too fast, and I can't get to it. Thank you, Adam. I like that Winston's mom be stream because why not? Yes, TX Justin. We're in California too, random DG. I have a husband. I really like that Winston's mom. I was thinking about like that Global 5 Sloan quiz that you took that I gave you to the chat that one time, like a couple months ago maybe, and how it, like, one of the adjectives that it used to just describe your type was optimistic, and I totally agree with that. Like, you are definitely one of the most optimistic people I've ever met. Um well, oh yes, I remember that. I used to be a cashier at Trader Joe's. But I couldn't converse with people at Trader Joe's. It was just too big of lines, so I was just like hi, hello, even though they like want you to have like full-blown conversations. I am our oh my gosh, I'm getting confused now. I'm RCUAI. Alec. What are you? Yeah, I'm a RCUAI. You're welcome, Winston's mom. It's very refreshing. I think my husband is cheating on me. What should I do next? I don't know. You should definitely talk to your husband about it. Thanks. Thanks, Solidfish Shield. I super appreciate that. Like, honestly, I think I'm like average. Like, that's what I think about INFJs is that, and that people don't get, is that, like, we are average. Yeah, I'm calm. Yeah. Oh, you're limbic? Eric's limbic. Wait, what are you? You're RLUAI? Oh, that's so similar. Thank you, Adam. Why would that be a terrible idea? Well, I feel like because I lead with NI, a lot of my traits are pretty universal. Well, that's a problem, TX Justin. Were you projecting? Are you just like trolling and trying to get a reaction from me? I can advise you all the time. Oh, Alec T is also an INFP. I mean, have you called him? I don't know. I don't have the answers for you. I have no idea. Exactly what Fly Guy says. RLUAI? Acacia? RLUAI? Yeah, exactly. But you do. Thanks, Alex T. Wow, using your wrench. Um, do you Oh, I wouldn't need to do that, but you do. Yeah. That's the whole typical say as I do as I say, not say as I do or something. I don't know. Okay, I want to say, Alec T, like some of these. Okay, I'm glad it has positives too because some of these are like so like skewed. Like Eric is SLUEI. Okay, so SLUEI for Eric. Prone to addiction, okay. Often late, yeah. Does not think things will work out for the best, not true. Impatient, yes. Discontent, I don't think so. Negative, no. Opinionated, yes. Acts without thinking. But then, like, Winston's mom has, like, whatever she got, like, I agree that Winston's mom is very optimistic, but like, Winston's mom, whatever she got, whatever combination of letters was, like, basically champion of the world. And every other type is. Aw, RLUAI is ER for real. That's probably true. Lots of pluses. Okay. So I'm going to read Eric's. Yeah, I'm interested in Winston's mom because, like, yours, it really, like, had a healthy, positive reading to it. And I was like, wow, that's like the first time that I heard of one being so positive. Okay, so this is Eric's. Prone to addiction, often late, does not think things work out for the best, impatient, discontent, negative, opinionated, acts without thinking, preoccupied with self, easily frustrated, not that interested in others, act at the expense of others, becomes aggressive when they feel hurt, acts wild and crazy, frustrated and angry when people don't live up to expectations, slow to forgive, takes charge, does not behave in any way that is acceptable to society, pessimistic, and agnostic, atheistic tendencies, not usually happy, not calm in crisis, does not accomplish work on time, spontaneous, not good on terms with everyone. See, like, it's like, the best description that I got for RCUAI was from ChatGPT. So I said I took the Global 5 Sloan personality test and got RCUAI. What does this say about my personality? No, it's on similarminds.com. Okay. So RC UEI. RCUEI. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. This doesn't sound like you. It's so skewed. It's so like this. The negatives are. So okay, this is what Winston's mom got. RCUEI. I'm surprised. I, they change over time. I don't want to hear that. I don't want these things to change over time. I just want to be read something that relates. Alex T says RLUAI, often deep thinkers, highly introspective, take their time before expressing thoughts or emotions, flexible and unstructured, comfortable with routine and predictability, appreciate guidelines. Does that sound like you? Yeah, they really are rough. So here's Winston's mom, and now I'm thinking, I'm like, where did I hear, what made me think that this was like a good explanation of her? Okay, atheist agnostic tendencies. This is Winston's mom. Unconcerned with public image, lower energy level, does not value tradition, avoidant, does not put the welfare of others above self, not punctual, unproductive, does not believe in human goodness. I'm like, that doesn't sound like Winston's mom. Not easily moved to tears, seldom bothered by the suffering of strangers, insensitive to the needs of others, relaxed, quiet around strangers, tendency to believe only in self. People have trouble reading them, but they don't care. Late finishing work, acts without planning, withdrawn, rarely too busy, not a perfectionist, uncooperative, not prone to complimenting people, does not believe in life after death. Like, way to beat a dead horse about that. Avoids bettering the world's condition. Like, what? I mean, mine, a lot of it sounds like me. Some of it doesn't. I am like a compliment. Like, I like giving people the compliments. I can't stand it when I see something that I like and I didn't tell the person. That's very romantically put, Alec T. I like complimenting too, but it's hard for me to stay in the flow of the moment. So sometimes it falls away and I only remember it later or I completely forget. No, Labyrinth, I can't. Hi, Ortega. We're talking about the global 5 type descriptions and how they're like somewhat true and then somewhat like not true. I mean, some of it is. Okay, so this is what it says about RCUAI. This is me. Okay. I'll read yours next, Fly Guy. I'm on Prozac, but I don't take it every day. That's a rude question. You've just been like, oh, you TX Justin. We've been streaming today. It happens, Winston's mom, right? Like, not everything. All right, Fly Guy, then I'm going to read yours next. What do you think you are? Thank you, Marobihian. I will read the description, and if most of it fits with you, then you probably... But if there's like a big chunk of it, then it's not you. Like, if there's a whole section where you're like, no, I don't think so. My name is Rachel Strauss. I think Eric is playing Pond. Kira Rose, hello from California, United States. From Australia or Austria? Rage, what songs make you want to turn up the radio volume way up if it plays? Most any LCD sound system song and Eat, Sleep, Rave, Repeat by Fatboy Slim. But Eric on the piano, I can turn Eric's songs up all the way too. There's Beatles songs that I'll definitely listen to, but when it comes to like blasting music, Benny Benassi, oh my god, I used to listen to him back in like 2006 when push me and then just touch me so I can feel my satisfaction. For someone who never like really went to parties like or I like a lot of dance music. Hello, Mohid Yunus. Bjork says Alec T. I know Bjork for you. I'm 40. I mean, they are catchy. Thank you, Mohid Yunus. I think I don't know that song, Ruben. Fiona Apple's album title, says Alec T. That is so 4. That is so 4. Bjork is so 4 too. Enneagram. I'm going to sleep soon. That's cool, Carrot. I just know like a few Benny Benassi songs, like 3 or 4. Oh my god, I love Kid A. But I'm a Radiohead kid. I like Radiohead. I really don't know much Rage Against the Machine. Yes, I do think I have heard Love Is Gonna Save Us. I think Radiohead is so good. Eric, I don't think would agree. I am married, Petro Cowboy. Good morning, Kelvin Smith. My name is Rachel. Oh, Weird Fishes. That's such a like eclectic song to choose. I like everything in its right place. I don't really like Creep. I have to agree with Radiohead there. I didn't even listen to Pablo Honey because I was like, oh, they just made this album so that they could get money. Eric likes that song though. But I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. Ooh, I messed it up. You won't be able to, Rickshaw. Oh, I love No Surprises too. Ask him what? He's playing Pond. See, I don't think I know Life in a Glass House. You're all I need. How come I've ended up where I started? How come I end up where I belong? First you put the other, then you do. Before Johnny, Radiohead was my favorite concert ever. 13 Step, exactly. I like 2 + 2 always makes a 5. Entertainer. Paying attention, paying attention. Thanks, Addie. That's sweet of you. Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort. New. I appreciate your input, Eliana Diaz. It is not Radiohead, but I like that you put what you liked in the comments. I like that fly guy. You should watch the movie Am I Okay, Rickshaw. We'll see, Solid Fit Shield. Mandingo. You reminded me of a line from "10 Things I Hate About You," where she goes, "I love you, I need you, oh baby, oh baby." Scotty doesn't know. I never really liked that movie. I'm trying to remember Radiohead songs that are great. I love Beck too. The same show. I saw Beck live too, and he was awesome. Weezer's awesome live too. Hi, Danny. It's about this girl who realizes she's gay and she tries to figure out whether her attractive, or the girl that she's attracted to at work, is bi. Queen B equals me hello. Capybara, greetings to you too. We still talk about capybaras around here. I'm famous to your mom account. Eliana Diaz says, question for Rachel. Would you say the live streams and talking to others for a while drains you socially? I find myself super drained at a party socially talking to others and wonder if it's different. I could do like a day of it, but it would be super draining for you. You're ISFP, right? Eliana Diaz? I think so too, Winston's mom. I think Julia Stiles might actually be an INTJ also, and that's why she was so good at that role. Paranoid android. I love paranoid. I used to say call myself a paranoid android. Paranoid android is the perfect 6 self-preservation song. Yeah, rest in peace, Michelle Trachtenberg. Capybaras are the best. What's different? Like music's different in person? Alex T is right. Reading chat doesn't involve tone and body language and other visual and oral cues. Like I says, I can just put my phone down and walk away anytime. Definitely feels paranoid and disconnected. Yeah, like I don't know, like I would feel, and this is probably like anti-dom a little bit. But yeah, like the paranoid android, because like I feel like I'm malfunctioning, I'm like paranoid. So ISFPs are going to, so you're any polar. So coming up with like new things to talk about and like just talking in general may be maybe, yeah, he's definitely an ENTJ, I think. I don't know. I think Jodie Foster could also possibly be ISTJ. But I don't know, it's really hard. Julia does like just because like her role in that was so like INTJ, like I felt like she never really acted any different from that. So like I'm like, okay, she probably is an INTJ. Jodie Foster, I mean, she plays INTJ in Silence of the Lambs, but something about the way she appears at events, like I feel like she can handle a gun. No, bloody boy. I did, Sassy Soul. Hello from California, Frog Monkey. So, like, Tony Robbins could be an ENTJ, but he could also be an ENFJ. Because I feel like his FE is better than an ENTJ's. Like, I think that, well, I don't know. Teal Swan's like ESTJ or an ENTJ. I'm not sure which. Yeah. My dad introduced me to Tony Robbins as a kid, and it was like I was listening to it all day. I thought he was so on point as a teen. That's like pretty deep stuff to be listening to as a teen. I definitely wasn't listening to Tony Robbins as a teen. I definitely wasn't taking anything that my mom recommended to me as a teen for reading material or listening to material. That's deep stuff. I didn't know about like positive thinking and affirmations and creating your life. Super SI polar, right? Like, forget all the shit that happened to you in the past. That's cool, Frog Monkey. How was Tommy Lee Jones? Was he nice? Rubenar says, and his motto of taking massive action spoke to me, and how to use NI to power yourself up. Yeah, he's definitely an ENFJ or an ENTJ. Tommy's chill, dark humor. Yeah, his NI is instrumental as fuck. But that's why like I'm confused with Teal Swan if she's an ENTJ or an ESTJ, because I don't really recognize any like good NI in Teal Swan. I think no one should steal anyone's bike. I think it's just a bad thing. Like, despite. Oh my God, Rubenar. I related to him in Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich, and How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. Oh my God, I used to fall asleep. So, like, right before meeting Eric, I was into all of that. Like, law of attraction, all of that. Like, positive thinking. It would frustrate me sometimes, but I'd fall asleep listening to, like, Think and Grow Rich. Wade. Wade Robson? Is that his name? Louise Hay. And ENFJ is an extroverted, intuitive feeler judger. That's basically what it means. It's like the little list of what it means. Okay, not Wade Robson. I don't know what his name. Wayne. This is what INFJs do. They slam the door on people and things and ideas, and then they forget. Wayne Dyer, Napoleon Hill, I want the Epstein lips too, because I don't want to trust those people. Wayne Dyer, yes. Jodie Foster's still beautiful. I'm not Latina. Jim Rohn is another older one. He's the best. I don't know. That's not even funny, Joey's Black Child. Everyone should want the Epstein list because, like, I want to know who's the scum of society. Thank you, Winston's mom, for explaining that. Louise Hay. No, we shouldn't forget about it. And we shouldn't just like I know there are like titty Diddy supporters, and I'm like, I don't understand you. Like, I just don't understand you. Like, I understand like not shaming people for their like sexual kinks, but I also don't think that they should be drugged and beaten. Trump is definitely on that Epstein list. He's not gonna let that. He's gonna think that nothing. Hello, Aurori Reza. Drinking a cyanides. High tea. Ara Ortega. Cool, I've never been to Persia. Yeah, for real. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I know, Frog Monkey. I'm not happy. I don't think it's great. I don't think it's great at all. I'm not happy. Can someone time out Tough Harry? Yeah, of course he didn't. Of course Trump didn't. His ego's so big. Thank you guys. I'm from your dreams. The American Party is not a party. You can join the party. Hello, Heart Ghana Diamond. Diddy should rot. I hope he rots. I should have said nightmares. Winston's mom. Why would I be jealous of Diddy? In fact, I thought he was like a joke. I didn't even think people took him seriously. What stuff, Italian Stallion 89? No. No. Are they just like ridiculous, Ruben? No. Good night, R. Ortega. No. I'm reading all your stuff and I don't agree with you, so I'm saying no. Except for what Winston's mom to have to say. Good call, Ruben R. Nice throwback. Why, Angel Pena? Yeah, I'll agree with that, Strom Thermos. He is a PDF file and a heap of hot garbage. He is. I have no problem saying that. I don't like Trump at all. No, I didn't see what you said, Frog Monkey. I'm sorry. Rickshaw, he is working on the pond. I think he's inside now. No, I don't tweak. I think it's really scary. Greetings, Shinoso Okoro. Probably not that many chickens, Angel Pena. Good for you, Rickshaw. I hope you find that. No, Ren. I promise you I'm not. Oh my god. I'm from the United States. Thanks, David Langston. I know, like I'm in the United States. West Coast. It's 12:30 in the morning here. Yes, I'm satisfied. Talk to Eric, Italian Stallion. No, Ren. No, we used to live in SoCal. We're like by Yosemite. No, I don't want to Strom Thamos. I don't know. How old are you? I forget my age all the time. California. Oh my god, I feel like I want to bore you guys into being like, what is she saying? So I'm going to do that right now. So in the global 5 type descriptions, I'm RCUAI. So what that means is that I'm avoidant, often late, patient, rarely prepared, non-aggressive, slow to judge others, withdrawn, unconcerned with image. That's not true. Relaxed, avoids crowds, easygoing, not demanding, low maintenance, unambitious, not domineering, private, thinks before acting, unconcerned with the feelings of others, not wild and crazy, not controlling, does not like to show anger, hard to offend, dislikes the spotlight, uninterested in leading, not competitive, overly nice, not physically affectionate with most people, not bothered by disorder, level emotions, does not second guess self. That's not true. Agnostic, atheist tendencies, no. Not picky about food, yes. Not relationships obsessed, no. Unproductive, unimposing, plain appearance, disorganized, loner, low energy level, very curious, uninterested in prestige, fame, not superficial, likes difficult reading material, does not get worked up about most things, fearless, flexible, trusting, does not like to stick to plans, easily distracted, interested in science, unconcerned with what people have trouble, unconcerned that people have trouble reading them, good loser, modest, not swayed by emotions. Hold on, Eliana, I'll link it to you. And it's for fun, not for serial. Like, because not everything on there, like, has to do with you. You know, it's not going to get everything right. Here you go, Ileana. Yes?
You want a bagel and cream cheese?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. No, Ren. Oh my gosh, where are my people? Where are my regulars? It's my husband. You're welcome, Eliana Diaz. When you take it and you're still, if you take it and you're still here, let me know what you get. I'm curious. Frog Monkey says, all I'm saying is respectfully, none of our current parties work. Oh, I agree with that. Our psychosis needs therapy, rehab, and much more. The hypersensitivity and entitlement is out of control. But like, Like, who are you saying is hypersensitive and entitled? It's okay, Harumi, you didn't know. Thanks, Eliana Diaz. So, okay, so Eliana Diaz, because you're introverted, like that's like a high quality of people who are introverted do usually get more burned out from social events than extroverts do. But you add the layer of NE to it, and you might not have much to say, and the things that you have to say probably are important to you and you want to be heard, but you might find yourself like repeating yourself a lot or just saying the same things over and over again. And you might not want to do that. But I'm so confused. Who's hypersensitive entitled? Thank you, thank you. My ankles are so swollen from like walking so much. Thank you. Our culture in the USA in general. Yeah, I have European lineage. But like I'm American as apple pie. I don't know. I hear things, but I don't judge. Like I don't think that like Gen Z, like I'm trying to pin down who you're saying. Baby bruh. I travel only in my country. We have all the Karens and Darrens. I mean, I think Karen's pretty much originated here. I'm American like third or fourth generation. Independence Day for the United States was inhabited in 1776. Well, I mean, that's terrible. No one should scream at their barista. I mean, I haven't personally seen anything like that. Well, I don't leave the house very often. But like, I agree that there's Karens out there. I know Karens. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I sing. Paramagit I'm sorry, I can't say that. Well, I don't understand that sentence. No, GW on no. Some of us are better at creating boundaries than others. Like, 1s and 8s are more likely in Enneagram are more likely to express their anger than they are to hold back. So, Fly Guy, good for you, Eliana Diaz. I like that gumption. SLOAN. Do you mind if I read it, Eliana? Okay, so like Eric has an 8, right? We came back from, so me and our neighbors, Jared and Kay, came back from like this pride dance party in town. And all 3 of us, just from Eric walking outside, were like, oh, like 8s have like an intense presence about them. They also will step in for confrontation. They're not afraid to confront people. Ones will confront, but they'll be like, you really should do that, or what you did there wasn't right. They won't like, they'll confront in like a confrontational way. So Fly Guy, I was gonna ask you, that's true, Winston's mom. Jared and Kay are both names of jewelers. It's funny, I have to tell him that. Ones are perfectionist. And if you argue with their with a 1, they'll shut it down. Like my mom will not argue, like she will, and then when she doesn't want to argue anymore, she just will hang up the phone or close the door on you and not talk to you. An 8 will like address it right away. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, darling.
I hope that I'm not like taking time from you. Were you playing pond?
Yeah, I played a lot of ponds, and I used up all the rest of the concrete.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I have this cement, but I need another thing to make them.
She's a big partier. She's definitely an ENFP. She is a good person with a big heart. Or you know about Osho? I know of Osho. I don't like his stuff. Sup, Joanna Elaki? My husband just made me a bagel with cream cheese. I feel very lucky. K is a 7 Enneagram, by the way. When Kay was over here, my friend Kami, she's been on the channel before. She was watching, and she was like, she texted me and she was like, oh yeah, Kay's a 7. And she definitely is. My guess is that Jared's a 9. She knows a lot about Enneagram. She's the one who taught me about the tri-type having the instinctual variance. What did she type you as? I don't know how I consider material possessions. That's interesting, Winston's mom. She typed you at 628. She's 8 in her tri-type, so she would know. Well, that's not good, Glenn Spence. You know, they say when you get a concussion that you shouldn't fall asleep. But I don't know shit about concussions, except that I've probably had some in my life and didn't do shit about it. So I am no help there. Well, it's very NI of you to to like guess back and forth like what your type is, because like for a while I was like, oh my gosh, like I worry so much, like I must be a 6. But the truth is that like I'm much more harmony driven than I am worry driven. Yeah, it is very NI to guess back and forth. It is. I do it all the time. I do it with INFJ all the time too. I ask Eric, are you sure that I'm not an ENFP? Are you sure that I'm not an ESFJ? Are you sure that I'm not an ISFP? Are you sure that I'm not an INFP? All the time. I just like to add helpful leverage to people I care about. That's 2. But even then, I'm choosy with my energy. That's self-pres. I'm selfish with my time and energy. That's definitely self-pres. Yeah. Yeah, I think so, Rubinar. I think you're right. Because, like, the way that you interact with your friends is very similar to how I act with people, too. Interact with people. That makes sense, 2SX. Hello, good morning. My name is Rachel Masserme Thothella. Hello, Kenneth Higgins. I do sleep at night. We have this barbecue tomorrow at 10. Like, I just want to sleep in. So, Fly Guy, are you, to find out your core, because I don't think that you're a one, like, Carrot said you're 5 or 853. Are you intimidating to people? Like, even just like by being you? Or do you hide away at home hoarding information? Okay, if you were social too, you would be my ex Evan. We saw his friends every day of the week, sometimes twice in a day. He was a social too. ESFJ social too, like friends were everything to him. He was friends with his coworkers. He was friends with his parents' friends. Like, that we probably will have. Eric's really good with me in the morning. He gives me time. He knows that I'll get up. Cool, the cheese dude. Hey, enough. No, I don't do OnlyFans. I saw Justin Bieber came out with new music, and it must be atrocious because he is doing atrociously. I feel bad for him. 628. So you're in your head a lot first. You're heart-centered about others. And you have no problem confronting people. You will start fights at the grocery store. You might be a 5 first. Like, do you like going to the same places over and over again? And 5s also compartmentalize. So like 5s will say that their work friends are for work, their girlfriends are for being a girlfriend, their families for the family, and like hardly ever do the circles mix. There's like hardly ever. I think you are head first. The fact that you like, go back and forth too. The back and forth is definitely NI tool. Like, definitely NI tool. It can be a bitch. And I could be a bitch. But being head first definitely means that you're in your head a lot. Yeah, because like you like the NI, like, no, I don't have kids. It's the SI in the polar position that's the bitch part. Okay, so I get the sense that you like to go to McDonald's over and over again, but like, say like you and Carrot go out to eat for like something that isn't McDonald's. Do you go to the same places and order the same things? It is very satisfying to resolve, but like there will always be that question there. Like, are you sure? Am I sure that I got it? That's very 5. Okay. Like, okay, 8. So like when you went to school, did you have any situations like in like high school, junior high, elementary school where like someone was getting teased or picked on and you stepped in? Hey, Eric Strauss. That's also very 6. That sounds like my dad, Ruben. My dad is a churchgoer, church believer, but he joins like groups, like church groups, and okay, so you like McDonald's a lot. That's the place that you go. Do you get the same thing over and over again? Do you have like the same like staples? Treating work friends and outside friends as separate circles is kind of normal to me. That's like a 7. That's a 5 thing. So seriously though, Fly Guy, did you ever like step in conflict during conflict? Like, do you feel very protective of Carrot? That still counts. You're probably a 5 first. We love McDonald's too. I'm not trying to rag on it. I know also for a fact that you don't just go to McDonald's. But like 5s don't like to test the water. So they go to the same like expensive restaurants because they like that place and they'll get like basically the same thing or like yeah. I'm ageless, Blue F. Yeah, I think Eric's right. Listen, everybody. Can we all get along by going to McDonald's together? That's funny, Winston's mom. I never liked McDonald's, but when I was pregnant with son Eric, that's all I wanted to eat. That's an 8 thing, Fly Guy. Thanks, Whitebeard. Ribbity Rab Rab. I don't think you need to do that. I oppose of Chick-fil-A because they don't support gay rights. No. Hi, it's cloudy. My life would be better if you told me to, if you just shut the fuck up. I'm married. Eric Strauss is my husband. is because they're super Christian Chick-fil-A, but like not like the cool Christian. It sucks because their food is good. I ate their food before I knew that they didn't support gays. But yeah, Chick-fil-A is good, but they don't deserve my business because fuck you to tell anyone how to live. That's funny, Carter Adam. Nice one, Winston's mom. Get bent. I like that. Thanks. Raising Cane's is better than Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A just has really bomb like chicken sandwiches because they put it on biscuits. I think Bigfoot should reveal himself. I believe in Bigfoot. Yeah, it's true. Raising Cane's, you need the sauce. It's true. Raising Cane's, you can just have like basic. I don't know. I don't know what chicken places are the best. Chick-fil-A could suck it. Hi, Cyrus. I'm Rachel. Cool. Be right out, Eric. Ronald Elkins, I'm not a child. I'm probably older than you. Try it. And don't go to Chick-fil-A anymore. They don't need your business. They need to fucking look Jesus straight in the eyes and be like, I would be okay if you were gay. They need to like be like, you're gay? That's okay. You give us business too. And also, we'll open on Sundays because we are in America. Hello, Carl Lewis. So 5SX, like, you might be intensely interested in the person, your special person, wanting to know all about them. And it could be slowly over time. That makes sense. I think you're... Eric can explain XX better than me because like I only know what SX is. Like all I know is that it's like an intense one-on-one connection that you're looking for. Excuse me. All right, let's see how I'm gonna do this. I'm glad you like America. I don't like our president. Yeah, exactly, Winston's mom. That is a very 5 thing to do. And if they're SX, they'll be very interested in the person that they're with, wanting to know all about them. Like, all about them.
Who wants to know all about who?
We're trying to nail down if Fly Guy is a 5'8'4", or if he's an 5'8'4", or 3. I'm getting it mixed up. If he's an 8 or a 5 first. He's kicked ass. He has no problem.
He
with
seems kind of
confrontation.
8-ish. But, you know. Who's the stalker? Fly Guy? Huh?
I don't know. 5 has stalker ways.
He's not stalking me. He's just hanging out in the chat like everybody else. Because I got all sweaty. I'm working on a chain gang outside.
Don't forget the volume on here.
Thank you for your wise reminders. I think that would be a good name for a channel. A good concept for a channel. Wise reminders.
Tammy is a friend from the channel, and she took courses in Enneagram.
How dare you? What's up? Solid Fitzgerald. You got banned at Flow State for stalking D3.
Did you really? That's very 5.
Well, you don't seem to have a problem with her around here. Do you? Well, do you, punk? Tammy is a wave function of a concentrated NI. Okay. If you would say so. You guys have a lot of cool, fun, wonderful time with Rachel. But you know what? How would you like to spend a few minutes with me outside having a cigarette? Just to switch it up a bit. Just to switch it up. I'm not saying you aren't going to immediately and increasingly miss having Rachel as the exclusive person in front of the camera. That's true, for sure. But I plan to make it less painful than you expect to spend moments with me. Why? How? Because. And by having a cigarette. Respectively. Just stop. Don't even look at me. Don't meow in my direction. I'm not your slave. Okay? You're not the boss of me. Purple thinks he's the boss of everything.
Yeah.
I'm Trouble and I'm the boss of everything. $400 to ban you? Wow, what a waste of money. But you know, I mean, it's an interesting community over there, in part because it's like you can buy anything, I guess. It's a real free market. Oh. So I put some good effort into the pond here this evening. I didn't get a whole lot done in the bottom pool, but I made a little progress down there, and I additionally made good progress up the top where I needed to fix some problem spots. I actually did the work on the pond in my flip-flops here, which I can go up and down the hill much more successfully in these flip-flops than I can in the Tommy's. And also, of course, the hill's a lot more conducive to going up and down now that I've been working on it for a while. Got some more bags of concrete. And I just have to you know, meow my meow, meow my pure. Just do it a little bit at a time. It's not easy to do because I'm trying to put concrete on vertical surfaces, but there's various tricks I can use to make it go there, but it's nevertheless going to be somewhat of a challenge. I can't have any leaks or else it's going to erode from underneath the concrete, you know. That won't be good. We don't want that. Could you put in a plastic pool liner? I thought about that once in a while, actually. I thought about putting in a thick plastic drop cloth I have. But I've decided that I'm not going to do that because I'm going to make sure that the areas that have to carry, there's only one pond that has to carry a fair amount of weight because the top pool is shallow enough that it's not going to be, and it's shallow and broad enough that the weight's spread out. It's not going to be that much of a big deal. Yes, late night stream indeed, Devin. Although it's not that late here, it's just 1:15 a.m. And it is, you know, Friday night, Saturday morning. Whether that makes any difference to me and Rachel, but maybe it makes it more justifiable. I'd like to go tomorrow after the water board meeting. I'd like to go to town and get more concrete. See if I can hammer out a lot more of that tomorrow. That would be nice if I could. And then once I get the all the main, like, first go over complete, plus some fixings that I've already done, like it's nice. Then I'll go back through and do more patches, spots that look thin. I'll get a little bit more on, and etc. And then I'm gonna mix mortar, which is Portland cement plus sand, to use as the binding stuff between that concrete surface and the rocks that I'm going to put on. And then I'm going to put like silicone between the rocks to make that watertight there too. So I've got a few steps left to go before I can actually start pumping any water in there. But you know me, I believe the children are our future, and we've got to teach them well, let them guide the way. Introverts also travel to places to recharge. Places like the bar, I think the urge to go someplace other than here is maximally low here in this house, where Rachel and I feel very comfortable here, and we don't necessarily want to be leaving the house much. But I didn't get everything done I needed to get done in town today, which is fine. I kind of figured I'd have to go back. Call in right now, Adams. Would you ever consider doing some older style content with calls and stuff? It's not. I'm not absolutely opposed to it. I mean, if you have questions you want to ask, I could conceivably right now. Sometimes those things go okay. Sometimes they don't. But I mean, even if they don't go great, they're not a disaster usually. If you have interesting questions to ask, if you have a subject you want to talk about or something, then I wouldn't mind chatting with you on video conference. That'd be fine. If you just like the idea of it, but you don't have anything in particular in mind you want to talk about, then think about it, But you got to hit me in the right mood. I'm in the right mood right now.
Should we bring something for a side or dessert?
No, I think not.
Okay.
I'll reread the thing, though. Am I gay, says Knife? No. ... says Knife. Well, I like the use of the ellipses there. I think it's well used there. Congratulations. You get a little bit of a recovery point there. Kitty, you need to stop meowing at me all the time, okay?
Yeah, really though. Honestly, he's not leaving.
STFU, dog. I don't need your constant meows. You're berating me nonstop.
Fly Guy, do you understand Trouble's energy? Trouble is an 8 Enneagram.
Yeah. He might also be a 2.
Really?
Well, think about how he's always guarding me when I go to the bathroom.
That's true.
And I think he's maybe like a 6.
Mm-hmm. He's 6. We celebrate that in common.
Yeah. So, that's not a bad name. I like
It's
Rachel's.
really not.
I like
It's
Rachel's
just-
disc, but I also think it's actually not a bad name too. Like Rachel probably thinks as well. She just said the right thing to say at that moment. It stresses them out not using the litter box. It stresses them out that I don't use the litter box? I don't think that stresses them out. I do think that I'm following through with my plan to phase out the litter box. I need to empty it right now, though. Put a new trash bag in
They
and
go
empty it.
outside.
Yeah, I know. They go to the top of where I start walking down the hill there, too. It's not ideal, but it's still better than me cleaning the litter box.
What, you'll just have to pick up the dried poo then?
Or just scoop it down the hill or something, Not a big deal. Oh, kitty, why are you sitting on my foot, open butt? Open butt is when a dog or a cat sits on you with their tail up and their butthole on you. Closed butt is when they sit on you with their tail tucked between their legs and therefore their tail's on you, not their butthole. I'll make you famous, says Doc Holliday. Okay, well, Doc Holliday, is he around? Does he say he's making that promise to me? I bought this thing that sifts through it as they use it. Yeah, I've seen those things. I got one of those too. It's called my hand. So it's not as they use it. It's sometimes many hours or days later. 64 likes on this stream. Don't be afraid to like it. Don't be afraid to subscribe. I would appreciate it. Rachel would appreciate it. And ultimately, the world would appreciate it. Because what the world needs now is more talking with famous people. Meow. Meow. Thank you. This is a shirt that I believe I inherited from my father. But it may have been mine all along. I don't know. It looks like one of my dad's shirts. It's a USC shirt. USC Hawaiian shirt. He was a big USC fan. And a big Pac-12 fan, he would have been. Just as well, he didn't live to see the dissolution of the Pac-12. He would have been appalled by all this Big Ten nonsense. I mean, he knew it was coming down the pike, and he just shook his head about it like, what in the world is the world coming to, All right, you horrible cat. I will watch you eat again, but once again, you're going to have to get combed. I know, getting combed is not your favorite thing in the world. But, you know what's not my favorite thing in the world? Cleaning up your hair all the time. See how this? This is like the 10th time I've combed him today. Every time I get a full comb full of hair like that. It's ridiculous. No cat should be allowed to shed this much. Alright, you horrible monster. Let me flatten your fur down again. We don't want you to look like a disheveled Dan. We want you to look like a shoveled Stan. Ridiculous. How much fur can one cat shed if one cat could shed fur? Ridiculous. Go on, fur machine. Go outside. He's a fur making machine. I could sit there and comb him for 10 hours. I would continue to get comb full and comb full of hair. Yeah, exactly. He's making up for the lost time. This is random, of course, but some people have said online that cats can tell who's a reptilian and who isn't. Huh. This shirt gives Quagmire vibes.
That woman should have had a cat on the plane with her.
What woman?
Remember the woman who she thought she saw a reptilian sitting next to her? And
Oh, right, yeah. Rachel and I had a very NPC experience in town not that long ago. We were crossing the street from the pizza place, and there was like this young guy. I don't know how old he was, maybe 16?
yeah, I was thinking 15.
And he was just like standing just like this, still at the light, where you push the thing normally, and then these like blinking lights come on in the crosswalk. He was just standing there, like he hadn't been triggered yet to do something. And then I walked up, Rachel and I walked up, and I pushed the button, or you pushed the button.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, he started moving like he was a sim, crossing the street.
I walked up to him first, and I thought it was so strange. Like I thought to myself, because like as I do. So Fly Guy Effie Tool will think in their head like, hey, this guy's just standing here and all these cars are like passing by. What is he doing?
Yeah, what is he doing?
But they won't actually say that. Like they won't, like I'm not gonna go up to the kid and be like,
Well, yeah, you're not gonna say, why are you acting like an NPC?
No, and why are you not like,
Hey, you, why don't you push the button?
yeah, like what, like.
Who wants to say that to him?
Well, someone with FE Polar might.
Maybe.
They might say like, dude, like, I don't know, but so anyway, I thought to myself like, that's so strange. Like, why all these cars are passing by? He has time to walk. Like, this is.
Well, I had a weird FE thing like that though, at a Vegas elevator. I don't think you were with me. Maybe you were, but I walked up to the elevator. I wasn't really in a hurry, and these guys like were clearly in a hurry. Walked into the elevator fast and pushed the button. I walked up to it as the door was closed, and I just kind of stood there and looked at it because I was like, I don't care. I'll get on the next one or whatever. And then the guy's like, well, get your, and he like put his arm in the thing. Well, get your leg in there, bro. I'm like, okay. I got on the elevator and went up and, felt like apologizing for having failed to do that, which is ridiculous. That's FE for you.
That is. I learned in the city that if you don't put your hand out, the thing will just close on you. But I was always afraid of getting my hand closed on. But I know they have sensors. Whatever. Taking a ride in an elevator, it's weird.
Well, in that instance, he probably was like, why is that guy being such an NPC? Doesn't he know how to put his arm in? It was because I was not really decided that I necessarily wanted to, felt any need to get on that elevator.
Yeah.
But I probably stood there looking like, oh no, what am I to do? The door is closing. I did not.
That's how you do it. Like, that's how people look, yeah. Because that's how I would look. Like, oh, I missed it. That's funny, Solidfish Shield. NPCception becomes like the Spider-Man meme where all the Spider-Mans are pointing at each other. Like I says, I walked by these two women twice on my walk. on the second meeting, one of the women addressed me, "Hey, we just passed you." All I could say was, "Yeah, you did."
That's because I walked the whole way around the world. That's what you should have said. Since last I saw you, I walked all the way around the world. Hi,
Yeah,
Zane
that's how
Zane.
you met Carrot. He also stalked Carrot before. Don't forget about that part.
He threw rocks at her when she wasn't looking. She'd be like,
That
"Who's
means he was
that?"
an 8.
And turn around and then he'd hide behind a bush so she wouldn't be able to see him.
Solid Fitzgerald, I learned on YouTube that the guy who plays Ted from How I Met Your Mother, like, it's a lot of people coming up to him saying that they didn't like the ending of How I Met Your Mother, and he's like, I know, I don't know what to tell you, like, I just acted in it. I do feel bad for him. Like he had no like it was a terrible ending. I mean, to have a whole show. He does look like Jimmy Fallon. To have like a whole show about like how you meet the mother and then like do her dirty like that and then just have her with the people. It just like sucked. It was such a bad finale of a good show. You know, like Robin. I like Robin. But I liked Robin and Barney together. I thought they were good. Yeah, I know. Why she should never have gone with Ted again. They just fucked it up. It just didn't. They didn't do it right. That's good intuition, Fly Guy. They should have just left her with Barney, or if they just wanted to leave her alone or something. Yeah, I thought so too. Solid Fish Shield, and then they did her dirty. Only briefly though. Because you're an 8 first, according to Eric, so 853. Hi, Steve.
Steve. What's up?
I mean, Eric does use tri-type, not seriously though. I talk about it probably more than he does. I don't know what Fly Guy. Fly Guy is a mix of those 3 numbers. I don't know what goes where. So he's probably 3 last. It is useful because I was explaining how like I'm an INFJ and Eric's friend Corey's an INFJ, and like we have a lot of same gestures and thought processes, but Corey is very success driven, where I am not. Because Corey is a 3 Enneagram. So, like, being an entrepreneur and, like, making a name for yourself. I think Flygo was joking. Devin Adams says, yeah, with Eric being an ENTP, I've picked up on mannerisms of my ENTP uncle as well. It really is on how much you see it once you know. You can't be an 856, 586. Yeah, it's two hard types.
It's a noisy night out in the forest tonight.
Really?
Yeah, lots of
Vacationers?
noises. No, I mean like branches breaking, like
Oh.
critters or whatever,
Oh, yeah.
bugs, etc.
It's a full moon, so.
It is. It's quite visible outside. I'm not sure if that was warranted on my end. I'm not sure. Oh, I'll look and see. No, that was warranted. That was definitely warranted. That's just somebody trying to trigger a emotional response of some kind in the least acceptable way. You're 549, not sure what that means. It means fear is your primary concern among the three negative emotions, and you confront it. It means shame is a secondary concern, and you avoid issues of shame by saying, I don't need you and your expectations. And then 9, you avoid conflict by appeasing. Say it again, I love the atmosphere here. Well, thanks, Solid Pitch Shield. We've done a lot of renovations to the place to improve the atmosphere. Hi, Tyrone. What's going on? We're being very atmospheric. You know, like clouds and stuff.
No, I'm not.
So, I think it's always worth reminding everybody with an enneagram not to attribute too much stuff to it. It's not as comprehensive a thing as
No, it's not.
as typology.
No.
Well, I'm getting a little bit better at that song over time.
Yeah, you are.
$25, says Shizzlepax, huh? $25 for me? Oh my golly. I got $25 for me. They're just make believe, 'cause there ain't no $25. $25 for me. Oh yeah, Lord. Can't you see, can't you see? Your dollars are just make believe. And I can't go and see anymore about these things all the time. But I won't be alone if you won't go to this farm with me on Tuesday. I have been farmless for far too long. And I know that we'll have a wonderful time. I'll ride on a hayride and you ride on mine. That is to say, my metaphorical hayride. What you mean you don't want to ride on my metaphorical hayride? It's a ride that everybody loves all the time, all of the time. But if you want to doubt me and say, go away, Eric, I don't need any of your schmarkiness today. Well, then I understand, 'cause hey, I have to deal with that schmarkiness every day, all the time. All right, that was a real modern ending. It says modern on it. You can hear the modernness for sure. The modernity, I guess. This is hard rock. If you like hard rock, get ready for some hard rock. It's a rockin' and hard. It's hardly rockin', but I don't know the way you be talking about this exciting hard rock and roll music. I learned to rock when I was just 1 year old. I had to rock if I wanted to earn some clothes. I had to roll if I wanted to learn about the planets. Because my parents always said, hey, your planetary science is not something we do as a family around here. It's not our style. Get away with your spherical worlds. I don't like them at all. Now, Eric, go to school. Tell your teacher about our special rule, about how we don't learn about science. 'Cause science is filled with lies and liars, telling us that this and that are on fire, when actually none of those things are on fire at all. But if you fall in love with science, you will be excommunicated from the family. We'll catch your picture at the family pictures and catch you at the family tree. That's how take we this seriously. Oh yeah, 'cause yeah. And there, finally it ended. Thank you, thank you. That was hard rock, for those of you who didn't catch that. Piano ballad. So maybe a little slow. When I see you lying in the moonlight on the bed, I say, oh dear God, I hope she's not dead, 'cause I love you, my darling, with piano ballad, piano ballad, piano ballad. Once a long time ago, I knew that we had a feeling of love in our hearts, and that would carry us forward forever, forever. What's that feeling in my heart? I think that That's why I've got this piano ballad. If you want to make me a salad, go ahead. I won't be mad at you, I promise. Even if you put too many croutons on it, oh yeah. A long time ago, someone asked me, hey, are you gonna finish that salad? I said, man, of course I'm gonna finish this salad. Since when have I been the kind of guy who leaves the salad unfinished? And the guy's like, fair enough. That makes sense now. I'm finally understanding the truth. And I want to thank you for sharing it with me. Have you ever considered being a preacher? And I said, sir, you know, unofficially I am. Because I've got the words that you want to hear in your ears to learn all about salvation, 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 the salvation, the salvation, the salvation. There you go. Oh, that song, Salvation. It's another wonderful song by Eric. So many wonderful songs by Eric. They might have to blend together after a while, but really they're just all wonderful, wonderful songs. Organ Ballad. It's a very good organ out. Oops. Well, that's enough piano for now. I played more piano than I wanted to play there. I just got a little bit addicted to the piano. And I'm sorry that my addiction ruined everything for everyone. Lamentful wailing. Well, I figured out something pretty important about the piano today, Ruben. I don't know if you were here when I figured this out, but I used to think you could only play major chords on the piano with that, like, auto-played button. But actually, I figured out you could play major chords and minor chords and other chords, too. I'm not sure what they are. So that's kind of exciting. Opened up a whole new bunch of meow for me.
Thanks, Oliver Shield.
Hey, we're fussing about calling a keyboard piano. Sometimes I might call it a keyboard.